A girl sends a message saying she's going to break up and a protagonist starts crying. He's in disbelief, wondering if it was a joke. He thinks she's not serious because he had plans for their future relationship and was even thinking about marriage. However, he gets blocked and agonizes in his chair. A friend was going to call him to play, but ends up seeing the protagonist passed out. The friend tries to help, but he storms out, slamming the door. His friends are outraged because he cannot maintain a relationship. Chen Wan is a famous dog licker. He just follows girls around, spending money on them, and gets nowhere. He is outraged that after 3 years, he got nowhere with Chutong. The scene shifts to them talking and a group of people watch them. The protagonist begs for forgiveness and gives her a piglet plush toy, her favorite animal. People around them gossip that he had 4 jobs to support her. Chutong explains that everything is fine, but after some time thinking, she realized she wanted to get back with her ex. The protagonist knows her ex and calls him a jerk. He tells her to her face that her ex cheated on her and left her pregnant. Suddenly, a car appears and a guy calls her to get in. Chutong's ex does not like them talking and drives her off while she says that this way is better. At the convenience store, the protagonist is devastated. As a bootlicker, he thinks he will never have a relationship. But a system appears showing his information named Chen Yuan, with 230 Chinese coins in personal wealth and 1 strength point. However, it also shows another piece of information saying he has 90 billion Chinese coins to be a dog licker. He wonders what is happening. A girl approaches him, asking if something is wrong with him because he keeps staring at her chest. The protagonist looks at her and starts analyzing her stats. The system shows her name is Su Lil. She is 21 years old, 165 centimeters tall, weighs 49 kilograms, and is almost an 8 in appearance. Her favorability towards the protagonist is -50. The system informs him that if a chosen woman reaches 95 favorability points, she can become his bootlicker. The protagonist is confused, wondering if he has to use the 90 billion given by the system on women. The system informs him that the 90 billion coins can be spent and that they have been credited to his card. It also states that they only work on women, and when he reaches 95 favorability points, he earns 1/10 of the spent value back along with some other rewards. Now convinced, the protagonist invites Ixulil to eat, saying he will pay for everything. The system informs him that everything is set and he can spend on her. When he reaches 95 favorability points with a girl, he also gets 5 points as a reward, which can be used to enhance his abilities. The girl looks at him and asks if he is trying to show off his wealth. Chulil is unsure if he is trying to flirt with her and if he can succeed. The protagonist keeps staring at Chulil and remembers that she is very powerful since she made a guy spend more than 30,000 with just 3 words. He responds to her provocation, saying that if she does not test him, she will not find out. She then accepts and tells him to buy snacks for everyone in the class. Chulil looks down on him, thinking he dresses like a beggar and yet wants to flirt with her, so she will have to teach him a lesson. But the protagonist spends 50,000 without worry. A group of people who were speaking ill of him realize he is rich but does not dress like it. The protagonist tells her to relax, saying that amount is nothing to him. Not being a fool, he asks her to add him. Chulil is confused, wondering if he is a second-generation rich kid, implying he inherited everything and is a multimillionaire. She says she can add him, but he must go to a special place first. Let's see how I will deal with you, Chulil thinks, in front of a Gucci store. She says she is not a materialistic person, she just wants to be sure of his sincerity and actions. Given his clothing, the protagonist thinks he will be thrown out. But Chen Yuan tells Xulil is fine and she can buy whatever she wants. Entering the store, the protagonist sees his ex is accompanied. She and Junkai are talking about a bag she is trying on. Chutong notices the protagonist is not alone. Xulil asks the protagonist if that is his ex-girlfriend, saying it is not a good time for them to be there. He says there is no bad time, they arrived at the perfect moment. You still have that spring collection bag? Xulil asks. The store clerk responds they only have 1 unit left, but Chutong is trying it on. The protagonist's ex is confused and says she will show the difference between a loser and a Junkai. Chutong tells Junkai that her birthday is coming up. He is confused, remembering that her birthday was recently. But she explains that the previous birthday was based on the lunar calendar and asks if he knows people also have birthdays based on the solar calendar. Don't you know that I don't like materialistic girls? You're not with me for money, right? Junkai responds. Chutong is speechless. After this conversation, Lil takes Chutong's bag, saying she will buy it since it seems Chutong doesn't have money. Using the protagonist's money, he gains 20 favorability points with Xu Lil. Swiping the card, he gains another 20, and as she smells the bag, he gains another 20. He is excited, thinking about how money improves things and that the bag made him gain 60 points. At this rate, he will quickly reach the top of her favorability. The problem is that if he reaches 95 favorability with her, without spending much, only buying those cheap bags, he won't get much money back. The store attendants seem confused, saying that some guys appear rich but don't like to spend on their girlfriends, while the poorly dressed protagonist is giving Sulil the best. Chutong is left humiliated on the floor while Sulil stands there, saying that a bag is like a boyfriend. It's good to hold on tightly. She looks at the protagonist thinking she can't lose him and gives him some compliments. Chutong, with tears in her eyes, bumps into him saying he has gone too far. Too far? Haha, Chutong, you still have a lot to suffer, the protagonist says. But with her aggressive move, the protagonist activated the system's second relationship. It begins to show her information. Name is Chutong, 21 years old, 163 centimeters tall, weighing 49 kilograms. She has a slightly higher rating than Xeulil and has -10 favorability, with the same goal of 95 favorability. Are you relieved? Did I do a good job, didn't I? Where are we going now? Xeulil says. The protagonist says the night is just starting and he has plenty of money, asking if she is satisfied with just one bag. And she starts grabbing everything she can, ending up full of bags. The protagonist gives the card. The store attendants say they will deliver to the address after the purchase is finalized. Ken Yuan keeps gaining favorability with Xeulil, another 5 points. Swipes the card, another 5. Swipes the card, another 5. Xeulil gets tired of buying clothes and doesn't even know where she will put all of it. Not enough space. Doesn't matter. I'll buy you a house, says the protagonist. But this made him lose some favorability. Xeulil says they should take it easy since they have spent a lot. The protagonist understands he scared her, and that it's not normal for someone to buy a house for another person so quickly, even for a multimillionaire. Xeulil, a junior at the Fine Arts College, 21 years old, 49 kilograms, and her favorite color is black. The protagonist says, implying he knows her well. He asks the store attendant if they have a card he can give to Xeulil. She says they do. Then the protagonist asks to put 500,000 credits on the card for Xeulil to spend whenever she wants. Chen Yuan gives the card as an apology for the misunderstanding. She blushes and feels happy. He whispers in her ear that if she can't resist, she should just give in to him. Oh, you bad boy, you're a bad boy, my god, Xeulil says, and he gains another 30 favorability points. The store attendants go crazy over how attentive and caring he is with her. The protagonist says that having money makes it much easier to flirt with people. Xeulil asks him if, even though he buys a lot for her, he doesn't buy clothes for himself. The protagonist says he doesn't have much money. Xeulil, wanting to impress the protagonist, takes him to buy some clothes. She starts spending the 50,000 her father sent, paying for a haircut, some clothes, and sneakers. Xeulil is impressed seeing the protagonist with a new haircut and sneakers, and he gains another 5 favorability points. Another 5, another 5. The protagonist asks if he did something wrong since he never spent money on himself before. She puts her hand on Chen Yuan's chin and says there's nothing wrong with him. She just thinks now they make a good couple. She thanks him, saying it was a very special day. Now Xeulil has 68 favorability points. Back at the dormitory, his friends ask what he did all day and why he is all dressed up. Ken Yuan says he was on a date with Xeulil. His friends give some advice, reminding him that not long ago he was suffering over his ex, and now he is with Xeulil. They suggest he stay away from her or he will end up very poor. The protagonist thanks them for the advice. Then he receives a notification from Chutong saying that if he hates her, it's best they delete each other's numbers. Chen Yuan looks at the phone thinking about how he will increase favorability with her since she wants him to delete her number, but he wants to earn money with her. Of course not, how could that be possible? You will always have a special place in my heart, the protagonist says, sending the message. She responds saying she is not with that guy because she wants to be, but because her mother is sick and needs 50,000 for medical procedures. Chutong is impressed, realizing she was only playing with him, and receives a notification of 50,000 that the protagonist sent. Chutong's friend asks who sent that money. She responds that it was her ex who sent it. Wait, Chen Yuan, didn't you dump him today? That loser is this rich. Chutong starts wondering if she made a mistake by leaving him. And even after he sent 50,000 to Chutong, he only gained 5 favorability points. She asks Shen Yuan several questions, such as what he meant by sending the money, where he got all that money, why Xeulil was with him, why he didn't buy a bag for her, and if he might be a second-generation rich kid. The protagonist silences her after she sends 15 messages in a row and wonders if there is a more fun way to spend money on women. He finds a girl doing a live stream, but there are only a few minutes left until she closes. She gets frustrated and asks if anyone's going to send gifts or if she should end the live stream. The protagonist sees that he can send up to 1 million and thinks it's much better than buying bags. He starts a frenzy of sending multiple gifts. The girl thanks him for sending a rocket, but then 100 rockets appear on the girl's screen. The people in the live chat get angry, wondering who sent all the gifts. Ken Yuan realizes that someone with a lot of money gets a lot of attention and sends 900 more rockets, causing her phone to crash. At the company where the girl does her live streams, an employee informs the boss that something incredible happened. A guy spent 10 million on Xiaomi's live stream. The staff goes wild, unsure if the protagonist is laundering money through the site or if he is affiliated with the company. All the other girls doing live streams see the protagonist's nickname and are amazed that he spent 10 million on Xiaomi's live stream and try to send him messages in his DM. Ken Yuan just watches the messages come in. The girl that received the gifts wonders if it's all real, But then a guy with a sign comes over saying he needs to get the protagonist's contact information and will get a raise for it. The girl sends him a message thanking him for the gifts. She asks if he is still in the live chat since she is about to close. But Chen Yuan had gone to sleep after spending money all day. The next morning, his friends are looking at news online about a guy who spent 10 million on a girl's live stream. And the guys are discussing what they would do if they had that kind of money. The protagonist realizes he spent all that money and didn't create any kind of relationship with her. So he opens TikTok and sees a bunch of girls sending him messages. One girl says she is 28 years old and divorced, asking if he wants to meet her. She gets frustrated since the protagonist doesn't respond to her messages, inviting him to her studio and saying she's waiting for him. He isn't very excited about these messages since he doesn't gain any favorability. His friends are still discussing the amount of money and getting ready to go out. The protagonist asks his friends where they are going without him, and they respond that they are going to see the goddess Zhao Yuki and are going early because they want to see her up close. His friends ask if he had forgotten because normally he runs ahead just to be there from the moment she arrives until she leaves. A system shows her information. Name is Zhao Yuki. She is the beauty of Hunan campus, the vice president of the student council, and the dream of all the students. She is level 10 in piano, an athlete, a professional in ballet and fencing. Her incredible talents make it extremely difficult for any guy to get close to her, an unattainable woman for all the boys in college. In the last 3 years, no one has been able to get close to her. The protagonist feels challenged since she is the most difficult girl, meaning he will have to spend more money. Shutong is nearby talking to her friend, saying that Chen Yuan only learned how to dress up after they broke up and says she is afraid he and Junkai will fight because of her. Her favorability is only going up. Gains another 10, gains another 10. The protagonist is annoyed, saying that favorability is only going up because he dressed up, but it's all nonsense. His real focus is Zhao Yuki. One of the guys nearby is talking about wanting to see how his boss will win over the goddess Zhao Yuki, and he says she will fall in love with him. He approaches her, asking for her contact information when another guy comes up asking what he is doing. He doesn't care about what that guy is saying and continues talking to her, insisting that she adds him, saying he wants to get to know her better and be friends with her. The angry guy demands to know if it is looking for trouble and what he plans to do with Yuki. Taken aback, claims it's a misunderstanding and that he just wanted to join the student union because she is the vice president and he wanted some advice. The angry guy scolds him, saying that's not a good enough excuse to hit on her, calling him a pervert. But the protagonist, undeterred, asks if she can add him on Snapchat. She looks puzzled, wondering why so much is happening. The protagonist remains confident that she will add him. The president says he is bold and courageous for putting himself out there for everyone to mock. The other guy admits the protagonist is even more handsome than the last one, and asks if he wants to join the student union too. The protagonist replies no, he doesn't care about the student union. The guy is confused why he wants UP's snap. Ken Yuan says he just wants to pursue her. Students from another class watch, noting another guy trying to talk to her, but at least the protagonist is bold. Zhao Yuki decides to give him her contact information. Shubao's friend asks what's going on between them. I like beautiful women, why should I hide that? Sometimes the simplest approach is the most effective. What woman doesn't like being pursued, says the protagonist. It shows that he has formed a bootlicker relationship with her, but with zero favorability. He is happy but confused since she gave her contact to someone with zero favorability. Outside the class, his friends say he nailed it by getting Yuki's contact since he used to seem like a bootlicker and now looks confident. One of the protagonist's friends jokes that if he gets close to the president, he will have to introduce them to her friends. The protagonist doubts he will manage to talk to her, saying they are exaggerating since she is the most beautiful girl on campus. A guy behind him yells, calling him a loser but admitting he has good sense, revealing himself as the one who tried to hit on her and got rejected. Ken Yuan says he is the most professional of all and that the protagonist has much to learn from him. The guy starts mocking him, saying he is proud for nothing since he only got her number and asks if Chen Yuan knows him. But the protagonist just laughs in his face. Then Su Lil appears, asking why Chen Yuan took so long and saying she's been waiting for him for a long time. Everyone is shocked that Su Lil, known for rejecting all kinds of guys, was waiting for this guy. The protagonist invites Su Lil to eat as an apology for making her wait. Su Lil asks if she looks pretty in the clothes he bought her. Meanwhile, Chutong, very angry, listens nearby. The protagonist replies that no girl looks pretty just because of clothes. The couple walks off, everyone watching them. The rejected guy says he doesn't understand, he was just one step behind the protagonist. But he stops complaining when he sees Chutong nearby, asking who that girl was. Shu Lil hands him a drawing she made of him, saying she stayed up all night drawing, and if he throws it away, she will never forgive him. The protagonist says it's the first time since he was born that he's received a gift from a girl, and she asks if he liked it. He stares at her and asks if all this is just a game to keep him. Shu Lil wonders if he liked the drawing as he doesn't seem very happy. He asks if she will give him better gifts in the future than just drawings. She gets angry and asks for the drawing back. He says he won't return it and will keep it as a family heirloom. The protagonist tells her he likes her more as a person than any gifts she could give. She is impressed by how good he is at flirting. another 5 favorability points. The protagonist thinks she wants him to become her pet, but he plans to use her to make more money. A guy interrupts asking if Sulil isn't going to do her nails, who the protagonist is, and if he is rich. The protagonist thinks this guy is another of Sulil's bootlickers, noting that this happens often. Sulil says she doesn't know who he is and that he doesn't control her. The protagonist steps forward, introduces himself, and asks the guy's name and how long he has been following Sulil. The guy responds that his name is Yang Yu. He's from the arts department and has been following her for 6 months. The protagonist tells him that it's nonsense and shares his own story about being replaced by a girl he followed for 3 years, working 4 jobs, eating just bread every day, only to be replaced by a guy with a Mercedes-Benz. Yang Yu doesn't understand why he is sharing this story. The protagonist tries to motivate him, saying that people who turn their backs on you become motivation for personal development, and asks why a real man can't have a wife. He tells Yang Yu to go back to his dormitory and make her regret her decision. Yang Yu is so inspired that he starts crying. Even Sulil wonders what is happening and why Yang Yu is crying. She awkwardly says that he is just a friend. The protagonist says he doesn't care about her past and points out that she doesn't respect him or herself. He tears up the drawing and tells her she can use the card he gave her, but he doesn't want to see her until she sorts out her relationships. The protagonist wants to see how she will handle this situation, as it's the first time this has happened. Sulil regrets her actions, realizing the protagonist is the first person who truly liked her, and another 5 favorability points. Ken Yuan reflects on how he has matured, resolved things with Sulil, and now it's time to move on. He goes to talk to Zhao Yuki and sees that she is live streaming. She seems the most innocent so far, not having done anything horrible to be hated for. She is doing her live, introducing herself as Kiki, training piano, doing live streams for 2 days, and asking people to take care of her. The protagonist thinks she is cute and wonders if the president is the type of girl who is cold outside but warm inside. Arrogantly, he notices that she has few views and wonders if that's all she gets. At this moment, Xiaomi sends a message asking where he is. He asks who she is. She thinks he has forgotten about her and says he sent many gifts in her live stream and now doesn't remember her. He says he was just joking and asks if she is free to meet up. She says she can't as she has a busy schedule. He just ignores her. She asks him not to be angry, promising a special live stream. The protagonist, annoyed, complains that she still wants him to send gifts. He doesn't have a bootlicker system with her and has already spent over 10 million. Tired of the situation, he decides to give that money to Zhao. A duel appears on the live stream, a one-on-one between streamers. One will compete against the other, and whoever receives more donations wins. They have to compete to get money. The protagonist is happy about the duel involving the president and asks who her opponent is. The crazy girl laughs at the situation, confident she will win against a novice. The protagonist says he doesn't know who will win, and the duel begins. Hiromi has 10,000 points while Yuki is poor with 206. She is giving her best, using all her talent, charisma, genius, and wit, creating a masterpiece. Xiaomi taunts Zhao, saying it's better for her to give up since she has the support of a very rich guy, Chen Yuan. The chat goes wild over this duel. It seems I use all my skills to make money, and surely boss Smokey will be impressed and donate to me, Xiaomi thinks. But then a rocket appears on the screen and she thinks Yuan has arrived. She prepares to thank the protagonist, but then she sees that all the rockets went to Yuki's live stream. Yuki's points jump to 152,000. A notification pops up saying Lonely Smoke donated 1,000 rockets to Kiki. The president is in shock and Xiaomi is outraged that the rockets weren't for her. A guy with a sign appears, demanding an explanation for why she didn't receive the rockets. Shaking, Xiaomi apologizes to the audience, saying she has to do something and ends the live. The protagonist comments that she can't handle it when he sends gifts to others and wanted to see her reaction. He hopes the president won't disappoint considering the significant amount he spent. The people at the company go crazy thinking the ghost has done it again, imagining that the protagonist must be the son of some prince to pull off such a stunt. My god, the Smoke donated another 10 million to a girl who plays the piano. Does he like music? Xiaolei, get my triangle now, says a streamer. Kiki and her friend talk, with her friend suggesting that the president might become an internet celebrity, impressed by the idea. Yuki responds that pleasing men online doesn't seem like a long-term solution. She emphasizes that the most important thing for a woman is to have a financially and personally independent career. Kiki's friend asks if she knows the guy, but she has no idea who it was. Kiki tells her friend she wants to send a thank you message for the gifts. Her friend is indignant, reminding her that she said she didn't want to get involved with anyone. Then she exclaims, saying maybe she knows the guy, thinking he must be the son of someone very wealthy. She speculates that he must be extremely talented and raised in an extremely rich family, but prefers to live an ordinary life, thus finding a common girl and deciding to like her as a common man. She explains to her friend, saying it must be that. Her friend dismisses it, saying she's been watching too many dramas. Kiki imagines how difficult his life must be, pretending to be an ordinary guy. Her friend tells her to go to sleep, saying it's late, but Kiki really wants to thank Chen. The protagonist looks at his phone and sees a message from a girl asking if he's free to eat and he says he wants to eat his favorite dish, crayfish. She agrees and says she'll meet him at the school gate in the afternoon. She didn't ask where I got the money for the gifts, just invited me to dinner. I want to see what she's up to, he thinks, staring at his phone. The next morning, the protagonist arrives at school on his scooter. A guy standing by a Mercedes asks if he's waiting for someone. The protagonist asks if he is waiting for someone too. The guy says he's waiting for his girlfriend. Then the pianist arrives and the guy tells the protagonist not to look too much because to win over someone like her, you need to work hard and have a lot of money or he will take all the beautiful girls. Kiki sees the protagonist and imagines him as a hero on a motorcycle. She runs towards him. The guy thinks, "Ha, you think you can get into my car?" But then she goes to the protagonist's scooter and the guy is stunned. He wonders what's the point of having so much money. They ride off on the scooter and she imagines herself as his fiancé. They arrive at the restaurant. They order some spicy crayfish. The dish arrives and they think it must be wonderful. The protagonist romantically arranges the table for her. She thinks he hasn't forgotten how to be a gentleman even with the opportunity to go to expensive restaurants, giving off a noble family vibe and being disciplined. The protagonist is eating the small crayfish and she comments that it must be the smallest crayfish she has eaten. Kiki is impressed that Chen Yuan is eating with her, thinking he wants to live a peaceful life without much worry, and says he is as gentle as a flower. The protagonist wonders why he suddenly gained another 10 favorability points. Then Kiki offers to feed him, saying she peeled the crayfish for him. Just as he is about to eat, someone arrives. It's Shutong again, wondering if she saw Kiki feeding Chen Yuan the crayfish. She turns to her boyfriend and says the place is crowded and suggests they find a better spot. But the guy asks if the restaurant is crowded or full of familiar faces, saying he doesn't mind eating in a crowded place. Shutong's boyfriend walks up to the protagonist's table and throws $500 at him, saying it's for him to get up so they can sit there. What the hell does he think? Does he think this is cool? The protagonist wonders. The guy throws more money, telling him to leave quickly and asking if he wants more. Kiki, holding her bag in anger, looks furious. The protagonist sees Kiki is upset, thinking it's because of the guy. She is stressed, wondering where this guy came from to ruin their perfect date. The guy pulls out more Monopoly money, saying he has much more to make him leave. A staff member offers to take the money and find them a table. This only angers Chudong's boyfriend more, saying he wants to eat at that table. Then someone hits him with a handbag. A previously unknown woman pretends it was an accident. Angry, Chen is confused about what's happening. The blonde guy seems to know the woman and calls her by name, Chakim. He asks what she's doing there. She angrily says that if she wasn't there, she wouldn't have caught him cheating, already cursing him. The guy says she's misunderstanding and that he can't cheat on her since she's everything to him. Ken's admirers are just watching. Pulls the blonde's hair, blaming her for using her body to seduce him. The girl cries, saying he invited her and lied about being single. The guy says she's making up stories and slaps her face. She collapses on the floor, devastated. He moves to slap her head, but his hand is stopped. Hitting a woman, huh? You really enjoy embarrassing yourself, don't you? The protagonist says, and Lonely Smoke gains another 20 favorability points. Kutong says the protagonist really loves her. The protagonist keeps gaining favorability, another 20 favorability points with Chutong. The second target of the bootlicker system reached over 95 points. The system congratulates Chen Yuan, saying he successfully reversed the bootlicker situation. It shows that Chen Yuan spent 50,000 on the second target and informs him that he will receive 5,000 in return. Chutong has been converted into the protagonist's bootlicker and he gains 20 strength points. Chen Yuan allocates 10 points to strength and 10 points to fitness. He flexes his arm and the blonde guy demands that Chen let go of his arm and grabs a bottle, threatening to kill him. Chen stares and says the guy is annoying, then punches the bottle and the guy, sending him flying. The guy falls to the ground looking defeated and Chen says that depending on a woman is not shameful, but hitting a woman while doing so makes one despicable. The blonde is biting his lips, clutching a balloon popper. The girl at Chen Yuan is nervous, urging him to end it quickly. Chudong's boyfriend charges at the protagonist, but thanks to his new points, Chen dodges quickly, causing the blonde guy to hit his elbow and collapse to the ground. Everyone eating in the food court is nervous. The blonde guy is on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Chen walks away with his hand in his pocket, the young girl beside him. Chutong, now a bootlicker, watches and clings to Chen's leg, begging for forgiveness and a second chance. Cold and calculating, Chen reminds her of the guy who ran over 10 kilometers with her on his back at 3 a.m. to take her to the hospital. The one who saved money for half a year to buy her a phone, only for her to ignore it, because it wasn't the latest model, and the one who, despite knowing all her unnecessary vanity, always thought of her as a good person. He tells her that all those guys are dead. Outside, talking with the president, he apologizes for everything that happened. She says calling her president is too formal, and that he can call her Kiki. She says it didn't bother her, and that she saw a different side of someone. She thinks Chen Yuan is more intriguing the more she gets to know him, imagining that he will bring countless surprises to her. Arriving home, Chutong is crying, soaked from the rain. Her friend asks why she didn't use an umbrella. Chutong is too nervous to speak coherently. Her friend then asks if it was the protagonist, saying she heard he gave 10 million to Zhao in her live stream. She says Chen Yuan may not look like it, but he is very rich. What? More than 10 million? Where? Did you hear this? Is it true? Shutong asks. Yes, Zhao's classmates spread the news to everyone, her friend replies. She can't believe what her friend is saying. She screams Chen Yuan's name for everyone to hear. In the room, the protagonist's friends are playing Mobile League of Legends. They ask how he's so good winning 18 matches in a row. The protagonist hadn't imagined that adding 20 attribute points would make him so good at online games. A guy with a cool hairstyle suggests that with this talent, he could become a streamer, earning millions and getting some hype. He is amazed at the power the attribute points have given him. Looking at himself, he wonders who will benefit from his body next. At the door, his friends shout for him to come out. His phone is ringing. Chen Yuan wonders what tactics she will use to manipulate him now. The protagonist answers the phone, but he is cold. Hello, Miss Gaxu. Is there something you need to inform me about? The protagonist answers. She starts crying, saying she doesn't know what to do. It shows her in an abandoned room full of Chen Yuan's purchases. She asks to borrow 500,000 from him. Zhu Leil says her family was once prosperous, but now they are stuck in debt, unable to pay off the interest, making no progress, and just needing to clear the debts. The protagonist only asks two things: what she wants and to send the account details. She is shocked, thinking he wouldn't send the money. She quickly sends the account information. The protagonist sends 5 million. She says he mistakenly deposited 5 million. He says he must have pressed an extra zero and that she can keep the money. She screams in gratitude, and then it keeps coming more. Her favorability keeps increasing. Shu Leil creams with happiness, cry. Shu Leil thanks the protagonist and promises to pay him back when she can. Her favorability continues to rise, now reaching 94. The protagonist sees her favorability at 94 points, complains about not being able to win her over quickly, and considers confessing, but quickly dismisses the thought as those who reveal their true feelings lose. The next day, the protagonist is hanging out with his friends when someone calls his name from behind. When he turns around, it's Chutong, holding some pastries and asking if he wants to eat them in the classroom. The protagonist's friend is shocked, wondering why she's bringing breakfast for Chen Yuan. But then Yuan hears someone else calling him and sees it's Leil, who also brought breakfast, saying he must be tired of eating cafeteria food. They face off in a bootlicker showdown. However, once again, someone else calls Chen Yuan. His friends are outraged that he has yet another girl. The protagonist wonders who it is this time. It's the president, who brought ramen for them to eat. The three girls glare at each other. The president is the second most beautiful girl on campus with a commanding aura. The protagonist receives the ramen and asks how she knew he liked ramen with meat. She says it was easy to guess, since they had a date. Chen Yuan isn't even trying to seduce anymore, he just wants to see who can seduce him better. The protagonist says that President Zhao easily wins since she understands his tastes. Setting a subtle jab to the other bootlickers, Kiki says she wouldn't deliver breakfast without knowing his preferences, and that if someone doesn't pay attention to such details, he doesn't like them. After saying this, it felt like she had delivered a spinning punch to the other two, then she gives him a gift to show her gratitude. The protagonist is impressed. It's the new iPhone. All of his friends are stunned to see the latest generation phone. One of the protagonist's friends says that seeing the girls giving gifts to Chen Yuan is worse than losing his own father. The girl says she was very generous to give a 10,000 item. The protagonist tells Kiki that she didn't need to. She replies that he spent much more on her, and it's the thought that counts since she doesn't have much money. In the next scene, Shutong is desolate, wondering how hard it is to win back Chen Yuan. A few days later, there are now many competitors. Shu Leil calls Shutong to talk in a private place, but Shutong is very angry, blaming her for everything that is happening. Shu Leil approaches and suggests they form an alliance to face Yuki. In the next chapter, the protagonist is there with his iPhone praising Yuki for the gift. She looks back thinking he said something, but Chen Yuan says it was nothing. The protagonist has 40 favorability points with the warrior. He thinks that if it weren't for those ridiculous 40 favorability points, she would have fallen for him by now. He's impressed with her actions, feeling like she's making him a different person. He's far from completing the favorability points, but she acts as if he already has. His phone rings, and it's Yahello. The little streamer from TikTok sends him a message, saying that last time they couldn't meet, but she was joking and they can meet, though she fears meeting people from her live stream. The protagonist is confused, wondering if that is some kind of excuse. He says she should at least send some photos because he is not easy to win over. He receives a message from someone named Dragon King inviting him to join a legendary group of otakus who are trashy and donate money. Chen Yuan joins the group, now called Solitary Cigarette. Someone is surprised that the Dragon King invited the protagonist, saying he is the biggest donor they have ever seen. The protagonist sends a message introducing himself in the group and asks them to take care of him. Someone says he has the appearance of a rich person and must have some kind of talent. Another person says they have a business and asks if he wants to participate. Chen Yuan: these rich kids want to test me. Fine, I'll play with you, he thinks. Yes, sure. I can help you. Let's talk. Message me privately, the protagonist says. "Hey Big Cigarette, I have an insane villa for sale, are you interested?" Another person asks. The protagonist asks where the villa is and the person sends the address. The protagonist says the villa is in the Enku district and a house there is worth $1 million. He plans to buy an apartment and will go check it out in the coming days. Inside the mansion, a bald guy asks if the protagonist is really considering buying it and if Chen Yuan really has money since he thinks he doesn't exist. The protagonist receives the address and wonders how much favorability he would gain if he gives this villa to her. The next day, arriving at the villa with the president by his side, she asks why he brought her to the villa so suddenly. "Hey, you must be Brother Loose Cigarette, right?" says the guard with the illustrated head. The protagonist recognizes the face and gives him a hug. The guy thinks Chen doesn't look very wealthy, but having the president with him gives him some credibility. He wonders if Chen is from a secret rich family and thinks this will be a tough negotiation. He introduces himself as Hong Yuan Chiao and says he has some small businesses but needs to sell the villa due to financial problems. The bald man invites them in. The host describes the house, saying it has over 500 square meters, the land is over 2,000 square meters, the decoration was done by designers, and the furniture is exclusive and made in Italy. He tells them to enjoy the view of the river and the city and says if he didn't have money, he would want to be buried there. Keiki realizes he is serious about buying the place, even though it's expensive. Chen Yuan takes a quick look, saying he thought the house would be more beautiful, and asks how much it costs to live there. The bald man says he needs the money and mentions that many people are interested in the house, making it hard to negotiate. He says he wanted to sell it for about 50 million, but asks if 60 million is a fair price. Chen Yuan lets out a "hmm." The man wonders if the price is too high for him, and thinks it's hard to fool the son of a noble. The protagonist says he didn't expect it to be so cheap. Everyone in the room is impressed by the protagonist's response. The bald man thinks he should have asked for more, like 70 or 80 million. The protagonist asks Keiki if they should buy the house. Keiki is surprised but says she doesn't care if he buys it or not. He gets close to her and says he's buying this house for her. The bald man is shocked, never imagining he would buy the house for the president. Keiki stands there like a statue, stunned, saying 60 million is too much. She imagines Chen Yuan locking her in the basement, tying her up. She apologizes, saying she can't accept such a gift. The protagonist takes her hand, asking her to listen to him. He explains that there's a restriction on the number of properties he can own, and he has several houses. He was thinking of transferring this one to her name. That way, she will have her own house. She imagines doing crazy things with him. The protagonist whispers, asking if she thinks relationships are important, saying everything he has is also hers. Getting another 10 favorability points, another 10, another 10. He reaches 90, just 5 more to go. The protagonist thinks he deserves an Oscar, saying his acting skills are improving. The blonde girl nudges the bald man, asking when this will happen to them. The Mosquito Airport guy says he doesn't have money for such gifts. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan swipes his card. He says he will transfer the money, and after the paperwork is complete, he'll settle the rest. The man tells the protagonist not to worry and that everything will be sorted out in the coming days. The protagonist's plan is going as expected. The president's favorability reaches 90. Chen Yuan thinks that once he completes the favorability, the 70 million he invested will return as more than 700,000. She looks at the protagonist and thinks, considering everything that happened, he's about to say something that will embarrass her. She imagines their perfect wedding, wondering if it will be in Milan or the Maldives. She wonders what the ring will look like, already thinking about the baby's name, and worries if he will forget her when he gets old. But before imagining more, they arrive at their destination. She steps out of the car and asks if Chen Yuan isn't coming out. He says no. A friend invited him to play a game of LOL and waves goodbye. She waves back sadly. She feels indignant, expecting more than just a goodbye. Chen Yuan arrives at the internet cafe greeting his friends. They complain he took too long, saying they started a match without him. His friends hurry him to register and play with them as they are losing. The protagonist notices Xu Liu is there and is impressed. She explains that her father owns several internet cafes and this one was recently opened. She is there to attract more customers. She thanks him, saying her family's debts are finally paid off. Xu Liu tells him to stay where he is because she will get him a drink and a card with unlimited credit to play at the internet cafe. Chen Yuan says it's unnecessary, but something explodes behind him. 2 guys appear, one looks like a movie character. He asks Xu Liu if she is Lao Shu's daughter and when her father will pay the debt. Xu Liu, looking disheveled, says her father paid the 5 million debt and asks what they want. The guy says 5 million was just the beginning, and there are still 15 million in interest. She says it's a scam and threatens to call the police. The guy grabs Xu Liu by the wrist, telling her to be quiet and that if she doesn't want to pay the 15 million, they will take her. He says that after 1 or 2 years, she would pay off the debt working at his nightclub. The protagonist pulls her arm away, telling the guy to stop if he wants to leave alive. Xu Liu goes crazy. The thug says the protagonist doesn't know what he's getting into and orders his men to kill him. Then chaos ensues with some guys wielding cake cutters and others using their bare hands. The protagonist lands a sneaker kick on the thug's chin. His friends are impressed, saying it looks like a cyclone kick. The scene changes to the thugs running away to avoid getting beaten. The casino representative says if they see them on the street, there will be no more talking. With 95 favorability, Chazulil throws herself into the protagonist's arms. The system congratulates him for getting another person to 95 favorability points and informs him that he spent 5.3 million, so he will earn 530,000. A notification appears. Su Leil has successfully been transformed into your loyal bootlicker. Ken Yuan is hugging her, but Chutom is watching in the background. However, he is only concerned about where to allocate the attribute points he received. The chest-only trainer arrives, stressed, calling Su Leil a traitor for wanting to form an alliance and now hugging the protagonist. The protagonist watches, but grows tired just watching and asks the system to allocate all points to strength and agility. Everyone wonders where he went, but he simply disappeared. Ken Yuan is calmly walking around the college campus, saying he has already gained points from Chutong and Texu Leil, and that only President Zhao is important. Since there is only one president, the protagonist says he needs more girls. Someone approaches, tapping him on the back, asking if he can move aside as the track team needs that area and it would be good if he didn't stay there. Ken Yuan says she is bold but sincere. The protagonist asks for her contact information, but someone else says she is already in a relationship and advises him to leave if he doesn't want trouble. Ken Yuan stares, wondering if he has seen that guy before. He has a flashback and remembers that this thug was beating him up and tells him to look at himself before criticizing others, and asks why he was chasing after Xiaoyu. Remembering everything, he says it's easy to find old enemies. The protagonist activates the system on the guy's girlfriend. The system shows her information, stating her name is He Jiaying. She is 19 years old, 1.69 meters tall, weighs 50 kilograms, and has an appearance rating of 8.2. Her current favorability is -5. Considering the difficulty, the system will grant more attribute enhancement points. Ken Yuan celebrates, saying he can get 22 points. The jealous guy is in line for the race. People wonder who that guy is in the last lane, saying they have never seen him run. The race starts and the guy runs, saying it's too easy, and he must be racing ants. But he doesn't realize the protagonist is passing him at flash speed, leaving only smoke. Ken Yuan asks Liang to watch as the protagonist will win in the sport he trained for his whole life. The guy, almost exploding with rage, asks if Chen Yuan is underestimating him. He doesn't realize, but the protagonist laps him entirely, wondering how this is possible. The protagonist mocks the guy, saying he trained for a decade only to lose to a week's worth of favorability points. The crowd goes wild, everyone impressed that in 15 seconds, he's on his 5th lap. Chen Yuan arrives happily at the finish line. The most loyal girl in all of China is impressed that Liang lost. The announcer says something incredible is happening before their eyes, a new champion who will break any existing records. A muscular professor approaches the protagonist, saying Chen Yuan has extraordinary abilities and asks if he wants to join the track team, promising that with a little more training he can reach the national championship. The humiliated guy asks if the spot wasn't already his. The protagonist mocks Liang, asking if the spot was his, saying it isn't anymore. The last romantic girl in China imagines that the protagonist is a professional runner. With that, she gains 5 favorability points. The loser approaches and asks if she was thinking about something else. She says no, she was just worried about him. Another 5 favorability points and another 5 favorability points. Kiki is back in her room asking where she was. She asks if she didn't know that the protagonist bought her house. She is shocked by the news and asks if he really bought a house for her. She explains that she was busy visiting the house with him and that it costs 60 million in Anku. Her friend wonders how a president can be so lucky and yet so naive. She picks up her phone and sees something happening on the forums, calling Kiki to see it too. The rumor says that Chen Yuan from Ri University is a human trash, involved in multiple relationships simultaneously, and the two of them look at each other. Ken Yuan wonders if he really was trash, saying he was just spending money, and then it's all slander. 3 cheese puff eaters are celebrating that they are going to ruin the protagonist's reputation. A guy appears behind them, asking what they were doing. The 3 are startled and say that the protagonist has been too arrogant, and they are trying to teach him a lesson. The race loser also sees the news about the protagonist and wonders if he isn't the guy from the race. Now that he has the protagonist's name, he remembers beating him up when they were younger. He says they went to the same high school, saying the protagonist was crazy since childhood and has a lot of information about him. The loser says he used to cling to and annoy the girls. The 3 boys put him in a chair, asking more questions, wanting more details about the protagonist to post and ruin his reputation. Liang says that after winning that race, the protagonist thinks he will get away with it, but he will change how people think about him, saying even the coach won't want to help him, calling him the trash of the university. The news says he is the biggest trash there and that he is involved in relationships with multiple women, always objectifying them, and warns to be careful with him. One guy adds that the girls he got involved with didn't do so voluntarily. They say he bothered the girls so much that even their grade averages dropped. Everyone seeing this says they never imagined that about him. The girls are in shock. In the president's office, he takes the guy's phone and says the protagonist can't stay at the university, but he will personally investigate Chen Yuan and have him expelled. In the next chapter, someone says that Chen Yuan is a very special person, imagining that the protagonist can't see a girl suffering without wanting to spend all of his money to help. Kicking the Joker, "Hate you trash, I hate men who hit women." Whenever night falls, he transforms into a black knight. With strong punches, he ends all evil. A mysterious and powerful man protecting the city of desire and sin, and the one who said this was none other than President Kiki. She says that to her, the protagonist is a hero. The guys ask if calling him a hero isn't an exaggeration and ask where she got that from. Kitty says it's her intuition. The guys wonder if they can trust her testimony. The guy helping the president says she is the vice president of the student council, a bit quirky, but trustworthy. The president frowns, saying he doesn't want to know and asks them to question other people. The president says no one better than him can be in that place. Now they go to talk to Chutong. "Hello girl, we have some questions about a classmate of yours. His name is Chen Yuan, please come with us," said the interviewer. Chutong says he is too good, but she wasn't enough for him. She also says she was a complete idiot and greedy, acknowledging that she wronged the protagonist and wants him to accept her back. And then she starts crying. A policeman gives her a tissue to wipe her tears. The policeman asks Chutong if, even after the protagonist rejected her, he still continues to be a good person. The president, observing her desperation, says she deserves everything happening to her, saying she isn't worthy of his love and he did nothing wrong. The stressed president leaves the room angrily, lights a cigarette to ease his jealousy, wondering if he did something wrong. He sees that the protagonist is innocent and people just want to ruin his reputation. Looking down, he sees two people arriving, wondering who they are holding the banner. It's Su Lil and her father. The president introduces himself and asks why they are there. "I am Su Lil from the arts department, and I wanted to make a banner for Chen Yuan." Her father explains that the protagonist protected his daughter a few days ago and helped his family a lot. The president is even more impressed and jealous of the protagonist. With that, he says goodbye. He says he probably blamed the wrong person and wants to look at the post again, seeing that a girl commented saying if he is trash, she is throwing herself into the dumpster. The girls are all sharing and the protagonist is running. Various girls praise him, saying that when they saw him, their hearts beat faster. The president is impressed because only women are defending him. He thinks people are doing this to him because he stands out so much. The president says he understands Chen Yuan and that he will bring justice and not tolerate any complaints or offenses against him. The president gathers all the students to talk about the rumors regarding Chen Yuan on the school forum. He says he conducted a thorough investigation and admits that the protagonist is honest and that all the rumors about him are mere slander. He is there to clear Chen Yuan's name. The president gives a notice that the protagonist is willing to help everyone, mentioning that Chen Yuan has protected many people and doesn't like to take credit, hence keeping it a secret. He heaps praises on Chen Yuan and, almost crying, presents him with an award for people who positively contribute to society, advising all students to learn from their classmate. The protagonist wonders what is happening, saying he doesn't understand anything and why he is receiving this certificate if it was for protecting someone. Liang wonders what is going on, cursing the president since the protagonist's reputation was supposed to be destroyed, saying he should be in Chen Yuan's place. He notices his girlfriend is making some compliments about the protagonist, and the favorability rises. Another 10, another 10. The meeting ends and everyone is leaving. She asks if he's gone mad or isn't feeling well and why he is so jealous of the protagonist. She says she has genuine admiration for her classmate. Even after helping so many people, Chen Yuan doesn't care about fame or wealth. She brings up him winning the race against Liang and yet not wanting to join the track team, saying this act is a sign of incredible people. He grabs her wrist forcefully. She tells him to shut up and let go, saying he's hurting her. The loser gets close to her. Chen Yuan is useless. Liang starts boasting about having a Tesla and many more things than him. But right next to them, the protagonist calls the bald man to pick him up, saying he doesn't want to be picked up in an expensive car and wants to maintain a humble profile. This is just the illustrated head, who came in one of the new cars. The bald man apologizes, saying he was sure on time, so he came in that car. The protagonist gets angry and tells him to pay more attention as he said not to come in an expensive car. The guy says he understood the message. Both of them look on, and with that, the protagonist leaves. Liang's girlfriend says she's tired of the situation and wants to break up. He says that's impossible, but he ends up desolate on the ground. Chen Yuan transfers some money to the bald man. The guy thanks him. The protagonist says that while everything is being resolved, he will return to school. The bald man offers a ride, but Chen Yuan says it's unnecessary as the car draws too much attention. The guy says okay and just asks the protagonist to be careful. Walking through the city, the protagonist says that the priority is President Zhao, needing just a little more to complete the system and get the 25 attribute points. He says he has to buy something for her and wonders if the chubby guy has anything to sell again. Looking at the group chat, everyone comments that even with a bit of conversation, the protagonist bought the house. One guy says Chen Yuan has a lot of money available. The protagonist tells them to relax, saying he bought it just to help a friend. The guys are shocked when the protagonist shows up. Everyone in the group adores him. A guy with a car photo asks if he doesn't want to buy a luxury car, saying he knows some people who sell them. Then a guy calls him, saying that the Zhang family has a small business with imported cars, and it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist. The protagonist looks at the card and sees it says Zhang Group. Chen Yuan imagines that his family has a giant industry and that he must be a second-generation rich kid. He tells Zhang that managing such a big car business at his age is impressive. The guy says he thought the protagonist was older, considering he bought that house. They chat, and from a distance, two girls wonder who Chen Yuan is, thinking he must be the son of some wealthy family, given that manager Zhang received him, but they dismiss him, thinking they have no chance with him. The manager doesn't want to brag, but says he has the store with the largest collection of luxury cars in the city, saying the protagonist can ask for any car he wants. The protagonist thinks of the legendary car and says he wants a Bugatti Chiron. The guy thinks Chen Yuan must be joking as there are very few units. The protagonist says he doesn't have it, and Zhang feels embarrassed. Chen Yuan asks if they have a Lamborghini Veneno. Zhang responds that they do not. The protagonist asks if they have a Pagani Huayra. Zhang replies that they don't have that either. The salesperson is sweating profusely, saying that Chen Yuan is rooming the place. The manager explains that the vehicles they have for sale range from 2 to 8 million, and the cars the protagonist wants are a bit out of that range. The protagonist is disappointed, saying he expected more from Zhang, who claimed to have luxury cars. Zhang thinks the protagonist must be joking since he bought a house at that price, but it seems he wants a car of similar value. The manager says they don't have the cars he wants, but they do have a Ferrari LaFerrari that he should take a look at. He mentions it is one of Ferrari's rarest cars, with a V12 engine producing 800 horsepower, dual transmission, and it goes from 0 to 100 kilometers in under 3 seconds, costing only 22 million. He asks for the protagonist's opinion on the car. Chen Yuan says that Ferraris aren't considered very expensive but not cheap either, and that it might be the perfect gift for President Zhao. The protagonist says if the price is above 20 million, the deal is done. Chen Yuan commends Zhang for his effort and says he wants to swipe the card right away. He asks if the car can be delivered to Riverside Villa, Community Number 1. The guy, sweating nervously, says he can arrange that. Chen Yuan receives a call from Liu Wenji, shouting in his ear. In the next chapter, one of the protagonist's friends says that on his birthday, his girlfriend Jiojia said she was getting her nails done with a friend, but he grew suspicious since she had been out for a long time. It started to rain and he knew she hadn't taken an umbrella, so in a chivalrous act he went to give her one. But what he saw at that moment would break anyone's heart. He saw her cheating on him in the rain. He tells the protagonist that his heart won't stop hurting since they had a 3-year relationship, and he was already planning the wedding to meet her parents. Chen Yuan says it's okay, and that he has drunk 8 bottles, so it's better to take a break. But the heartbroken guy wants to know how to win her back. The protagonist says he needs to keep his head on straight, that the mistake was hers, not his, and loudly tells him he's becoming a bootlicker. The sad guy collapses to the floor, asking the protagonist if it isn't hard to accept, and that he can't accept that she betrayed him. The protagonist, now angry, says he needs to learn a lesson and grabs his phone. His friend asks who he's calling and what his plan is. Chen Yuan tells him to relax and trust him, that from now on, he will handle everything, and he will make sure his ex-girlfriend kneels before him and begs for forgiveness. The protagonist calls the dealership guy, who answers promptly. Chen Yuan says he wants to borrow some cars, but nothing too expensive, just those worth over 20 million, and says he needs some trusted friends to drive them tomorrow. The dealership guy says no problem and that he will arrange everything for tomorrow. The protagonist's friend is still confused. Chen Yuan calls Xu Liu. His friend observes that with just one call he brought a beautiful girl and asks where the Chen Yuan who used to lick girls' boots is gone and why it now seems like she is licking his boots. "Hey Xu Liu, this is my brother Wenji," said the protagonist, introducing his friend. She is confused, thinking the protagonist called her just to introduce a friend, but she thinks a bit more and creates an idea that maybe he wants her to meet his close friends. But the protagonist quickly responds that it has nothing to do with that and that he just needs her help with a little prank that will happen. The next day, the protagonist's friend shows up looking gangster. Xu Liu clings to his arm, saying he scared her, that the car he bought for her almost hit someone. The protagonist's friend is all nervous and says that if she had hit him, there would be no problem as they could just buy another, stammering a few times. Chen Yuan's friend's ex-girlfriend wonders how he transformed into that guy looking like a second-generation rich kid. She asks if Wenji came there just to show off. He says someone there was barking, stuttering nervously. The ex, pissed, asks what he's doing, asking if he doesn't know she knows his family. She admits her mistake, but says he's being shameless, acting that way. In the car, another friend says that the woman understood everything. The brothers are about to step onto the stage, and the show is about to begin, said the protagonist. Several guys arrive in Ferraris. A guy with white hair steps out and asks Wenji if everything is okay and if he recognizes him. Approaching to talk to the new boyfriend of Wenji's cheating ex. Little girl, he said his name is Makai, right? His family owns a mine? This guy is always a liar, pretending he has something to impress girls. And you think what? That he's a second-generation rich kid. Wake up to reality, ma'am, said the white-haired guy. The guy caught cheating with Wenji's ex asks the white-haired guy to let him go. The white-haired guy says that these guys' tactics never change and that they only manage to fool innocent girls, adding that Wenji's ex is already lost. The girl, now furious at being deceived, goes after the guy she cheated on Wenji with. Wenji just watches and tells everyone to leave, but his ex clings to his leg, begging him not to leave her behind, saying it's not that she only likes luxury, but she's just afraid of poverty and asking for another chance. Wenji tells her not to call him by that name and that this is the last time they will see each other, asking her never to contact him again. The guy takes a look around, seeing everyone talking. He tries to leave but bumps into the protagonist's chest. Ken Yuan asks if he wants to flee, but only if he takes 100 slaps. At the bar, everyone driving the Ferreras celebrates finally meeting the famous Mr. Yuan. The protagonist says they don't need to do that and thanks everyone for their help. The guys tell Loose Cigarette that it's all good because he's a friend of Chef Zhang and he doesn't need to be formal with them. The white-haired guy asks if he isn't the guy from the streaming platform News and says he has a request. The protagonist asks what this favor is. The guys are staring at each other. The white-haired guy says he has a favorite streamer, but is out of money and asks if Chen Yuan can give a little help. The protagonist, thinking the guys are trying to see how much money the protagonist has. The dealership guy tells the protagonist not to worry, saying it was just a joke, and looks at the white-haired guy, saying if he wants to hit on a girl, he should handle it himself. Loose Cigarette slams his glass on the table. The guys imagine he didn't like the joke. The protagonist says the joke was too mild for him because it's just about sending gifts. He says he'll go to the bathroom, leaving his phone on the table for the guy to spend as much as he wants. The guy takes the phone, indignant that he's being allowed to use it freely, trusting a stranger to spend his money. Chen Yuan thanks him, knowing there's no money in the account to pay for all the drinks, but knows the guy can send gifts at will. The protagonist goes to relieve himself. The guy looks around imagining a dragon against a chick and mutters, "He, good kid." Coming out of the bathroom, Chen Yuan sees everyone gathered, wondering what's happening. My god, 1004, 1006, damn man, everyone around the table says. The protagonist arrives at the table, asking why they're acting like that. The white-haired guy gets nervous and returns the phone. The protagonist calls him weak because he spent only 20 million while he was in the bathroom. The guys go crazy, wondering if he has more money than a bank. The protagonist is indignant that he only spent 13 million and says not even 20 million is much, saying he'll spend 60 million. The guy grabs his hand, saying it's enough spending. She won't be comfortable with all that money. The dealership guy arrives and tells the white-haired guy that he couldn't win and proposes a toast to Chief Yuan. The guy starts the toast. Honorable Chief Yan, from now on, I follow your leadership. The onlookers wonder who the guy in the middle of the circle is. They say the white-haired guy is quite rich, but he seems to be getting involved with the protagonist. Chen Yuan's phone rings, he takes a look, bidding farewell to the group. The blue-haired guy realizes the protagonist's plan and says he's running away because he doesn't want to pay the bill, but another guy calls him crazy and asks if he didn't see the money spent in front of them, and the guy just agrees. The message was from the little streamer saying she's in town and can't wait to meet him. The protagonist says he's free tomorrow and sends her some kisses. Chen Yuan gives a stare and says that after a long time he will reap the rewards of his kindness. Arriving, she thinks it will just be a date and that with her charm she won't have any problems. The next chapter starts with a huge message. It's from Chuton, saying they can start over, and that she imagined them traveling the world, tasting all the dishes, but when she woke up, she saw she was alone and asked for his forgiveness. The protagonist went there, blocked and deleted her contact because of his date with a little streamer. The girl asks what he was doing, but Chen Yuan says it was nothing important and asks what she was talking about. She remembers the boss scolding her, saying he spends more than all her fans in a day, and even if she has to strip and put him to sleep, she must capture him. The little streamer thinks that even with her beautiful face, he seems indifferent to her, and is disheartened that she can't win over. She tries to seduce him with her charm, asking him how he got so rich at such a young age. However, the system sends a message saying her favorability is too high and it's unable to connect. The protagonist realizes he needs to lower her favorability first and wonders what to do. He starts doing disgusting things to lower her favorability to create the connection, like putting his feet on the table. He tells her he's just an unemployed guy who got lucky. She's outraged that he doesn't work but has money to spend. The protagonist says he only uses his father's money and that they are going bankrupt, owing millions to the banks. He says he arranged this meeting to see if he could get back the money he gave her because he spent too much. She is disgusted when he doesn't wash his hands after picking his nose, but at least the protagonist's plan is working, as he loses 20 favorability points. She can't take it anymore and asks why he asked her out if he's poor, saying that asking for gifts back shows he's not an honorable person. Lose 20, lose 20, lose 20. She says she must have been crazy to agree to go out with a loser like him. The little streamer calls someone, saying she met the protagonist and he keeps bothering her, thinking he might be a stalker. The protagonist is dismayed to find such a dishonest woman, calling her shameless for changing her demeanor so quickly. A guy bursts through the door, asking who's bothering his woman. She runs to him, saying she was scared to death of the pervert Chen Yuan. The guy ignores her and approaches. "Brother Yuan, you're here too," said the Shopee protagonist. The guy is impressed to meet Chen Yuan, saying it's an honor to know him. She is confused, not understanding why Mr. Yuan is being so polite to him. The guy is one of the richest second-generation heirs, owning several industries in the area. He slams the table, calling her stupid, saying she's bothering one of the most important men, calling him poor. She wonders why he's doing this, thinking the protagonist was testing her sincerity and realizing she messed up big time. The little streamer knows she needs to win him back and starts apologizing, begging for his forgiveness. With that, the system connects with her. The protagonist takes a look and says it's fine, that she's just a young, inexperienced girl. She says she understands and that he truly is her favorite. Plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10 favorability points. Ken Yuan wonders if this is how people make a living by seducing others, thinking that as long as they can get money, favorability will rise. He says he won't let her go that easily. The guy from the date slams the table, saying he spent a lot of money on her to boost her fame, and she treats one of his best friends like that. The guy invites the protagonist to an honor event. The protagonist says he can go without problems and that he's doing it out of respect for their friendship. Chen Yuan gets into the car. The little streamer says she wants to go too. In the car, she hugs him and asks if he's mad at her, saying she really understands she was wrong. The protagonist takes out his phone and opens the streaming platform. He says it's okay and she's worrying too much. Chen Yuan opens a live stream of a well-behaved girl, telling the viewers to follow her. The little streamer watches in amazement as he makes donations. The girl on the stream goes wild with the gifts, not understanding anything. She faints from the amount of money she received. The little streamer is impressed with how quickly the protagonist spends his money. She says all that money should be for her and that he must be joking. Plus 30 favorability points. The girl says she wishes his fingers weren't tapping the screen but her body instead, and he gains another 30 favorability points. He watches, saying she's crazy for enjoying watching him humiliate her by giving money to others. Arriving at the location, the guy welcomes the protagonist, saying it's the most reputable private restaurant in the city, only accessible with a special membership invitation, and it has 3 important features. The protagonist is confused about the 3 important features, guessing impressive food, a unique setting, but can't figure out the last one. The guy is impressed he guessed 2 and says he wouldn't be able to guess the 3rd. Ken Yuan sees the president playing her instrument, and the guy says that's the 3rd point, the chef's daughter, Zhao Yuki. She stands up, and they exchange confused glances. She sees the little streamer clinging to the protagonist's arm, and he loses 5 favorability points as she breaks her instrument, sad and tearful. The protagonist sees her run away, complaining that he was so close to a counterattack and wondering if he can take advantage of the situation and fix everything at once. He throws her against the wall, and she says he's a big idiot for playing with her feelings. Chen Yuan says he can't lose this chance, that if he lets her go, he doesn't know how he'll fix it later. And then he takes a risk, asking if she has seen a particular movie. She asks what he's talking about, saying she's tired of him, and now he's asking about movies. But Chen Yuan lights a cigarette and says he's the son of a tycoon, asking if she knows he has an extraordinary background and must be wondering why he lives such a mundane life. He says that in his family there's a secret rule. When someone turns 18, they must spend 10 billion in a month to receive a fortune of 50 billion. The protagonist explains that his focus is to spend this money, saying he's invested in various projects, activities, donations, and environmental protections, and mentions that this girl was a streamer he donated to because he needed to spend the money. He says this situation was just a small misunderstanding, and that everything he told her is a secret that only she knows, asking her to understand. Ken Yuan says this is a secret he's been carrying for a long time and bids her farewell. Kiki says she's causing more and more trouble for him, and it's so hard to see how he will inherit this fortune. She sees Chen Yuan and hugs him. She says she's not ready to say goodbye to him, and that it was a mistake for her to think that way about him. Hugging him, she thinks he really cares about her because he revealed a family secret. With that, she gains 20 favorability points. On the way back, she apologizes for getting stressed out, saying it wasn't intentional, and that Chen Yuan is her friend too, and that she'll pay his bill. The guy is impressed that in less than 5 minutes, he managed to make up with the president. However, the little streamer is not happy at all, very angry, saying Kiki thinks she's all that, but she's the one who will win Chen Yuan. At the table, she asks what his relationship with the president is. But then the president says the protagonist hasn't revealed his real name yet, and that it's good for her to call him brother from now on since he's probably younger than her. The guy says the president is dominating the interaction. Just staring at her, the little streamer holds herself back. Ken Yuan tells the 2 of them to stop and to eat quickly because he's hungry. The 2 of them glare at each other. The guy says Yuan doesn't care about anything and that he's very mysterious. One's a famous streamer from the Shark platform, a wealth reaper, and the other is a renowned talented woman with aspirations higher than the skies. He says the protagonist has the best of both worlds to choose from for his future. He says Chen Yuan has surpassed the art of seducing women and can be called a succubus for girls. At first he was impressed by his wealth, but now he will follow him as a spiritual idol until he kicks the bucket. At home, Chen Yuan says that restaurant was too expensive and thanks Kiki for paying as an apology. He says he'll check how the strategy is going and that Shutong and Kaksu Lil are still his bootlickers, and sees that the president's favorability is at 91 and the little streamers at 92. The protagonist sees the high points and wonders if it's good to make an aggressive move. He He notices someone behind the president and asks if it's Liang's girlfriend, seeing she has 76 favorability points. He remembers it was 25 when he raced and wonders if his charm has increased these days. Guys rush by saying there's a guy confessing to a girl, a guy wanting to love and be loved. The protagonist says it's getting rare to find genuine love these days. Downstairs, a crowd is watching with a heart made of candles, the cuckold playing guitar and declaring his love, saying he still loves her, that he was always wrong, didn't want to be ignorant to her, and promises never to be violent again. He asks her to think about the past and give him a chance. The most faithful girl in China is staring at him half confused. The protagonist arrives asking what's going on, but the cruelest woman strikes again. She slaps the bouquet of roses and runs away. Liang keeps saying she doesn't need to run since her true love is right there. She arrives and asks if his name is Chen Yuan, saying she finally found him and begs him to add her. The guys go crazy, wondering why she's going to another guy. Liang says she disappointed him. The protagonist talks to him about his frustrated expression and asks if the situation was incomprehensible. Liang asks if he doesn't want to close the coffin lid right away. Chen Yuan says he's always been envious of his good looks and athletic talent, and he always won the hearts of girls, but now that he's lost, he's panicking. He says the mind consumed by the desire for victory made him ignore his girlfriend's feelings. He's the one who pushed her away bit by bit, and now he's on the ground playing the victim. The guy admits he's right and that it's his fault. Several girls are watching, wondering what's going on. They say if he was aggressive, he doesn't deserve dignity, and if he treated her badly, there's nothing to resolve. The girl stares at the protagonist, saying he understands her. With that, her favorability reaches 91. Even though Chen Yuan did nothing. He didn't give money, just looked at the girl a few times, and she already loved him. The president's friend says she needs to find a way to talk to Kiki to warn her that she's not the only one talking to the protagonist. She opens the door desperately, asking if she has any problems and saying that Chen Yuan is cheating on her and that she should stop everything because of it. She leaves a like in the video to help Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out. Do you remember that the last chapter ended when the protagonist humiliated the submissive cuckold? And Jiang was still thinking that our guru understood her very well, 21 favorability points. However, Kiki's friend was there and ran to tell her everything. She arrived at Kiki's room screaming while Kiki was doing her skincare routine, saying she was being cheated on. But Kiki said that was impossible because Chen Yuan was a prince who would never betray her. Her friend was about to say he was downstairs talking about feelings with another girl, but Kiki interrupted her, saying it didn't matter if others confessed to him. However, Xiaofei pointed to the phone and asked what she thought about him spending money on another woman. Once again, Kiki said it was okay. He had already informed her about it, and he had plenty of money. She patted her friend's head, saying that the most important thing in a relationship is trust, and he was telling her everything. The poor friend was devastated, thinking that her once smart friend was now completely deluded. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was dying of sleepiness. His friend was angry, asking who gets sleepy in the middle of a mystery game. In front of him were two girls with hearts on their faces, saying he could go back to sleep and that he looked so handsome unconscious, which was a bit dangerous, my friend. His friend told him to understand that it was just because he was handsome that they were there, so he needed to help him get something too. But our protagonist wants to know why she is there too. Obviously, the famous Chu Tong, who is eager to get back at the protagonist. His friend said he was worried about her because he heard she was going to the hospital a lot, and Chen Yuan wondered if he had really gone that far. Remembering the first time he got the legendary rejection, he thinks she might really want to apologize. But it was her fault for acting that way. But is he being too heartless? He is in a dilemma. The girls want to know if he is the famous loose cigarette from the internet, especially since he uses the same name on WhatsApp. He was starting to talk when Chu Tong's ears perked up to listen. Suddenly, a voice in the room said that if he really were that guy, he would let them use his head as a bowling ball. There was a guy in a blue suit who told him to stop comparing himself to that rich guy. Chen Yuan seemed to recognize this guy. The same guy went up to Chu Tong and introduced himself as Lai Yun Tao and asked for her contact. She was a bit embarrassed and shy, clearly. The girl was no good. Chen Yuan remembered that this guy always made his life miserable in high school using his family's connections. But he is willing to let this guy show off, as he doesn't want everyone to know he has money. But looking at Chu Tong, he thinks it's time to test her. He stands next to Lai Yun Tao and introduces him to everyone, saying he's a high-class guy with lots of money and successful businesses. He then explains to everyone that the reason he has a bit of money lately is only because of the demolition of his family home, nothing more. Chu Tong is shocked to realize that Chen Yuan is not the famous loose cigarette. On the left side is a guy with many companies and wealth. On the right side is a poor guy who liked her a little. Her favorability starts to drop and her bootlicking system crashes with 15 points. But this makes the protagonist smile and Chu Tong runs to add the guy. She has a villainous look on her face, saying that even an idiot knows who the better option is. Lai Yun Tao tells Chen Yuan that it's funny. The girl he introduced just added him. He gets close to Chen Yuan's ear and says he got stepped on in the middle school style and will continue to get stepped on. Chen Yuan seems to notice something. As Lai Yun Tao leaves, he says he will pay the bill for everyone there. While Chen Yuan starts to Joker laugh, everyone wonders what's going on. He says it's nothing and that he just realized a few things. While thinking he gave Chuton the best opportunity she could have, she clearly showed her claws again. From now on, he won't have any sympathy because she doesn't deserve it. As he leaves, Lai Yuntao asks if he's already leaving and says that tomorrow they will have a middle school reunion. Ken Yuan thinks about it and then tells him that if it's just middle school people, he will definitely show up. In a fancy restaurant in room 888, the reunion is already happening, and everyone is happy and celebrating each other's success, especially Lai Yuntao's. In the middle of the crowd, Chen Yuan is invisible. He thinks that Lai Yuntao never misses a chance to show off. Suddenly, the door opens and a girl with immense respect walks in. She apologizes, saying that the taxi took a long time. Chen Yuan recognizes her as Xiao Ruyu, the moonlight that illuminated his high school days. She was mysterious and noble, like an unsolvable equation. Suddenly, the damned poet emerges. He gives a little smile and approaches, asking if they can exchange contacts. Li Yuntao gets angry, saying that he will regret doing that. Ruyu thinks she has seen him somewhere before and replies that it's no problem, they can exchange contacts. With this, the bootlicking relationship was established, and she has an appearance score of 9.2. Someone shouts from the middle of the table that Chen Yuan has never been anything special, so why is he being so bold? One of the girls says that he's pretending to be rich and is actually shameful. She warns everyone that Chen Yuan hangs out with some second-generation rich kids who harm many women. One of Chen Yuan's friends says that she has no idea what she's talking about. She says that Chen Yuan made her get humiliated by her ex-boyfriend. I think it was that guy who delivered the car and made her suffer. Crying, she says she is sure that Chen Yuan only asked for Ruyu's number to sell it to his friends. Ruyu looks on and starts losing favorability because of this. Yuntao takes the opportunity to ask Chen Yuan if he is so poor that he needs to lean on others, and if he wants, he has a job for him. Chen Yuan, seeing the two insulting him at the same time, thinks that they are plotting together. But if they are showing their faces, he will have to step on them. He sends a message to Hao Qian, telling him to come to this restaurant with a Ferrari. A while later, everyone is going downstairs to leave. Yuntao is confident that Chen Yuan and his friend will never show up here again. He asks Ruyu if she wants him to take her home, but she declines. An attendant approaches Yuntao, asking him to move his car, and gets angry. How come he has to move it from the restaurant parking lot? The guy tries to explain that after 9 p.m., the restaurant is reserved for VIPs only. Yuntao wonders who this so-called VIP is. Sitting in his car, he is impressed. In front of him is a Ferrari he has only seen in exhibits, costing over 20 million. Suddenly, he sees Zhang Hoshin getting out of the car and recognizes him. He starts sweating and feels embarrassed because he has heard how important this guy is. But then Chen Yuan greets Hoshin, who smiles. He thanks Hoshin for bringing his car, and Hoshin says it's always good to help the boss. Yuntao is in disbelief, wondering, wait a minute, this car belongs to Chen Yuan? People start questioning if Chen Yuan is really that rich. And the girls say that the one girl had lied, claiming he needed others. Ruyu immediately realizes that this girl and Yuntao were trying to tarnish Chen Yuan's reputation. However, despite being humiliated, he didn't bother defending himself against these people. She finds this quite interesting, and her favorability rises by 20 points. Seeing this, the rascal smiles and asks her if he could have the honor of escorting her home. She agrees. The class is now all in love with Chen Yuan, and his friends take the chance to poke fun at Yuntao, who will image photos of a busy avenue, copy, and paste. Inside, Ruyu feels a bit uneasy. Perhaps she was too hasty in getting into this car. Ken Yuan tells her that he has been paying attention. The pendant on her bag is a dichotomon. She is impressed that he recognizes it. It's a character from a Chinese cartoon. He tells her that he loves watching that series and seeing the transformations, and she says she has always liked it too. She glances at him, feeling a bit embarrassed, and smiles. While he thinks she's very cute, perhaps her cold attitude is just a protective measure. Seeing her beautiful face makes it irresistible to want to protect her. The boy didn't last 3 words. He says he is experiencing the feeling of love for the first time in his life, wow, at her house. He makes a gesture representing that anime, saying it was really nice to meet her, and she returns the gesture, thanking him for bringing her home. They stand there like 2 idiots laughing. As he leaves, she says that he is interesting, different from the rich guys. He doesn't try to boss her around and just has fun. She then enters her house and is immediately scolded by her mother, who wants to know if she went on that blind date her mother set up. She must remember that her father's business is at a crucial moment, and they have no choice. However, Ruyu cries, saying she won't marry just to help the company. Her feelings are important. But her mother says it is her duty since everything she eats or wears is paid for by them. And if her father's company goes bankrupt, they will all be ruined. The boy from the Han family may not seem that interesting, but the situation is more important than feelings. Crying, she says she understands, and a tear falls on the little doll. Ken Yuan is just watching the group of millionaires. When the guy with the car mentions he has some crazy news, Chen Yuan gets curious. Then he finds out that Ruyu is going to marry a chubby guy with horrible hair just because of her family's bankruptcy. He starts wondering if he got involved in this whole mess. But remembering her, he questions whether she will really get married. Ever since high school, he couldn't take his eyes off her. No, he won't let this happen. This time he will be decisive and won't let life pass him by like this. A girl with glasses asks if it was Chen Yuan passing by, and the guy says it seems like it was indeed him. Suddenly she stops him, introduces herself as Shen Shuyu, and asks if he wants to become an internet celebrity. Chen Yuan takes a look at the card and apologizes, saying he's not interested. Seeing that he responded so quickly, she believes he has already received offers from other companies and decides to try something different. Carrying 3 bags full of content, she starts talking about how their company is huge and extremely competitive in terms of the payment they offer. Besides, you might not know, but on their platform, they have the famous loose cigarette. If he doesn't sign with them, he better be careful not to be hated by the cigarette guy. Chen Yuan gets angry. The damn girl doesn't even know he is the loose cigarette and is here wasting his time. She's in his face while he wonders if she thinks he won't do anything. So he grabs his phone, thinking that since he won't do anything, someone else will do it for him. He goes to the rich kids group and talks about her name and her company, asking if anyone can help and resolve this. She keeps insisting when her boss calls her, ordering her to return to the company immediately, or she will be out of a job. Confused, she tells her boss she didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is just angry with his hand group trying to steal Ruoya from him. In the car, the mother says they are just going to meet. She doesn't need to be so sad. Besides, this will help a lot with the financial crisis. Suddenly, she receives a message from Chen Yuan asking where she is. She mentions the restaurant and he says he'll be there to help her. She wonders if Chen Yuan already knows about the blind date. If she were to compare that disgusting hand guy with Chen Yuan, he seems much more attractive. Her father says he has never asked her for anything, so he hopes she will consider things. Everyone in the car stays silent and she says she understands. The car then stops in front of the luxurious restaurant and someone comes to guide them. However, the guy is already drooling, saying that soon she will become the property of the Han family. Seeing a briefcase in the guy's hand, she finds it strange that they are bringing so many documents to a blind date. They then enter the room. The father of the Han family greets them with his son, Pineapple Head, who is already drooling on the side. Ruoya immediately notices a lot of documents on the table. This is clearly not a blind date. She wants to know what her father is planning. That father is filthy trash, right? You can't sell your daughter even if you're eating dirt and mud. Ruoya knows how influential this group is in the city, and Han Sanchu, Pineapple Head's father, is a very perverse guy. He approaches Ruoya and says she is much prettier in person. She says she doesn't deserve so many compliments while sending a message to Chen Yuan, informing him that she is in room 305. Pineapple Head approaches her, saying he is excited about their relationship and that she doesn't need to worry. Her family's business will be very successful. She pulls her hand away, saying thanks awkwardly. He puts his hand on her back, saying she doesn't need to be polite. Gives her a squeeze, saying they will be family. But she slaps him, asking who said they would become family, and tells him to take his hand off. The worst father ever seen in all stories even argues with her, saying she's being rude. With tears in her eyes, she doesn't have much to say. Her father turns to Han Sanchu and says that his daughter is very young and doesn't know what's best for her, but they can take a look at the contract. A man arrives and begins to explain all the details. They will buy 20% of her father's company for 100 million on the condition that she marries Pineapple Head. However, this money will be invested in stocks they control, and they will only be able to access the 100 million once she gives birth to a child with Pineapple Head. She is shocked and immediately grabs the document, asking if they are seriously talking about having a child in this. She cries, looking at her father, asking if he really brought her there to sell her this way. Her mother tells her to calm down, but she refuses. Crying, she asks why their failure has to affect her life. She declares that she knows Pineapple Head is addicted to alcohol, prostitution, and gambling. She will never marry him. The disgraceful father slaps her across the face, leaving her in disbelief with a red cheek. This story is getting better than Mexican soap opera, folks. Her father yells that he spoiled her too much, and she only thinks of herself. He raised a child, apparently. She is confused by his words, saying she only thinks of herself. Her mother says she needs to be more sincere and understand that if she doesn't do this, the whole family will collapse. But Ruoya argues that it doesn't make sense. If things go wrong, they can start over together and rebuild everything. Her mother shows that she is also despicable and falls to her knees, begging her daughter, begging her to have mercy on her poor mother. Everyone in the room is shocked by this. Ruoya tells her to get up and asks what she is doing. But her mother says she has no other choice. She will only get up if Ruoya agrees to this. Ruoya doesn't know what to say. The poor girl is lost. Pineapple Head says she can trust him to deliver the heavens and stars to her. At this moment, the poor girl gives up and realizes that this is her fate. Being born into this rich family means she has to sacrifice certain parts of her life. Without any expression, she tells her mother she will accept and her mother can get up. Immediately, her mother's tears stop, as genuine as my promise to stop looking at 3D waifus on family-friendly sites. She stands up, congratulating her daughter. Sanchu says that now that she's agreed, they should sign the contracts immediately. The guy starts taking the documents out of the briefcase. While Sanchu says this will be great, as soon as the marriage happens, their company will boom. Meanwhile, Pineapple Head is now licking his lips, angry that she initially refused to accept. already imagining the fun he will have with her. Everyone in the room is silent while she doesn't even sit in the chair. But suddenly, Chen Yuan arrives, kicking the door open. The first to notice is Ruyo, and no one in the room can believe it. Chen Yuan says they are very brave and have lost their sense of danger to be doing this. Ruyo is ecstatic to see him. Pineapple Head comes running, asking if he is tired of living. But he immediately gets a slap and falls, breaking everything in the room. Chen Yuan calls him a fool and tells him to disappear. The guard asks if he has any idea who he is messing with and if he knows the status of the families present. Chen Yuan laughs, saying it's a family that sells their daughter and another that buys her. He wants to see who has the courage to touch him. Sanchu tells everyone to be quiet while thinking, how does this kid know they are there and still does this? He realizes this boy is not that simple. He then approaches and asks Chen Yuan which family he is from, to which he replies that he is not qualified to know. Pineapple Head tries to shout, but his father tells him to shut up. Chen Yuan looks at Ruyo and tells her she can relax because he will help her family's difficulties. He goes to the table to look at the contract while her father asks what he is doing. Chen Yuan says her father is suffering from brain failure for selling his daughter at such a low price. He tears up the papers, saying he will buy 60% of their company for 500 million. People can't believe it, 500 million. Sanchu starts sweating, realizing that for someone to spend 500 million like that, their family must be worth at least 10 billion. However, he can't figure out where this kid came from, even though he knows all the families around here. Ruyo's father gets excited about such a large sum of money. Not only can he restore the company, but he can also even expand it. But Chen Yuan says that to provide the 500 million, he has one condition. He points to Ruyo, who wonders if he really wants to buy her for that price. She drops her bag to the floor, feeling desolate, thinking that Chen Yuan is just like all the others in the end. Once again, she cries over her little doll. Then Chen Yuan reveals that his condition is that 60% of the company must be transferred to her name. As soon as she has more than half of the company, he will transfer the 500 million. Now she is radiant, feeling like a bird released from its cage. Double meaning, yes or no. She sees Chen Yuan as a hero, and obviously her favorability starts to rise and rise, instantly reaching 85. A guy arrives with a contract and says all she needs to do is sign it. He gently holds her hand, saying that after she signs this, she will have control over her own life. Immediately, the money is transferred to the accounts of the worst family members in the world, who become emotional. Her father asks Chen Yuan if he really will only ask for this, and Chen Yuan says that's all. However, he warns that from now on he controls the rise or fall of his family, and it's best if her father does nothing more to cause Ruya pain. Then he tells her there is nothing left to be said there, and they should leave. Sanchu suddenly changes his mind, saying he really recognizes Chen Yuan's hard work and tells him not to take what his son did to heart, while imagining that he is some kind of money god for spending 500 million out of nowhere. Seeing this, her father knows it wouldn't be smart to become his adversary. Pineapple Head starts yelling at his father, saying that he was the first to be hit, and now he gets hit a second time for being a fool. As he is being beaten, Chen Yuan walks out the door with Ruyo. Sometime later in the Ferrari, she thanks him for saving her. He says nothing has changed, it's not the first time he has saved her. In a flashback, Ruyo was riding her bike home, worried she wouldn't meet anyone strange. Of course, she met the most honest people in society who wanted to talk to her. One of them even offered an ear cleaning, but from afar, someone was running towards her, and he arrived, headbutting one in the stomach. While holding off the guys, he told her she could run and not look back. She ran while Chen Yuan stayed there, getting beaten. She was so desperate at the time that she didn't remember his face. Later, she returned with the police to the same place, but the boy was already gone. Crying her eyes out, she says she never imagined she would find the person who saved her once. She gets all excited, saying she never expected it would be him. Another 10 favorability points, and with that, we reach the legendary 95 and the counterattack is ready. The system detects that he spent 500 million to bootlick her, and in return, he will gain 50 million for himself. Moreover, he gains several attribute points, proficiency in English, French, Russian, and Korean. Good heavens, he became a polyglot. Chen Yuan is amazed. The system worked, and the deal was quick this time. Staring at her, he thinks it's too good to be true. He never had the courage to talk to her and could only watch from a distance. The only time he could do something was to save her, but it was an action that always brought him pride. He takes a look, and they get closer to feel each other's breath. When of course the phone rings and they separate. It's Zhao Yu, and now it's complicated. She says she has already moved into the house and bought some furniture. Does he know what day tomorrow is? He says yes, tomorrow is her birthday, and he has already bought several presents. While thinking it's a critical moment, in the middle of the house with the changes, she asks him not to be too extravagant when meeting her friends. He says it's fine, he will think about what to bring as a gift. While her friend is just wanting to set up the furniture. She never revealed it, but she finds it wonderful to have a house worth 60 million. Crazy in the head, Chen Yuan says his friend is organizing a birthday party and asks if she wants to go. His strategy is that if he leaves things very exposed, no one will doubt him since he isn't hiding anything. However, she tells him not to worry and to go ahead. She has plenty to handle. But she isn't foolish and isn't asking questions she knows won't get answered. He says it's a pity because she would be the most beautiful one there, and she replies that when she has a chance, she will visit. But he's just being polite. He knows that if she really accepts, things will get complicated. Meanwhile, she is confident in her charm, believing she can win even if there are more beautiful women. This one loves competition. Getting out of the car, she thanks Chen Yuan for everything he did today. He tells her that if she feels bad for not being able to accompany him today, she can repay him in another way. She gives him a 500 million kiss on the cheek. However, she warns him that now he is marked by her and belongs to her. Chen Yuan suffers. As he is getting back in the car, thinking about going home to play some games, someone suddenly asks if that's his car. When he looks back, it's Chutong, shocked with her thumb out. Door closed, car on the road, and she was ignored. Her friend then says it looks like he lied last time and was just testing her again. Chutong is shocked for the 10th time. She messed up again and asks her friend what she should do to get him back. Her friend says it's not possible, she missed her chance. But maybe she can. Chutong is stunned. She gets angry, asking if she really is thinking of trying something with Chen Yuan. Her friend says he is amazing, so why wouldn't she try since Chutong can't anymore? Chutong starts radiating like Goku, pulling her hair, and now they're fighting over nothing. Our boy just closed the door. They're fighting, getting uglier and uglier. Lying on the ground with everyone recording. A while later, she is desolate, having lost the man and her friend. Chen Yuan keeps improving, and the distance between them keeps growing. This way, she has no more chance. Suddenly, someone tells her to stop crying. It's Shen Shui from Dreamland, asking if she's interested in becoming an internet celebrity, and that she knows a way to help her get Chen Yuan back. At home, Chen Yuan is just wondering what to give Kiki as a present. When he was about to leave his room, one of his friends mentioned that Chutong was starting a live stream. In the stream, she talks about everything that happened between her and the top spender on that platform. She told everyone how their relationship started a long time ago, but after everything they went through together, he didn't want her anymore. Chen Yuan is angry while his friend is curious if she really was with that rich guy. But our protagonist is already furious. She still wants to play the victim. But he thinks this plan doesn't suit her. There's definitely someone behind it. He then calls one of his friends and asks about who is sponsoring her live stream. Shortly after, he is informed it's Dreamland Shen Shui's company. Chen Yuan is outraged. The damn girl provoked him and now thinks he won't do anything. At Dreamland, Shen Shui is impressed that her live stream was so successful on its first try. When she proposed this idea to her boss, she was reprimanded. But one of her employees found out about his childhood love, Lin Chutong, and that's where she saw the chance to win him over. She thinks she is a genius. Then she gets a call from her boss informing her that their company has been banned from the platform. He went to the group of billionaires and told everyone to be careful and remove any investments or involvement with that company. Since that group is only for the ultra-rich who trust each other, everyone just followed the information and made several calls to withdraw everything they had. This caused a storm in the place, and in the end, they were banned from everything and had to terminate operations. One of the guys came to inform her that since everyone withdrew their investments, it would need 10 million to keep the place running, but they didn't have that. She was trembling and furious, wondering who was messing with her. Seeing the initial downfall of the company, some investors came to talk to her and withdrew everything they had. Even the streamers working for her left since it wasn't worth staying in a banned company. Without any investors, the company also lost the least they had. Leaving with boxes in hand and the place desolate, she didn't know what to do. She was sure that to have so much power, it could only be Mr. Wan, and why did he do that? Even Chutong was banned from the platforms, all obviously because of the bald contacts he had. And now it was time to buy something for Kiki. When suddenly Shen Shui smacked her face against the glass, giving him a scare. With tears in her eyes, she said she was foolish and begged for forgiveness. And with that, the counterattack began with zero favorability. However, he thought he wasn't interested in an older woman, even though she always came back from the market with 2 giant bags. He lowered the window and in full Giga Chad mode, told her it would be best if she didn't bother him anymore. Strangely, she collapsed to the ground, drooling and wondering why she hadn't realized he was so handsome, especially when he spoke so coldly to her. Her favorability increased and he sped up the Ferrari on the road. At Kiki's mansion, her friends were all impressed with the new house. Suddenly, one of them questioned. A girl with green hair asked if that place was really her house. As far as she had heard, the owner of the place was an old man. Kiki's friend told them to shut up, saying it was ridiculous to think she would be with an old man. However, the girl's boyfriend said it was true, and the owner of the house even had a 12-year-old daughter. Everyone started thinking that the house wasn't hers, but just a favor from an old man. But her friend slapped the paper on the table, showing that she was the sole owner of the place. And people started believing that she had really bought it with her live stream earnings. Meanwhile, Kiki was feeling insecure, wondering why he hadn't arrived yet. He got out of the Ferrari with a teddy bear in hand. He parked his car far away to avoid drawing too much attention. Suddenly, he heard something coming from behind, and a car almost ran over his foot. It stopped in front of everyone, who wondered if it was a guy named Tang. The blonde guy named Tang Xuan got out of the car and ordered someone to park it for him. At that moment, he noticed Chen Yuan on the side. He wondered if Kiki had really invited this sewer rat to the party. Not to mention, he brought a teddy bear, which was ridiculous. Suddenly, Kiki shouted that he had finally arrived. As the two turned, she said she had been waiting for a long time. Tang Xuan, all gleaming, said it was so good to see her happy like that, but she dodged him. She went straight to Chen Yuan, who brought the teddy bear for her and thanked him. Everyone started commenting on how the fool was ignored, while he wondered why she was giving attention to this kid. Suddenly, a red truck passed behind him, and he thought the perfect chance had come. He told Kiki he brought a gift that he was sure she would like. While the guys were unloading some things from the truck, he thought that Rat should have stayed in the sewer, and now would learn the difference between them. He gave her a Yamaha CF6 piano, and said he thought it was perfect for the star of the day. Did she like the gift he brought? She said she did, but the piano was very expensive, so she would transfer the money back. He said it was okay because the value was nothing to him. Besides, he had composed a piece just for her. The girls were all smitten and excited to see what he would show, and he started playing the keys, music here and there. The other girls kept saying the two were a perfect match with that piano talent. Kiki strangely complimented him, saying she couldn't compare to such talent, and he said she was flattering him too much. He then turned to Chen Yuan and asked why he didn't show a bit of his talent. Chen Yuan smiled, realizing the guy wanted to embarrass him, and said he would then show a bit of what he knew. Kiki wondered if Chen Yuan really knew how to play the piano, but obviously he knew nothing. But with 35 enhancement points, any skill can be improved. The system notified that it would take 10 points to learn, and he used them immediately, while thinking he would make that guy look foolish, and asked the system for 50 years of piano experience. He started glowing at the piano, and Xuan noticed his vibe had changed. He started playing, and the guy was stunned. It was the same piece he had just played, but the kid had already memorized it. Chen Yuan was confident, saying the surprise was yet to come. He started accelerating the music even more, without missing a single note. The boy was on fire. People were sweating, wondering if it was normal, and if he had 4 hands by any chance. He had to be the new Beethoven in front of them. In their minds that have that talent, Chen Yuan must have undergone brutal training. He was like a machine gun firing at each note. When he finished, smoke even rose from the boy. At the party, everyone was silent. As the legendary loose cigarette, he pulled one from the pack. He placed it on the piano string, which was so hot it lit the cigarette. The Chinese know no limits. He put his hand on Xuan's shoulder and told him, "Your skills are good, just keep working hard." He then placed the cigarette in the guy's mouth and said that playing the piano was about expressing emotions, not creating competition. The guy seemed to fall in love, saying he understood. Everyone was impressed, and suddenly Kiki made a mischievous face, saying she had chosen the right person. Sitting on the couch, she thought he was a treasure among men, and her favorability kept rising. It finally reached 95, and now the counterattack was successful, automatically evolving to a level 60 piano maestro, and Kiki was now becoming a loyal follower of the boy. Since he spent 78 million on her, he received 7 million in return. The guy was finally managing to take advantage of this system to get rich. With 25 more enhancement points, he didn't even know where to use them. Suddenly, someone came from behind, saying he was full of incredible surprises. It was Kiki, saying he made her very happy that night. He said that this performance was his second gift, so how would she thank him? A new girl appeared, Kim Bing-soo, known as the Ice Beauty. She wasn't famous for her looks, but for her hostile attitude towards all men. Because of this, everyone speculated she was a lover of women. Besides, she was always close to the president, so they even thought they had a relationship. But the truth is that she was kidnapped in her childhood. Even though the police arrived in time and nothing happened, it created a trauma in her, and since then, she hates men. Kiki asked Chen Yuan who he thought was more beautiful between the two. He told Kiki that of all the women he had met, she was the most beautiful, while thinking he wants to avoid women like Bing-sui as much as possible because they're all crazy. At that moment, Kiki called her friend over to meet him. She apologized, saying she was stuck in traffic. Kiki quickly introduced Chen Yuan, who asked if he was the guy who had played the piano, and he said yes. But she said she had heard he was the type of guy who had relationships with several girls. Really a man with no morals, even if he had some talent. Chen Yuan wanted to strangle her, but Kiki told him to calm down, saying she had always been like that. But the system doesn't forgive, and another target was found. Kim Bing-soo, 25 years old, 52 kilos, and 9.3 in appearance, with -80 in favorability. And you would gain combat skills if he completed everything. Chen Yuan threw the system on the ground, saying that last time it was the aunt, and now it's another woman he doesn't want to bootlick. The night passed, and it was time for the birthday wishes. She celebrated, they cut the cake, and everyone was happy, until Bing-soo called Kiki for a little chat. Outside, she warned Kiki that it would be good for her to stay away from Chen Yuan, and Kiki asked why. Bing-soo said that Chen Yuan was involved with many girls, and she didn't want to see her friend in a toxic relationship. Besides, she was about to graduate and wanted to pass the president's position to her. Kiki seemed to want that president's position. She remembered that when she arrived, she always competed with Bing-soo, and they argued a lot. But now in the end, Bing-soo wanted to pass the president's position to her. Were the rumors about Bing-soo true? Was she looking for some fun with a capital L? Embarrassed, Kiki responded that she really didn't deserve the position and it was better to find someone else. But Bing Sui approached and said that love really blinds people because Kiki wasn't acting like the person she knew. Kiki said she was even thinking about leaving the student council to spend more time with Chen Yuan. Bing Su got angry, saying she was losing all ambition and being stupid because of that guy. Her favorability kept dropping while he wondered if he couldn't even eat cake without losing points. The party was about to end, and everyone was leaving. Suddenly, she told Chen Yuan to wait a minute. There was something she wanted to tell him. He was about to leave thinking she was getting more adorable with more favorability. All she did was invite him to watch a movie tomorrow, and he thought she was inviting him for some Netflix and chill. Suddenly, he heard someone crying in the background. It was Shuan, leaning against his card, devastated and wondering why he had practiced piano his whole life. Chen Yuan felt awkward seeing the guy there, and went to talk to him, surprising him. The guy was startled and asked what he wanted. Chen Yuan said he had just lost a piano duel, which wasn't a big deal. He felt awkward because he had humiliated the guy using the system. However, Shuan interpreted it differently and thought he was being belittled. Chen Yuan said that wasn't the case, but Shuan replied saying he admitted Chen Yuan's skills were good. However, it didn't matter because his family was extremely wealthy and he had everything good. He pulled out his car key and said he was sure Chen Yuan was a poor guy who didn't even have a place to fall dead. But Chen Yuan was heading to the Ferrari. The poor guy even broke his car key. Lying on the ground, he wondered why the god wore simple clothes and drove a Ferrari. As he was leaving, wondering what movie to watch with Kiki tomorrow, he suddenly saw Bing Su standing in the middle of nowhere. She clearly looked cold and he imagined she might catch a cold. But he didn't care about that, letting the ice princess freeze and sped away. However, when he looked in the rearview mirror, she was surrounded by some guys. They asked if she was alone and if she needed a bodyguard by any chance. If she made them happy, they would even do it for free. She got angry and said if they touched her one more time, she would call the police. The guys laughed in her face, and said the angrier she got, the more fun it was. However, they stopped laughing when she kicked one in the balls. She turned and ran, leaving the guy in agony. He told his friends to capture her, who was already fleeing. Looking back, she was confident she could outrun them, but there were too many of them. However, suddenly she ran into Chen Yuan, who asked if she was okay. She was curious to see him, but now the guys had already surrounded them both. The guy who had been kicked told his friends to capture her quickly. She thought that men were indeed bastards, and now she was trapped because she bumped into this damned Chen Yuan. But he warned the guys they had 2 minutes to get out of there. The guy with the mohawk asked what would happen if they didn't leave. Sometime later, everyone was lying beaten on the ground. Chen Yuan wiped his hands, saying he had given them advice. He turned to Bing Sui and asked if she was okay. But he lost 5 favorability points. The poor guy was in disbelief. He was now at minus 95 after saving her. She was glaring at him with fiery eyes. He had no idea how this happened. She asked him if he thought he was amazing for acting like that. Did he think such a trick would work on her? She was waiting for a car, some gangsters showed up, and he saved her. Clearly, he had orchestrated everything. Not only did she underestimate his intelligence, but he also underestimated hers. She grabbed him by the collar and said that Kiki was willing to give up the president's position just to be with a guy who deceived everyone just to be with her. She turned and said that trash like him made her even angrier. Chen Yuan was in disbelief that she invented this whole story. What madness is this? He called after her, saying he would explain. But she said she didn't want any explanations and just hoped he wouldn't use such a trick again. Our boy was left there not knowing what to do, and the guys were getting up from the ground. He vented his anger on the guy who was waking up. With that, he left, cursing everyone, in disbelief that such a thing happened, until his phone rang and he wondered who was calling. It was Ruyo. From her presidential bed, she wanted to know if he was free tomorrow. He wanted to know why, and she said she was free and wanted to watch a movie with him. But now things got complicated for the guy because he had already planned a movie with the president. Before he could respond, she said it was the first time she had invited someone like this, and just hoped he wouldn't reject her, please. So he devised a devious plan. He would have one in the morning and one at night. The next morning, his friend sent him a message wanting to talk to him. When he met his friend, he explained that he had bought tickets to watch with a girl, but got stood up and wanted Chen Yuan to accompany him. Unfortunately, there was a friend he couldn't refuse because when he was poor, this friend was always there. The plan was to watch with a friend at 2 in the afternoon, with Kiki at 5 and with Ruyo at 8. He knew this wouldn't be an easy day. Suddenly, he looked to the side and was startled by a crazy girl. There was a girl putting on makeup inside his car out of nowhere. She apologized, saying she was distracted with her makeup and accidentally got in without noticing. He said that since she had regained her senses, she could get out. But she said that maybe she had entered by accident but found the right person. In her mind, she wouldn't miss this chance. And she asked for his contact because she felt a connection. But with his phone in hand, he said he didn't have a phone, clearly not wanting to give a chance to the stranger. She said it was fine then, she would get out of the car. As she was leaving, the guy outside recognized her and asked what she was doing there. Chen Yuan and the girl recognized him as Liu Wenji. He's a friend of Chen Yuan, who they were going to the cinema with, and he asked why she was getting out of the car. Did the two of them have something going on? Chen Yuan was worried his friend would get the wrong idea. He got out of the car and tried to explain to his friend, But his friend got angry at the girl and told her he was sure she saw his friend driving a luxury car and threw herself at him. Ken Yuwon confirmed that was exactly what happened. They locked the car and left. She was in disbelief that Liu Wenji knew such rich people. While they were watching the movie, a friend asked him why he couldn't get any women. He was so unlucky. Chen Yuan told him not to worry too much about it, and two girls behind them said they were strange for watching a movie together like that. Ken Yuan then told his friend that he should never expose his needs. He explained that the more you chase after women, the worse they will treat you. A real man doesn't spend his money on women, but on himself to impress women. That's what he said, and his friend was impressed, saying he had heard a confession from the gods. He grabbed Chen Yuan's hand and said he really understood how things work now. Ken Yuan told him to be careful. People might think the wrong things. And he explained that to attract more women, he just had to be a bit more handsome, a bit richer, and have a few more girlfriends. That's how it works. His friend was frustrated with these obviously impractical tips. As they left the cinema, his friend thanked him, and Chen Yuan said he had a favorite asked in about 2 hours. The girls behind them left convinced they were a couple, all part of Chen Yuan's plan to escape and go on a dangerous adventure. In front of the cinema, someone was waiting. It was Kiki, wanting to know where Chen Yuan was. Suddenly, a guy named Wu Banshee appeared, asking if she could give him her contact info. She apologized, saying she was on a date, but the guy insisted, saying her date wouldn't be interrupted by giving her number. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Chen Yuan, saying he would show how it's done. He put his hand beside her and asked if they could have a deep conversation somewhere with fewer people. The guy wondered if this kind of harassment would actually work, but she responded affirmatively, and the guy was fuming with disbelief. They were watching an action movie and Kiki kept glancing to the side. She asked if he wasn't interested in the movie since he was always on his phone. He tried to explain that it was some family business that had been troubling him a lot lately. She believed him, imagining that to have so much money, he must have many problems. His life was different. People only see his extraordinary skills but don't see the countless drops of sweat he sheds while practicing every day. He had been training tirelessly since childhood. He should be training for his future now, but here he was being monopolized by her. Okay. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his and he was startled. When he looked over, she was crying. He was embarrassed, wondering why she was so emotional. As they left the cinema walking down the street, she asked if he wanted to recommend something. But just as he was about to answer, he received a call. He had asked his friend to call right after the movie so he could escape. He answered and asked what it was. Changing his expression, he said it was something very serious, and he had to handle it now. His friend was confused, as was Kiki. He then told her his friend had some problems and he had to go help, and she said it was okay. It was fine for today. As he left, she thought he was a very decent man for giving up a woman to help his friends. In the car, the sly Chen Yuan was thinking he was a genius. Now he just had to win the last challenge. He arrived in front of her apartment and informed her he was downstairs, while thinking he would never do this kind of thing again. His life was worse than a battlefield. Someone called him, and the girl appeared casually, asking if he had waited long. Our boy was smitten, saying she looked stunning. She really was a treasure among women and could look good in any style. She asked if he was ready to leave, and he said, "Let's go," while thinking that if things went well, they could take it to the next level. They went to the cinema, then to a restaurant, and the night passed, and they were back home. As he was leaving, she told him to rest well and said she enjoyed the night, but he asked her to wait. Could he come inside to get a glass of water? She seemed very happy to accept. The scene shifted to him taking a shower, while she wondered why she had done such a thing. She thought he just wanted a glass of water, but after he arrived, he said it was too late to leave, and she allowed him to stay. She couldn't believe she accepted that. What would she do if he asked for that? But it wouldn't be impossible. Then she saw something in his pocket. When she took it out, it was the tickets for all the movies he had watched today. Our guy was caught in 4K. He came out of the shower saying he was ready, but was startled when he saw the tickets on the table. She then wanted to know what that meant. Either he was a movie addict or he was dating a lot of women. Why did he want to get involved in her life just to be with other women? Ken Yuan couldn't say anything while she was berating him, saying he just played with her emotions. Minus 20 favorability points as she told him to leave, now down to 75. He was trembling, thinking he had seen this coming. He then told her that he never thought she trusted him so little, and a few movie tickets and everything he did for her went down the drain. Angrily, she said he still had the nerve to make excuses. He called Wanji and told her to talk to him and ask what they did today. Wanji answered, asking why he was calling so late. Royo took the phone and asked him if he went to watch a movie with Chen Yuan today. Wanji said yes, he had invited a girl, but she declined, so they went together. But he snapped to reality with a name he heard and asked how this happened. She half ignored him and angrily hung up the phone, saying it was all settled. Now she was confused, not knowing if he was telling the truth or if his friend was lying to her. She had the number of the girl he said he was going to the cinema with, so she decided to check. When the girl answered, she said yes, the guy had asked her to watch a movie, but she declined until a guy in a Ferrari showed up. Ken Yuan asked if she wanted to check his cards to see what he bought. He turned, saying he was very disappointed. She said there must have been a misunderstanding and asked for forgiveness, but he slammed the door. Outside, he thought he managed to get out of that situation. The guy doesn't lie much. She sent a message on her phone and he said it was okay. He understood and forgave her. She felt relieved, thinking he was very kind, and her favorability rose by 21 points. Now he relaxed, her favorability went up again, luckily by 1 point more than before. He realized he needed to be more careful since he almost ruined everything. He needed to keep in mind that certain connections are just for gaining points and status, while others are for fun and joy. If he got the system for revenge, he would build a harem. Some girls passed by him, commenting that they were going to watch something. He seemed to recognize the name and decided to take a look as well. The court was packed with people. The girls were all excited, cheering and saying they loved them. On the side were Shutong and her friend, who suddenly teleported next to Chen Yuan, who greeted the famous Shu Lil. But someone touched his shoulder, and when he turned, it was Jiang asking if he liked basketball. The guys seeing this were all envious, saying Chen Yuan was a lucky guy. Suddenly, Bing Sui appeared, saying that men love to talk behind women's backs. Kitty told her to relax since they were just going to watch the game. On the court, Shuan was worried, seeing Chen Yuan there again. And there were a lot of girls surrounding him. What kind of disaster is this? But he saw Kiki and believed this was his chance to shine. He had been practicing basketball for the past 6 months. It was time to humiliate this guy. He threw the ball in his direction. Ken Yuan sensed something coming and in Spider-Man style managed to catch it. He turned to the guy and said it was shameful he acted that way just because he lost in the piano competition. Suman said it didn't matter. If he wanted, he could come and compete in basketball. Our boy seemed to be losing his temper with the guy. He threw the ball back, saying he would play then. Suman decided to catch it, but the throw was too strong, and he was knocked back. Kiki was impressed by the powerful throw, while Bing Su commented that men are all savages who know nothing but fighting. The poor guy was lying on the ground with his friends asking if he was okay. He couldn't believe that Chen Yuan was that strong. Ken Yuan said he wasn't interested in a one-on-one, why not have a 5-on-5 to see the school's level? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe he had called for a 5-5. Shuan knew he had the school team, the coach on his side, and the crowd. This was more like a 1-on-9 and he was sure he would win. The game started and he received the ball. He was confident he would humiliate Chen Yuan and finally make Kiki recognize who was better. Ken Yuan was surrounded not only by enemies but by his teammates as well. But he knew very well that this would happen. Who needs a team when you have this system? With that, he added 30 more years of basketball experience. Shuan continued to be confident, thinking it was time to show his skill. He jumped to dunk the ball. But suddenly, Chen Yuan appeared and blocked it easily. Everyone froze in disbelief that the poor guy was defeated so easily. It was one play, and the guy was already psychologically shaken, and Chen Yuan said it was his turn now. But the referee blew the whistle, saying it was a foul. With that, Schumann took a free throw and scored a point. Thinking Chen Yuan was an idiot since everyone was on his side, there was no way he could win. But the school crowd was starting to notice something was wrong. It was shameful to call the referee for something like this, and Chen Yuan was getting angry. Now he was motivated to end this guy. The game resumed and he stole the ball. He went and scored a basket. The poor guys hadn't even moved from their spots. Shuan scolded his team for not being able to block one guy. He even cursed Chen Yuan's team for not stopping him. Once again, they tried to surround him, but he jumped and scored another. The referee and the players didn't understand why he was trying so hard. Clearly, the game was rigged for him to lose. So why didn't he just give up? The referee started to remember what he taught his students about respect, and how, when entering the court, you should always give your all. Seeing Chen Yuan trying so hard left everyone in the basketball community emotional. Ken Yuan advanced once more, not understanding why everyone was standing still. People couldn't figure out what was happening. On the court, it seemed like no one else was moving. From afar, Kiki said he was winning the game and maintaining his virtues. Shuan couldn't understand why no one was following his plans anymore. The score was now 60-2. Shuan was exhausted, and Chen Yuan was advancing once again to humiliate him. At that moment, he thought that if he at least defended this one, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Ken Yuan approached. He jumped, and Shuan threw his elbow into his chest. But it was his arm that got broken. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain, and Chen Yuan slammed the dunk. With that, he gained points with Kiki. He gained points with Shutong. He gained points with Shu Lil. He gained points with Xiang. As he was leaving, he said Shuan didn't deserve to be the team captain. It really insulted his skills to have to compete with someone so dirty. Shuan told him to stop being arrogant, saying he would soon regret it. Some girls said they even forgot to record because he was so incredible. Seeing that, Jiang wanted to know where Chen Yuan was. She wanted to give him a bottle of water, but Kikit also wanted to give him a bottle of water. However, all four were holding water bottles with liquid spilling. Chen Yuan fled, sweating nervously. Choosing which bottle to drink the nectar from could make him lose all the others. He took a shower after the game and received a friend request from someone in the group of rich people. The guy called him and he asked what was up. The guy said it was nothing much. He just wanted to know if the boy wanted a wife. Ken Yuan was skeptical about this offer. The next target was named Gao Xinyuan, a 22-year-old actress. Her career was going very well, but she got involved in an online scandal and the company ended her contract. The guy who called him in the group was Gao Lang, her brother, who was asking for Chen Yuan's help. Ken Yuan asked if he was hearing correctly, did Gao Lang want him to marry his sister? Gao Lang clarified that it wasn't exactly like that. He said it somewhat casually. It's just that his sister was falsely accused and now her contract was terminated. So he wanted to know if Chen Yuan would like to buy the house she lives in. Ken Yuan thought he really needed to buy a house for himself, but considering she's an actress, she must love spending money, which would make her a perfect target for the system. He then told Gao Lang to arrange for him to meet his sister and see the house. Gao Lang said he would arrange everything now, thinking the group never lies. Mr. Yan is truly incredible. It seems the rumor that he saved the Xiao family isn't a lie. At the house, Gou Zhuanian was furious. Obviously, and now that her career was going downhill, a bunch of guys were offering to marry her. But she didn't want any of that trash. None of them deserved a beauty like hers. All she wanted was to be a simple actress. Why did everything have to be so difficult? She then received a call. It was her brother telling her not to worry about money anymore. He found the perfect person. She was a bit confused about who it was, and her brother explained that it was a very influential guy who recently appeared. Hearing the name Mr. Yan, she already imagined a rundown fat guy. With that, she berated her brother, saying that when he got home, he would get beaten. Her brother tried to explain that he was an incredible guy and to show him the house as he was arriving soon. She hung up, angry, saying all men were the same, a real disaster. With her hands to the sky, she swore that even if she had to jump off a building, she wouldn't accept a cent from this man. In front of the house, Chen Yuan was impressed with the structure, and it wasn't very far. He rang the doorbell, and she thought the old man had come running like a desperate fool. She walked slowly down the hallway just to annoy him. She opened the door, saying she came running and for him to stop being annoying, but she blushed. As soon as she saw Chen Yuan introducing himself, before she could ask who he was, he entered, apologizing. She was impressed that the boss was so young and handsome. He sat on the sofa and told her she could sit too. She was a bit confused, as it was her house. She asked if he didn't want to see more of the house, and he said he had seen enough to know it was a good house. After all, that's not why he was there, and she wanted to know why then. He said the most important thing was her, and he wanted her to be his mistress. Wow, the boy is bold, activating this system wildly. Gou Zhuanian 9.2 in appearance and minus 35 in favorability. Ken Yuan thought that this time he wouldn't waste time, he would go on the offensive. But hearing this, she wasn't pleased. The guy came in, asked her to be his mistress. She would have to humiliate him. She said he was very direct, but it wasn't impossible if he accepted some conditions. First, the car worth 10 million. An amazing apartment, and he had to invest 2 billion in 2 films where she would be a lead actress. Before she finished, he said that was very little. It seemed simpler than he thought. She was in disbelief. Obviously, the boy would like it. He was eager to spend all the system's money. Returning home, Gao Lang was shocked Chen Yuan's car was still there. Why hadn't he left? He entered the room and asked his sister why the loose cigarette car was still there. Despondent, she said she actually got it as a gift from him. Besides that, he deposited a lot of money into her account. The brother then asked if everything went well with the house sale and if she at least got the 2 million. Showing her phone, she said she got 1 billion. The boy's eyes sparkled, imagining that Chen Yuan really liked his sister. Finally, he could retire and become an uncle who only smokes cigarettes. Gou Zhuanian couldn't forget about Chen Yuan. He handed over the money, said he transferred the car to her name, and left, saying he had other things to do. He only came to help her because he didn't like seeing beautiful women suffer. Wow, what a hero. With that, she couldn't forget the boy. She thought he wasn't so bad after all, and her favorability kept rising. At Bingsu's graduation, she warned Kiki to be careful with Chen Yuan. Kiki tried to explain that Chen Yuan wasn't what she thought, but Bingsu was clearly determined to hate the guy. She then revealed to her that on her birthday, he orchestrated some gangsters just to try and win her over. Kiki said it seemed like she had a very troubled mind. Chen Yuan is a hero that everyone at school likes, showing a photo of Shulil and her dad holding a poster. Not to mention that on her birthday, he had no idea she was going there, so it was impossible that he had set everything up. Bingsu started to question if she had really misunderstood things. Was she exaggerating with her paranoia? With that, she left without saying anything to Kiki. Now Bingsu felt embarrassed, thinking she had been mistaken in her romantic delusion. Back at work, she was exhausted. She was dying of shame because she had told her friend that her boyfriend was hitting on her when in fact he wasn't. Not to mention that every time she remembered the incident, the only thing that came to mind was Chen Yuan protecting her. Suddenly, her boss called her for a meeting, waking her up to reality, and informed her that there would be a charity dinner with the city's top businessmen. The boss wanted her to go and become friends with a certain Yang, a type of millionaire who had recently appeared. Bingsu felt sad. She had joined a company with a female boss to avoid this kind of thing, but she accepted. It was that or lose her job. Back at home, Chen Yuan was talking with the guys from the millionaire group. After he gave infinite money to Gou Zhuanian, she had been able to defend herself against the false accusations, and Chen Yuan was impressed with how well she handled things. On the other end of the phone was Hao Chang-ki, inviting him to the charity dinner. Thinking that it would only be rich people, he knew he could find a way or someone to spend a lot of money on. So of course he would go. Back at Gou Zhuanian's mansion, she was doing her best to defend herself from the accusations, but it wasn't easy. Every time she needed more money to invest in marketing, she received a transfer from our boy. She tried to convince herself that it was nothing, he wasn't winning her over like that. But favorability doesn't lie. The day of the charity dinner arrived. Of course, all the millionaires that our boy had humiliated were present, from the bar guy to the basketball guy. Suman said he was going to the bathroom. He knew the new magnate of the group would be at that party, and he had researched a lot to get close to this person. He knew it would be someone elegant and sophisticated, an elder with advanced vision. So he stood at the door, wanting to be the first to meet this person. But suddenly, he saw Chen Yuan arriving and wondered why he was there dressed as security. The poor guy had actually spent $20,000 on that suit, really only used to spending the system's money. But he was startled. The security guards were indeed wearing the same suit as him. Xuan went to speak to him, calling him the Prince of Basketball, and asked if he was so broke that he came there to work as security. But Chen Yuan said that wasn't the case, and that he was invited to the banquet. Xuan responded that they could enter together then, thinking he was lying and wouldn't have his name on the list. At the entrance, the security asked him to show the invitation, and Chen Yuan was confused. He hadn't received any invitation. Xuan circled him, laughing, saying he was ridiculous. He really came there pretending like that. Meanwhile, another car pulled up to the event. It was being Sue arriving for work. All the guys blushed upon seeing her. She thought she didn't like arriving in a luxurious car, but unfortunately, it was part of the company's plan. She heard some commotion on the side and looked to see Chen Yuan and the security guard. He was already getting angry, saying he didn't have an invitation, but he was sure he was invited. A security guard said everyone who was invited received something at home. Bing Sui laughed in his face, asking if he really thought he was that important. Suddenly, she appeared and said that each card allowed bringing a guest, so he was hers. The guard accepted without a word, while Chen Yuan was confused as to why she was helping him since she hated him. She turned and told him to hurry up, saying her perception of him hadn't changed. She just owed him a favor. She understood that on that night, he really did save her, and that's all. But Chen Yuan didn't like this. He was about to make a call to humiliate Xuan, and now she had ruined everything. He then told her that she shouldn't consider this repaying the favor. He didn't ask to be her lackey. It would be better if she stopped meddling in other people's business and just left a like on the video to help Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Part 3 is on the way, so activate the cheeky little... Do you remember that the last chapter ended with Chen Yuan being barred from entering the rich people's event? Bing Shui arrived and told him to come in as her companion, but he shouldn't get the wrong idea. She was just repaying her debt. Chen Yuan hated this. He wanted to flaunt his wealth and make everyone jealous. He said he was officially invited and wouldn't be her slave in this place. He warned her to stop meddling in other people's business. Bing Shui was furious. She had exposed herself just to help this bastard, and now he humiliated her. The copy-paste extras said it was better this way since this loser would never enter a place like that. The blonde guy told Chen Yuan that this was the nobles' area and he shouldn't come here dressed like a security guard. All of this was fueling Chen Yuan's anger. Then one of the group's members went to see who was causing such a commotion. He noticed that Tang Xuan, the blonde guy, was trying to humiliate the cigarette solider. He got worried, saying this would cause trouble, and called Hoshin. Meanwhile, inside the event, a man in a suit named Tang Oji was eager to meet the so-called Mr. Smoke. The car guy said Chen Yuan was eccentric, and even though he was very rich, they always treated each other like brothers. Then he got a call saying Chen Yuan was being humiliated and barred outside. He was shocked, asking how they dared to do this to a special guest. The person on the phone said the one bearing him was Tang Xuan, who was from the family of the guy next to him. He ran out, saying this bastard was ruining their family. Meanwhile, outside, Xuan continued to humiliate Chen Yuan, saying he looked good as a security guard. Chen Yuan slapped him and told him to take his effeminate hand away and stop trying to give orders. He whispered that even if they were comrades, Xuan had no qualifications for that. Xuan spread his arms, boasting that his brother was incredible with billions in company funds. As the illustrious second son of the Tang family, he was definitely better than a mere security guard. Watching all this, Bing Shui thought Xuan was full of himself, but still better than the disgusting Shen Yuan who had refused her kindness. At that moment, everyone recognized Oji approaching with the car guy. People noticed he wasn't happy. Xuan asked what he could do for his big brother, only to be slapped in the face. He staggered, asking why he was being beaten. Oji said he was bold to ask and told him to apologize to Mr. Smoke, or better yet, to the great Mr. Yuan. Xuan was confused, not understanding. Oji approached him and sincerely asked him to accept his apologies. Everyone realized then that Chen Yuan was no small deal. People started wanting to hand him their business cards and befriend him. Xuan was devastated. He lost at piano, he lost at basketball, and now he lost in family background. Was this guy his archenemy? Hoshin also apologized to Chen Yuan, saying he planned poorly, but should have at least been notified of his arrival time. Chen Yuan said they were friends and Hoshin didn't need to worry about those details. Then he was guided into the event. Bing Shui was impressed because Chen Yuan really seemed to have a lot of money, but didn't flaunt it. She knew that someone with such status would be chased by all the girls at the university. Now she felt ashamed for being so presumptuous and thinking he was following her. She covered her face, wondering how she would complete the mission her boss had given her, especially since the guy she had to talk to was called Smoke Soldier. She started to wonder if she would have to use her physical appearance. Meanwhile, inside the charity auction, Hoshin said there would be jewels, paintings, and even pieces of an island. Chen Yuan was impressed, and the guy said it was all to support the auction. Our guy now had the face of a crazy psychopath eager to spend money. Buying a piece of land in the middle of the city to build something would surely cost a lot. The problem is, as always, he has to give it to some woman to get a share later. He starts thinking about Ruoyu and Yu-Ti, but then realizes Bingshui is right behind him. However, he decides to abandon the idea because every time he tries to please her, he gets rebuffed. At that moment, a guy stands up, exclaiming how amazing it is to see her there. The blonde Gausuanian whom our guy had given a mansion to arrived looking strong and healthy. Seeing her from afar, the psychopathic Chen Yuan thought of buying everything in the place and giving it to her. He also found the seating arrangement interesting. It seemed that the more important the person, the closer they were to the front. That's when he recognized that the name of the person beside him belonged to someone extremely important in the city. Apparently, the cigarette soldier was highly respected there. Then someone sat down, and who do you think it was? Of course, it was a girl with extremely high potential, and she probably had her blood tests up to date. People around commented that she was the daughter of Secretary Shu. Our eavesdropping boy just listened. He blushed and got flustered, realizing she was not only the daughter of a big boss, but also healthy and strong. However, he turned to the side, embarrassed and nervous, though he didn't know why. Oji went over to introduce himself to her, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Obviously, the rascal was already thinking about forming an alliance or even marrying the woman. She recognized his name and said it was a pleasure to meet him too. However, she was already thinking about how much she hated attending these events her father forced her to. But she was curious to know who the boy next to her was, since usually those seats were filled with old men. She tried to talk to Chen Yuan, who pretended not to hear, turning to the side. She was confused, wondering why she was being avoided like the plague. Was she that scary? Chen Yuan was terrified of starting a conversation and having the system create a bond with her. However, she kept pestering him, saying it was rude not to even say his name. Hoshin then told Chen Yuan that he should pay more attention. She was none other than the secretary's daughter. He offered to help if Chen Yuan wanted. Our boy turned around and introduced himself. Immediately, the system started its operation. Chuyumo, 22 years old, 1.73 meters tall, 54 kilos, 9.1 appearance, and 0 in favorability. The counterattack gives 10% of what he spends, 35 points, and mastery with firearms. But our boy was devastated. This damn system screwed him again. Upon hearing the name, she said she would remember this Chen Yuan. With that, the auction began. The first item was a replica of the Titanic necklace made with diamond and platinum. Someone immediately offered 20 million. The girls were all fretting, saying they needed to receive that from their fathers or they would die. The bids kept increasing to 130, 150 million. Then Chen Yuan raised the paddle and said he would pay 3 billion. People were impressed with his audacity. Chuyumo thought that he seemed to control his own money. No father would let their son spend that much. The old men were fuming with this type of bidding. The guy had increased the value many times over. The auctioneer asked if anyone would top the cigarette soldier's bid of 105. People were seething with anger, but no one wanted to say anything. With that, the gavel was struck and the sale was finalized. When it came time to process the payment, he said it was a gift for Miss Goizuanian and should be delivered to her. Everyone heard this, and her favorability already increased by 10. Her brother immediately said the gift she was about to receive was incredible. Favorability kept rising. The poor girl knew he was doing this just to mess with her, but unfortunately, she couldn't resist and her favorability was already at 35. She got angry, saying she couldn't be swayed by such things. She was a woman with dreams and aspirations. She made a dark face, asking if Chen Yuan really thought he could win her over with money. She would show him how formidable she could be. At that moment, the woman brought out the second item for sale. Who would he give this to? It was a crystal piano. The announcer said the bidding would start at 30 million. Someone offered 35 and another 40 and another 45. Of course, Chen Yuan raised it to 200 million. He thought this would be the perfect gift for Miss Kiki. Then from the background, someone said they would offer 210 million. He looked back and saw a mage carrying 2 fire spheres. He recognized her as the heir to the Fire Group and the owner of several gaming industries. He then raised the bid to 300 million and she increased it to 310. He gave her a hard look and raised it to 500 million. The old men were all crying. Even the auctioneer was angry with this kid. He then asked if anyone would top Mr. Cigarette's offer. The item was sold to him and she was fuming. The guy thanked him for supporting the city's philanthropy so generously. The woman from the Fire Group admitted she was defeated but said buying a piano just to show off without knowing how to play was foolish. Chen Yuan asked why she thought he couldn't play. He stood up and said he would perform on the musical instrument. Of course, the rascal was confident since he had 60 years of mastery. As soon as he started playing, the girls were moved to tears. This time, they really cried from their eyes. They said his music was nectar to their ears. Everyone in the hall was moved, reminiscing about their lives. Now Chuyumo, who also had some professional techniques, wanted to add him. Chen Yuan noticed she was starting to like him. However, he seemed uninterested and bluntly said he forgot his phone. But this psychopath loved being rejected and he gained another 30 points. He wondered why he only encountered crazy people these days. She extended her hands and said it didn't matter that he forgot. He could just give her his number and she would write it down. He apologized, saying he had a poor memory. She said she would send someone to investigate his number then. They stood there staring at each other. After realizing he had no way out, he said he was defeated and would add her. She said she always knew he had his phone but was just trying to mess with her. The crazy girl thought that good things never fall into your lap. If you want something good, you have to go after it. At that moment, the auctioneer announced they would be selling failing companies. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. The woman then announced a streamer company that had recently faced some problems and shut down. The bid started at 50 million. Probably the one Chen Yuan tricked the fool into losing, and he immediately offered 60 million. Our boy was confused why no one wanted to compete with him. However, everyone was thinking the same thing. The bastard would triple the value. The presenter said Mr. Chen Yuan was trying to take everything from this place. Was no one willing to make an offer? He struck the gavel 3 times and it was sold. He then announced he hoped Mr. Chen Yuan could rebuild this company and restore it to its former glory. However, one of the guys there had received information about Chen Yuan and was eager to wipe that smile off his face. He went to the corner of the room and told someone to give him all the details to bring this kid down. He discovered that our boy was 21 years old and came from Hubei province. His parents collected oranges and had a pond. The guys looked up all the schools he attended from high school to university, but the hacker revealed that the bank account he used was a global VIP type. Less than 50 people in the world have access to that type of card, usually used for transactions between countries. The old man wondered what kind of joke this was. A farm boy had a card that only country leaders had. He was sure even hackers' information was being manipulated. He realized Chen Yuan had enough influence to alter even government records and told the hacker to stop investigating this dangerous guy. Aoji saw the guy investigating Chen Yuan and discovered something that scared him. He wondered if Chen Yuan was really a descendant of a secret family. However, the guy was a gossip, like an old woman with nothing better to do, and started spreading the news. Soon, everyone thought Yuan came from the secret Shen family, one of the 4 hidden families throughout China with worldwide influence. The guys were babbling like idiots, saying the world was about to face a storm. Even Hoshin was uneasy, saying only a dynasty could have such finances. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was walking around, thinking about who spread this rumor since his father was just a fruit seller. But at that moment, our boy was surrounded. My boy, many were around him. Some handed him their room numbers, others invited him to dance. Another said she could even do a backflip and asked if he wanted to see. Our boy was shy, not knowing what to do. While people danced, he was being dragged around. That's when he noticed Gao Zhuanyin from afar and realized she was his escape from this situation. He told everyone he already had a dance partner waiting for him. He approached Gao Zhuanyin and asked her for a dance. She was embarrassed, wondering if she should refuse because he might take advantage. However, he gave her the necklace, so it would be rude to make him lose face, and she reluctantly agreed. He pulled her in, saying he wanted to enjoy the moment since he turned down 18 others just to be with her. The rascal used the system to receive a specialization in dance skills. She was moved, saying he danced well and his hand was warm. She thought he always surprised her, but she didn't find it unpleasant and was even starting to like it. Boy, all that effort just to gain 5 favorability points. This is tough. Everyone in the hall was talking about the 2 of them. Chuyumo found it strange that he wanted to get involved with that girl considering her scandals, but at least he wasn't swayed by that swarm of killer spiders. Of course, she was angry that he rejected her and asked Gao instead. The same fool from before came to ask if he could dance with her. She told him to buzz off because she wasn't interested in old men. The poor guy was called old at 30 and felt crushed. Chen Yuan was happy he managed to gain at least 5 points with this dance. Then someone came and called him saying they wanted a dance before he left. The guy who had been rejected earlier was furious at this brat, but our boy was very Sigma and said he was unfortunately exhausted from the last dance. She said it was fine and asked what he wanted to know about her. Our boy was impressed with her resilience to rejection. Since that was the case, he suggested they could talk in the corner. She kept poking him, asking if the actress was his girlfriend, to which he replied no. The psycho got excited, thinking if the relationship wasn't established, she had a chance. Then she asked if he knew about the scandals she had been involved in. He said he didn't care since her image would soon be clean because he was supporting her. She asked how much money he spent on her. He said that unfortunately, she asked for too little, so he only gave some luxury cars, a mansion, and 2 500 million movies. Chuyumo created a story in her head, thinking Chen Yuan was being deceived. It seemed he grew up isolated to refine his skills, and that's why Gao Zhuanyin was using him to drain all his money. She then asked Chen Yuan if he didn't think her demands were too high. Uninterested, he said it was natural for a man to spend money on a woman, which is why he transferred the 200 million. She grabbed him by the tie, saying he was being deceived and abused by her, not to mention they hadn't even confirmed the relationship. She calmed herself, saying that in the end, it was his money, but he would pay the price for it. Our boy said he wasn't being made a fool like that. However, Yumo could only think that a lover always makes the worst decisions. Remembering when he was playing the piano and making bids for her, she thought it was unbelievable that such a talented man was still so innocent. The favorability kept rising and reached 45. Chen Yuan knew very well that she thought he was being exploited by Gao Xuanian, but little did she know that in the end, he would be the one winning. He made a villainous face saying she didn't yet know the skills of the big brother. He turned to her and told her not to speak ill of Gao Xuanian anymore, saying her behavior was very much like the behavior she wanted to judge. She was devastated and stood up angrily to leave, thinking she had better background, appearance, and personality than that actress. She left motivated, saying that Chen Yuan should just wait. Soon she would get him too, since she always got what she wanted in life. Chen Yuan was worried, saying that next time he would keep as much distance from this woman as possible. At the end of the event, everyone wanted to keep in touch with the boy. While he was on his phone, Hoshin approached, introducing a new friend, Zhou Xiaowei. Zhou was very shy, and Hoshin told him to lift his head and speak to Mr. Cigarette. Chen Yuan asked why Zhou was so shy and why he had brought him there. Zhou stammered as he explained that his family was selling a giant skyscraper building. Chen Yuan got excited and asked him to elaborate, and Zhou explained that it had more than 10 floors, 1,000 square meters per floor, and a total value of 2 billion. Even Hoshin was shocked, not knowing his chubby friend was a billionaire. Chen Yuan then said to add him, and he would come to check it out someday. Zhou was a bit awkward, thinking Chen Yuan would want at most 1 or 2 floors, but it seemed he wanted the whole thing. Zhou left, telling him not to sell it to anyone else, and the guy agreed. In the taxi, Chen Yuan was thinking about who he would give a 2 billion building to. It couldn't be a regular girl or she'd collapse. It had to be someone with very high mental resilience. The taxi sped up and he hit his face. The driver stepped out and told the woman to get out of the way. Chen Yuan wondered what Bingshu was doing there. She walked over, opened the door, and got in with our boy, confusing everyone. She turned to the driver and told him to start driving. The poor driver had no choice. Our boy was looking at her, wondering why she was there. Bingshu was motivated. It was her first job after graduation, and she couldn't disappoint her boss. Chen Yuan, embarrassed, tried to be polite to her, thinking he had just gotten rid of that damn Yumo, and now met the worst one. She then said she was there as a representative of the carp fish app, seeking an investment. It already had millions of downloads. Chen Yuan cut her off, asking if she was asking for help. She said it could be seen that way, but it was a win-win situation as they had great potential. Chen Yuan then asked if she was begging for his help. She said yes, she was begging for help, and asked him to stop. Almost crying, she wondered why he was using money to humiliate her like this. Now the rascal was satisfied. Finally, she was yielding. But he knew exactly what she disliked and approached, saying that if she came seeking something, she should offer something in return. He asked if she understood what he meant. Even the taxi driver thought he was a disgusting jerk. However, Bingshi slapped him, telling him to get off, saying that's why he didn't deserve Kiki. The 10 favorability points he had went down to -5. He moved to the side, saying he had no intention of sleeping with her. He was just provoking, but he didn't like cold women like her. She got even angrier and told him to stop joking around. Our boy replied that he wasn't very interested. They had only met twice, and she was asking him to invest in her company. Besides, she disrespected him last time and never even apologized. He snapped, telling her to disappear, saying she brought humiliation upon herself and ordered the taxi driver to stop now. But that's when Chen Yuan noticed his troubles had only just begun. The taxi was surrounded by 3 vans. Unfortunately, it wasn't a bunch of women, but a group of strange men getting out of the cars. There was a gang of criminals apparently hunting him. Our boy realized the night wouldn't end well. Bingshu asked what they would do. He replied that they would surrender, and that's it. The guys were excited. It seemed to be the idea of the auction man who thought capturing someone so rich would be a good move. Chen Yuan said that with such affection, he was willing to benefit everyone there. The guy said that because he was so cooperative, he wouldn't tie him up too tightly, but then he got a kick to the neck. He fell, and his friends wondered what kind of kick that was. Chen Yuan knew this time it was real criminals, not a bunch of high school kids. But with his elevated martial arts talent, it was just punches to the face. That's when one of them had the idea of using Bingshu as a hostage. But she fought back too, putting one of the guys in a chokehold. The man lost a tooth, wondering what kind of cursed woman she was. Chen Yuan thought he had it under control, but with her involved, things had gotten dangerous. With no other option, he spent all the points he'd been accumulating, 10 in strength and constitution and 20 in agility. Now even his system said he'd be extremely dangerous on a battlefield. Oh my god, the display of millions of punches was horrible, but it hit everyone's face. The leader ordered them to capture Bingshu again, but she kneed him in the groin, saying many men needed to learn their place. But then the guy pulled out an apple peeler. He lunged at her, saying she had to die. Bingshu was scared, thinking her life was over, but someone grabbed the blade with their hand. It was Chen Yuan, who said the habit of threatening women was shameful, dripping to the floor as Bingshu trembled, realizing she almost died. Chen Yuan kicked the guy, calling him disgraceful. Moments later, everyone was lying in red puddles. Bingshu was mumbling incomprehensible things to herself. Then she jumped into Chen Yuan's arms, saying she almost died. That's when our boy realized the iceberg had an adorable side. Now the rascal told her not to worry, that he was there for whatever she needed. Those words he said in the taxi were just a joke. In reality, she was an incredible girl. She asked if that was true and if he really thought that. Chen Yuan said she could trust him. He would even visit the carpfish company she mentioned because he believed in its potential. Now she was thinking that Chen Yuan was the opposite of other guys. He seemed cruel, but he was actually very kind. He acted shameless, but in the end, he was a good guy. And despite coming from such an incredible family, he threw himself into danger to save her. Our boy said it was nothing, just a little scratch. But now, it was too late. He gained a bunch of favorability points, shooting straight to 80. With that, the police arrived and arrested the criminals. Someone beside him remarked that they hadn't seen him for hours and he was already in trouble again. Chen Yuan asked why this person was there. Boy, it was Chu Yumo, who turned out to be an officer from the explosive squad, always carrying 2 spheres ready to blow. Our boy had beaten the guys so badly that some were getting blankets on the asphalt. The officer reported that 1 was dead and 7 were severely injured. It looked like a battlefield. Chu Yumo was thinking that 8 bandits came to take him down, but the boy reversed the game. Now she was excited, saying it would be worth it considering his combat skills. Seeing Bingxi staring at him, she was sure all the women were eyeing him. She got even angrier because every time she wanted to talk to him, she had to compete. She approached and said they both had to go to the station to recount everything that happened. Later, at 3 a.m., an officer approached Bingxi and told her she could go. She asked if Chen Yuan was coming too. The officer explained that unfortunately, no, because Chen Yuan was being interviewed by the captain. Bingxi said if that was the case, she would wait for him, and the officer said she could stay. An officer found it strange because she seemed very eager to wait for the guy. The captain asked to turn off all the cameras for his interview. She wondered if the game was turning against the boy. Sitting in the chair, Chen Yuan wondered what Chu Yumo was planning. Someone opened the door and handed him some food. He ate the noodles, saying he never imagined she would be a police officer. He gained another 5 favorability points, and she said the possibilities were limitless. Our boy wondered why eating noodles increased the favorability. Then he asked why he, the victim of the attack, was being detained. She approached and said it seemed he was eager to escape her, but couldn't forget he took a life today. She grabbed his chin and asked what his relationship with Bingxi was. Embarrassed, he said she came to talk to him about investing in a company. But out of nowhere, the psycho started tearing everything apart. Our boy was beaten up and asked what she was thinking of doing. Respectfully, she pulled out a medical kit. If you thought otherwise, you're lost. Go seek help. She then told him to stop thinking nonsense because she wasn't going to harm him. Seeing his dumbfounded face, she found it ridiculous that he really thought she would take advantage of him, and he said he would never think such a thing. But our boy said she was a very busy woman, so he would take care of it himself. She told him to stay still because he was too clumsy and would end up hurting himself more. Our boy realized he was being crushed, but noticed she was playing a game with him. He remembered well how girls had played this game with him in the past. They seemed to show care and attention at first, but in the end, he was always abandoned, humiliating himself by kissing their feet. Seeing Yumo as a devil, he was sure this was a trap for a Sigma man like him. He then got up and told her to keep her distance because they had only known each other for a day. Yumo asked what he was talking about since she was just bandaging him. He said he wasn't mad, but she needed to understand that he had someone else he liked. He turned poetic, saying life is full of encounters, but unfortunately, her time had passed. If it had been earlier, she might have had a chance. But if he were the type to change his choice all the time, she wouldn't like him either. Obviously, nothing works with this crazy girl who now thinks he loves purely. She went crazy, and our boy ran straight to the taxi. But from above, the madwoman was just observing, thinking no way she would lose this guy to those other cursed women. Meanwhile, Bingxi was sleeping at the police station. When he got home, he was exhausted. The day had been a mess, and he just wanted to sleep. However, when he entered, he heard the sound of a shower. He saw a silhouette in the mist and thought the president liked testing his self-control. An angel told him to calm down while the devil told him to go in. But an unknown girl came out of the shower, saying it was very comfortable there. She saw Chen Yuan, who was paralyzed, got scared and screamed for help. A while later, she was crying to Kiki, saying she would never marry because she had been seen. Chen Yuan, losing patience, said he was going to take a shower, but the friend was angry, saying that Rascal had seen everything and had Miyun apologize. Kiki tried to explain that he was a good friend, but Mei Ming found it strange that her friend was defending the guy and wanted to know what was going on between them. She ran to Kiki and told her to stop involving herself with losers like him, especially now that she lived in such a house and was a streamer who received millions. She couldn't get involved with someone like him. Embarrassed, the president said her friend was thinking wrong. Chen Yuan was an extraordinary man. Kiki hadn't explained to her friend that the house wasn't really hers. But Mei Ming kept trash-talking Chen Yuan, saying that yesterday there was an auction and a guy bought a bunch of stuff. Only that type of man should be with her. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, saying they had a delivery. Mei Ming asked what it was, and they replied it was a piano Chen Yuan had bought. The friend was sure it would be an old piano they brought, but strangely, there was a helicopter in front of the house. An armed battalion arrived in an armored car, and they wondered what kind of piano this was. A while later, it was in the middle of the living room, still covered. By now, he was scared, wondering what kind of national treasure this was. Ming got tired of waiting and pulled the cover off. She was blinded by the shine. Obviously, it was the crystal piano and she was completely cured. Ming tapped it and realized it was genuine, wondering if she was wrong about that guy. Then a news report about the auction was on TV, showing Chen Yuan being called the mysterious millionaire who spent over 500 million. Poor Ming was hit by the 500 million realization and was in disbelief. Kiki turned and said she told her that Chen Yuan was exceptional. At that moment, someone said the piano had arrived. Her expression changed as she saw our boy shining. He came down the stairs, saying it took longer than he thought. Now the crazy girl was thinking he was too handsome, going from 0 to 100. He asked Kiki if she liked it and she said it was precious, maybe too much. He then mentioned he had a business meeting and asked if she wanted to come along. Seeing her friend in the house, she didn't want to leave her alone, so she apologized and said she couldn't go today. Our boy left the house without worrying too much. At that moment, the system activated the link with Ming, starting with 20 points. However, Chen Yuan didn't like this, as she was supposed to be Kiki's best friend. He would have to make her realize that her friend had eyes on her man. While Kiki played music happily, Ming could only think about having a guy as handsome as him. But our boy doesn't know how to be poorly accompanied anymore, so he called Ruyo to join him on the business trip. She was angry as he had disappeared for days and now called her for this kind of outing. She thought he had been distant lately and wondered if it was because they hadn't done anything that night. Already angry, she said that all men seemed to be the same and his favorability dropped to 95. Our boy, from a distance, wondered why he lost points without doing anything. Face to face, he wanted to know why he was losing points and wondered if it was because he didn't pick her up from home. But our boy, being Sigma, ignored everything she was thinking and just called the chubby guy to send someone to pick him up. He knew that if he started apologizing, it would only feed these pointless problems. His plan was to solve it with the good old system. Meanwhile, in that building, a guy was talking to his friend, asking if this Kyunhan was really that amazing. It was the chubby guy's father who asked, and the boy replied that yes, he could be trusted. He was a very wealthy kid. The father said it seemed the boy was incredible and was curious to meet him. Nearby, there was an old bald man with Sutong, wondering why Mr. Zuzong was there. She seemed interested, wondering if this guy was important. She was a new employee, and the old man warned her to be careful with that Mohawk guy. He was the richest one there. Sutong wanted to know how the guy who hired her, a millionaire, thought the other guy was even richer. Then she saw a couple talking and said the person looked familiar. Was it him? The man greeted our boy, who said he was very modest to come there to meet him personally. Then the son arrived, saying everyone was waiting to meet him. Our boy was excited, saying they were very polite. While the papers fell to the floor, Sutong wondered why the owner of the place came to meet Chen Yuan. The old man said that place took 9 years to build and was extremely luxurious. At that moment, more than 300 companies had stores there. It was basically a complete shopping mall with many stores, cinemas, karaoke, and everything else they wanted. And at the top, there was still an incredible commercial area. But Ruyu wasn't enjoying all this, wondering why the bastard brought her there just to follow him around. The old man said he would show him all the floors, and he asked Ruyu what she thought of the building. She said it didn't seem that bad. Ken Yuan then told the old man that if she liked it, he liked it too. Just name the price, and he would buy it and give it to her. The father asked if he would really put the entire building in her name. Our boy said yes, as long as she liked it, nothing was a problem. The old man couldn't understand how the young man's mind worked. Rui was hesitant to accept, saying it was too much. After all, it was an entire building. But our boy wanted to convince her, saying that if she had that, she would never have any financial problems again. At that moment, she would have to take care of her parents' company, which would be a lot of work. But this building would ensure she had no more problems. Now she thought she understood why she was brought there and wondered if she should maybe stop acting like a princess. Because he gained 3 points, passing 98, he gained another 20 strength points. The chubby guy intervened and said it was all set, informing Chen Yuan that the selling price was 2.6 billion. He pulled out his black card and said if the papers were correct, the 2.6 billion would be in their account. A while later, everyone was clapping, the contract was sealed. Our boy then said he was just an investor because the true owner was Miss Rurio. Everyone congratulated her, and she felt embarrassed, wondering if this was the life of a boss. It explained why her parents enjoyed being in the office so much. It wasn't so bad being pampered. However, she already showed a psychopathic side, saying that seeing so many people bowing was a delightful feeling. Meanwhile, Pork Sutong asked why so many people were gathering. Her friend informed her that the entire building was bought and given to a girl in her 20s. Sutong observed from a distance. The friend went to talk to her, but the girl had already disappeared. The poor girl was running off somewhere, saying all this should be hers. No matter the cost or what she had to do, she was determined to get Chen Yuan back. Meanwhile, on the subway, Rui was impressed and asked where his Ferrari was. He said he loved the everyday life, and it was nice to spend more time with her this way. Rui then asked if he knew a woman named Gao Xuanian. He got a bit flustered, asking if she meant the actress. Rui asked if he knew about the rumors regarding her disputes with the guys, and he said no. He didn't care about celebrity life. She responded that she didn't care much about it either. Recently, there was news about a guy who bought a piano to give as a gift, but she didn't even look at it. Our boy was sweating, saying it was interesting to know. She asked what the problem was, and he said he wasn't ready for the subway's heat. After a while, he said goodbye to her, thinking it felt like a prison, but that he wondered if she was testing him. A friend called him, saying Bingshi seemed to have been waiting for him at the dormitory for 6 hours. In front of the dormitory, everyone recognized her as an incredible graduate from that place and wanted to know why she was there for so long. She was staring at her phone, wondering where he had gone. When she woke up at the police station, he had disappeared like a ghost, and her body inexplicably brought her to that place. The poor girl was going crazy, saying her heart wouldn't stop dancing and she needed to find calm. Could she have fallen in love with Chen Yuan? No. She tried to change her mind, saying he was just a friend of Kiki. She couldn't think like that. Our boy was in the crowd, wondering if she was really waiting for him. But she was resolute in solving the financial part of the company. Then she recognized him, ran over, and hugged him. Everyone commented that it was impossible since they thought she was a lover of women. But she was clinging to him, saying she only felt safe this way. Chen Yuan asked what the problem was, and she told him not to move away, that she didn't want to let go. His friends were just observing, saying they wanted to kill the lucky bastard. Suddenly, it started to rain and people ran for cover. Our boy turned to her and said they needed to find shelter from the rain. The next moment, they were in the dormitory, and his friends were shocked. She sat in a chair, thinking it wasn't as dirty as she imagined. The friends wanted to know how the hell he managed to get something like this. Suddenly, she asked why his laundry basket had so many dirty clothes. When the rain stopped, she wondered why she took that without thinking straight. Chen Yuan didn't worry much and said he would take her back home. On the way, he asked if all this was because of the help the company needed. She remembered the company and said yes, it was all for the company, which is why she was there. She mentioned that she hadn't sent a message because she didn't have his number. Could he give it to her? He said it wasn't a problem and told her she could contact him whenever she wanted. She asked if it was only about the financing he was talking about, but our boy was already leaving, saying not to worry, he would check the company tomorrow. The poor girl kept saying she was indeed a bad woman for doing this, but she felt at peace when she was close to him. She just didn't know how she would be treated when Kiki found out. The next day, he received a message from Ruoyo asking for help to receive the company's funds, but he told her to put someone else in charge now that she was the boss since he had things to do. He was in the car with Bingsu, who asked why he was so happy. Our boy was wondering why, after one night, she already seemed angry again. Bingsu concluded that she couldn't get involved in other people's relationships. Chen Yuan had many other options, so obviously he didn't want her. Boss and informed her that they would be there soon. However, the office of Bingsu's company was in Ruoyo's building. He asked if the company was really located there, and she confirmed it. Now he was in trouble. If Ruoyo saw him, he would lose the maximum favorability he had already gained. With no option, he went to the elevator, which opened with Ruoyo inside. She asked what he had to do that was so important this morning. Inside, there was an awkward silence. Our boy tried to stay calm, saying he couldn't show any signs of stress. He then introduced Bingsu, saying she worked at the carp fish company in the technology industry. He turned to Bingsu and introduced Ruoyo as the owner of the entire building. Bingsu was impressed that such a young woman owned such a large place, but seemed curious about Chen Yuan's relationship with a school colleague. She introduced herself and said it was nice to meet her. However, Ruoyo just stared and said hi, finding it very suspicious that such a beautiful woman was with Chen Yuan. Even though she knew he was unfaithful, he couldn't be that shameless. Once she collected the rents, she would deal with him. Bingsu then left the elevator, saying she would call the company boss and that they should wait. Our boy didn't want her to go, knowing he would be humiliated now. He turned to Ruoyo, saying he wanted to explain something. But she wasn't in the mood to be fooled and told him to speak up. He whispered to Ruoyo to be careful with Bingsu, saying she was a well-known lover of women at school and might try to seduce her. She asked if it was true and confirmed that everyone at school knew. With that, she called Chen Yuan and he went. However, Ruoyo didn't believe him and said she needed to find someone to confirm it. She decided to call some people she knew from university. When the guy saw the number, he was shocked, wondering who he had offended to get a call from her. When he answered, he asked what the adorable classmate wanted to talk about. She asked about the rumors regarding Bingsu. He mentioned that people said the student council was her playground. Ruoyo got excited, thinking Chen Yuan hadn't lied. The friend asked if she was talking about the same Chen Yuan he knew. However, she just thanked him and hung up. The guy got angry, saying he needed to inform her about the kind of person Chen Yuan was. He tried sending some messages but got blocked. Poor Ruoyo was all excited, thinking that Chen Yuan really didn't lie. When the guy started sending a bunch of messages, she blocked him. In the meeting with the president in a flexible suit, she went over all the company's numbers. Our boy was there just to spend money, so he wasn't interested in that. He raised his hand and said he already understood well because Bingsu had explained about the company. He asked her to just name the company's price. The president hesitated, knowing he had power that defied logic. She knew her company was worth $1 billion and needed at least $100 million in investments. She said $1 billion, and our boy was shocked. She wondered if she had mentioned a too high value. Chen Yuan asked if she had really taken all this time to mention such a low value. He then said he would buy 49% for $1 billion, but had a condition. The value was too good, so she wanted to know what the condition was. The president thought she was too old for him to try something like that, but if he insisted too much, it wouldn't be a big problem. He revealed that the condition was that all shares be transferred to Bingshu's name. A while later, he left the room and she was stunned. Bingshu asked how the conversation had gone. Our boy said she worked very well and would soon receive a promotion. She said she wasn't there for that and asked what he was planning. She was sure by the way he treated Ruyu that they had something going on. He should be careful because the president had genuine feelings, but she was thoughtful, wondering what her plans were. Chen Yuan asked why he should choose someone in with a psychopathic look, said he wanted everyone. She was startled and asked what kind of business this was. He made a villainous face, asking if it was wrong. She then said he had revealed his vulgar style, incredulous that she had thought something else. Chen Yuan said she was acting this way, but yesterday she had the audacity to grab him by the arms and invite him to her house. He asked if she wanted to know if he would choose her. After all, as a friend of Kiki, she shouldn't have flirted with him yesterday. He told her that someone who acted that way had no moral ground to judge him. Outside, our boy felt on top of the world. Giving her that moral lesson had been delightful. She wondered if she was really being hypocritical and concluded that after flirting with him yesterday, she couldn't teach him any lesson. Some guys passed by and announcing that the president had called for an emergency meeting. Now she was worried about the outcome of the negotiation. In the meeting room, no one had any idea what the president would say, and Bingshu was terrified. The president appeared and announced that the new vice president from that day forward would be Bingshu. She was confused, wondering why she had been promoted. The other employees were angry, especially since she had started working just a week ago. The president said they had no say in the matter, as Bingshu was a skilled, wealthy woman who had contributed significantly to the company. She presented the contract showing that Bingshu owned 49% of the company's shares. With that, no one could question anything. The president thought to herself that Chen Yuan was quite the boss, so young and buying half the company. People commented that they never imagined Bingshu had so much money. The president raised her arm and told everyone to applaud her. Bingshu, emotional, wondered if this was Chen Yuan's doing. She remembered him asking how she was sure he wouldn't choose her. She blushed and felt passionate, thinking this proved that he chose her after all. She gained 5 favorability points, then another 5, reaching 95. Now she was Chen Yuan's bootlicker, and he gained 35 strength points. Since he spent 1 billion on her, he received 100 million back. Our boy was confident, saying that having a spending strategy was the best plan. When he was just throwing everything at Seoul, he neither spent much nor gained much. But now that he planned step by step, he managed to invest much more and came out profitable. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Gao Xuanyan, crying and asking if she was an idiot. He asked what the problem was, and she said the former director had bought a bunch of people to speak ill of her again. The entire industry was cursing her, ruining her public opinion once more. Chen Yuan was shocked. Who was the bastard who had overturned his counterattack? He'd spent 200 million, and they managed to reverse the opinion again. He told her to calm down and that he would take care of everything. This guy, known as Lord Tiger or Wang Yehu, was infamous for using his influence in the industry to take advantage of women. But it seemed this significant change in opinion was due to another actress named Fang Jingyuan. Chen Yuan asked if she was that influential, and Hoshin confirmed. She was extremely famous and made many donations, so anything she said was taken to heart by the public. He warned Chen Yuan that to take down a guy like Wang Yehu, they would need unconventional methods. Our boy asked what the plan was, and Hoshin handed him a card of someone who had information that could ruin Wang Yehu's career. All they needed was to find this person. The scene shifted to a busy street where our boy wondered who would work in a place like that. Climbing some floors, he heard someone shouting about receiving payment next month. Approaching, he wondered why this guy was there. It was the pineapple-headed chubby guy cursing a man on the ground, saying they would cut his hand off. The bespectacled man, Sejin, apologized, saying he was about to finish a film and would make a lot of money to pay off his debts. But the pineapple guy said this kid had offended Wang Yehu, the so-called tiger, so it would be impossible for his film to succeed. Sejin insisted that his film had a lot of potential and that this time it would succeed. The chubby guy was about to strike him when someone ordered him to stop. He got punched in the face and fell to the ground again. The kid got up, asking who was brave enough to do that. Chen Yuan asked if he had forgotten him, and immediately the chubby guy started crying. Remembering his father's warning never to provoke this kid, he quickly apologized, saying he would leave if that was the case, and they ran away. Saijin, seeing the chubby guy get scared, was excited to meet this person. Chen Yuan turned to him and said he was there to ask a favor. Sijin adjusted his glasses and said he had something to say too. He fell to the ground, pleading to be adopted as a son because he needed help. After everything was explained, he asked if Chen Yuan really wanted to destroy the Tiger King. Chen Yuan replied that he had no plans to be anyone's sugar daddy, but yes, he wanted to destroy Wang Hu. Saijin thought that with Chen Yuan's potential, it might be possible. He then revealed that he did know something that could ruin Wang Hu. Our boy asked for the price. Saijin said the price was to be his sugar daddy and invest in his films. Chen Yuan was moved by the guy's determination to pursue an artistic career. He then revealed that he was starting a film agency with Gao Wanian and that Saijin could join. If he needed money, he could just ask. Saijin agreed, saying the deal was set, and now they were loyal comrades. He handed over a USB drive, saying it contained his secret weapon. Not only Wang Hu, but the entire entertainment industry would be shaken. Chen Yuan asked what kind of video it was, and Saijin said things would become crystal clear when he saw it. The video showed Wang Hu, the popular actress. Our boy said that with such information, they could really threaten both of them. Saijin warned that it would be terrifying, but Chen Yuan assured him that with his support, nothing would go wrong. Meanwhile, at Gao Wanian's house, she was furious because people hadn't stopped cursing her for 3 days. At this rate, she was beginning to consider leaving the entertainment industry. She then received a call from Chen Yuan and wondered why he wanted to talk to her. When she answered, he asked if she was alone. She said yes, and he said he would come over then. She felt embarrassed, wondering why he wanted to know if she was alone to visit her. She was protecting her body, nose bleeding, thinking he had lost control. 10 minutes later, he was already at the door. She thought he was too desperate and anxious like any other man. But when she opened the door, there was a chubby guy next to him, and she wondered who he was. She told Chen Yuan that he was crazy for thinking something like that. He ignored her comments and introduced Yang Zijin as a great and talented director. Now she felt embarrassed, realizing he wasn't there for anything inappropriate but to help. A while later, her mind was blown when she saw the video. Chen Yuan said that with it, they would change public opinion. Zijin was talking about starting film production, and Chen Yuan was eager to get to 95 favorability points, having already spent 2 billion on her. The video of the interactions between the actress and the director was published online, and the press tore her apart. She was furious, wondering who had gotten that damn video. The police set up a plan and caught the director red-handed with another woman, leading to his arrest. As soon as he saw the handcuffs, he knew it was all over. Taking advantage of the shift in public opinion, Gao Wanian held a press conference with the company, announcing that in partnership with director Saijin, she would launch her own film company. They received 2 billion from investors to create a masterpiece. All the journalists were impressed by the amount, while our boy was just smiling. He felt like the boss behind the scenes, which wasn't a bad thing for him. However, the guy blocked by Rui wasn't going to leave Chen Yuan in peace. He called President Kiki, saying he had something to tell her about Chen Yuan. Soon after, she was angrily questioning him, even though her traitor's friend suggested she calm down a bit. Kiki said that all these accusations about him having so many women might not be true. However, Kiki also found it strange that lately he hadn't been speaking to her, and she was feeling a bit impatient. May have understood that someone like him would attract many women, but he seemed like a man of absolute devotion. Then she saw Bingsu standing nearby, wondering whether to accept his proposal. When she saw the president, she wondered how she knew she'd be there. The president asked why Bingsu, a graduate, was there and why she hadn't informed her about her visit. Bingsu revealed that she was there to talk to Chen Yuan, but it was strictly business. However, Kiki knew very well that Bingsu used to hate him. So why did it seem like she was now willing to collaborate? A car stopped in front of the dormitory, and everyone wondered who had arrived in that Porsche. Rueyo got out of the car and the drama was brewing. Even the girls competing for Chen Yuan were impressed by her. Rueyo asked if anyone there knew a boy named Chen Yuan who lived in those dormitories. Kiki wondered what she wanted with Chen Yuan. Rueyo noticed this and asked Kiki what her relationship with Chen Yuan was. The tension between them rose and Mengming tried to calm them down. Later, the 4 of them gathered in a restaurant. Rueyo decided to break the ice, asking Kiki if she liked Chen Yuan. Kiki replied that Chen Yuan liked her too, so it didn't matter. Rueyo told her to stop being delusional. Chen Yuan had been following her for 5 years and even got beaten up for her in high school, so obviously he liked her more. Mengming, who once wanted to steal Chen Yuan, now defended the president, saying that Chen Yuan had given her a mansion and an extremely expensive piano. Remembering the news about the piano, Rueyo wondered if Chen Yuan was really involved with 2 women, but she got angry, saying she couldn't lose to these women. She revealed that Chen Yuan had bought an entire building for her, valued at 2.6 billion. This made the president think deeply. Was everything Chen Yuan had told her a lie? Bingsu then spoke up, saying she also received 1 billion in shares from Chen Yuan. The 4 of them were left speechless. Kiki said she would call them right now to sort this out, but she then mentioned that he never actually confirmed they were in a relationship. Whenever someone asked, he said they were close friends. Rueyo said it was the same with her. Mengming said they needed to confirm if he was using this as a strategy to be with multiple women. Rueyo stood up, saying she would resolve this now. However, Mengming said someone like him deserved 1,000 deaths. They needed to come up with a plan to bring him down. They discussed how Chen Yuan loved spending money to keep them around, so it was time for them to take revenge. Mengming proposed the perfect plan: force him to spend money until he went bankrupt. That way you wouldn't have a cent left to deceive another woman. The 4 of them were motivated, saying that Chen Yuan deserved a like on this video to help. If you remember, the last chapter ended just as the 4 girls gathered and came up with a plan. The idea was to spend all of Chen Yuan money so that he would no longer have any to spend on other women. Kiki felt a bit uneasy, saying that maybe this was too manipulative, but her friend insisted that he deserved it. She grabbed the phone from Kiki's hand and said she would send the message. At that moment, the message reached Chen Yuan, where she expressed her desire to start her own streaming platform. He was a bit curious, realizing that she was essentially asking for money. However, our boy knew the president and suspected that she was either being influenced or had a grand plan. He had just bought that failing platform, so he told her that their thoughts aligned and he would help. Now the two girls were a bit embarrassed. He was not only going to provide a streaming platform, but also invest $5 billion as initial funding. Instead of being angry with the boy, she became even more enamored, saying that he always plans everything for her future. She felt moved, thinking that no matter how wrong his actions seemed, he always cared about her growth in the end. Meng told her to accept quickly before Chen Yuan changed his mind, and Kiki said he never does that. While she was sending the message for Chen Yuan to start the process immediately, she was seething with anger because she couldn't find a man like him. In his room, the protagonist knew very well that it wasn't Kiki sending the messages. The way of talking and the style of words were completely different. He already suspected it was Meng, which was perfect because he would end up spending even more money. At Rui's house, her mother asked if Chen Yuan was cheating on her. She said yes because he was involved with a lot of girls. Even though their relationship wasn't confirmed, they were already very close. She received a message and said that the group was active. Her mother asked what group it was, and she explained that it was one formed by his girls to get revenge. In the group, Kiki sent a message saying she was going to receive a streaming platform. While Rui was fuming with anger, wanting to receive more than the others, her mother told her to listen. She thought her daughter was being deceived by these girls who claimed to want to work together. She explained that in the past, she and her father had a significant difference in family circumstances. She could understand that no matter how good their life was compared to Chen Yuan, they were poor. Someone like him attracts countless flies, so she had to prove her own strength. After all these girls were saying Chen Yuan was cruel, but none of them left him. This meant that each one of them was trying to monopolize Chen Yuan. Ruyu got up excitedly, saying that must be it. Her mother warned that in such moments she had to advance with unwavering determination to secure the rest of her life. Motivated, Ruyu declared that she wouldn't lose Chen Yuan to those other women. In his room, our boy received a message from Ruyu. She apologized, saying she had been blaming him for everything, which confused him. They hadn't argued about anything, so why was she apologizing now? Combining this with what Kiki said, he knew something strange was going on. At that moment, Rui received a call from Chen Yuan and she started trembling, asking her mother what to do. Her mother told her to accept it quickly and do her best. When Rui answered, our boy said he had something to tell her. He mentioned that he had recently invested in a streaming platform and made a senior named Zhao Kiki the manager. Rui got excited that he told her the truth. Her mother asked what he said, and she replied that he had told her everything the girls had put in the group. With this, her mother beamed, saying her daughter should realize that to him, she was the most important girl. Ruyu got all creamy happy, thinking that Chen Yuan really wasn't as bad as she thought and that he liked her. She was now emotional, thinking she was reciprocating his love by teaming up with other women. She began to realize that she needed to learn to treat him well. Her mother asked why she was crying, and she said she knew she had messed up and wanted to fix things. She planned to give him a gift that would surprise him. Haha, what could this little present be? Tell us. Our boy was still clueless. The next day, a guy was already delivering the platform's papers for Kiki to sign. With that, she became the owner of the streaming platform called Big Cat. Seeing how much they owed, she understood why Chen Yuan sent $5 billion. However, she was a bit conflicted, thinking that no matter how much he considered her, he didn't have a good personality. But her mood changed instantly when she realized he transferred $2 billion without hesitation, so she felt she had to show gratitude. This girl is bipolar. At a car show, she wanted to buy a car for the boy and wondered which one he would like. She remembered he had a Ferrari and thought about getting him another one. But just then, she saw Ruyu there. They noticed each other and the president asked if she was there to buy a car. Ruyu replied that her father's birthday was coming up and asked Kiki if she wasn't there to buy something for Chen Yuan. But obviously, she already disliked the president's presence. Trembling, she responded that she would never buy a car for that bastard and was there for her father as well. With that, they got excited, saying it was a huge coincidence until someone came and called both of them. It was Bingshu, and they asked why she was there. She said that her father's birthday was coming up and she was going to buy a car. With that, all three were sweating, saying it was an incredible coincidence. However, now Ruyu was sure that this revenge plan against Chen Yuan was all a lie. The problem for her was that Zhao Kiki had $2 billion, and she didn't have that much money on hand. She would have to call in some foreign help. She called her mother and told her everything, who said not to worry. She immediately told the guy at home to transfer the money to Ruyu. The guy explained that the funds were being saved for the younger boy's wedding. However, the mother sent to her leave immediately since the priority at the moment was keeping Chen Yuan with Ruyu. With that, she received $60 million from the family. She was already emotional, realizing that now her family was valuing her. If that's the case, she would win against Zhao Kiki. Elsewhere at the fair, Hoshin was talking to our boy, saying he would take him to the VIP area, where there were a lot of expensive things that were not cars. Our boy was drooling, saying that this fair was amazing. However, that's when he wondered why the two were together. Ruyu and Zhao Kiki were talking right in front of him. Even Bingshu came to bring water. At that moment, he wondered if they were forming some kind of alliance. Bingshu felt something and turned around, but there was only Hoshin, and she found it strange. Our boy had hidden behind him. He knew that things would go wrong one day or another, just didn't expect it to be so soon. And now he was sure they all knew what he was doing. The good part was that none of them had left him. However, he made an evil face saying that they had favorability above 95, so it was a chance to change things. Acting very masculine, he told Hoshin that he was interested in the most expensive cars in that place. At that moment, he replied not to worry because they had brought everything he could want: a Pagani Zonda, a Lamborghini Arconian, and a Bugatti Veyron. Instantly, our boy said he wanted all three and asked for the price. Hoshin felt a bit embarrassed, asking why he wanted all of them. His plan was to use these three cars to test the strength of this supposed alliance. Hoshin felt uneasy, saying that selling all three was a bit difficult. Chen Yuwon said that money was not a problem, but the guy explained that they had been reserved by someone else. Our boy asked by whom, and he said to take a look. The eldest son of the richest family, Mr. Lin, had reserved those two cars last year to give to his sister. Chen Yuan knew how powerful that family was, and Hoshin said there were many others to look at. With that, this guy went to Ruoyu and approached her. He introduced himself as Lin and asked if he could get her contact information, saying that she reminded him of a friend he lost, which was a great regret. However, at that moment, she noticed Chen Yuan on the side, but seeing his angry face, she wondered why he was like that. She had no intention of giving her number to this guy, so why was he acting this way? She got angry because he played with her and then looked at her like that, and because of that, she gave the guy her number. Instantly, she looked to the side and Chen Yuan had disappeared. She wasn't sure if what she did was right or wrong, but she felt bad. Walking around the event, Hoshin asked if he knew the girl. He said he knew her a long time ago, but didn't know her anymore. He told Hoshin that he would pay much more for those cars than Mr. Lin and asked if $1 billion was enough. Smiling, he said he didn't expect this to interfere with Hoshin's business. At that moment, Hoshin smiled, saying the guy was an idiot. When talking about $1 billion, anything could be done. He was excited he would profit 800 million more than usual just because of the fight between the two, and that was perfect. He knew that Mr. Lin was important, but not more important than 800 million in his account. The card was swiped, and our boy was now confident. Hoshin asked if he wanted anything else, and our boy said he wanted to prepare something for the exhibition. At the event, Rui was still looking for our boy. Suddenly, some guys came and placed a piano in the middle of the event. Everyone was confused because this sort of thing wasn't common. Then, out of nowhere, Chen Yuan started playing, and she wondered what song it was since she had never heard it before. The sound was melancholic, and she began to cry. People at the event were all emotional, saying that it felt like seeing a distant person. Kiki remarked that Chen Yuan didn't seem very happy, and Bingshu asked if it was because of what Ruoyu did. Ruoyu herself began to realize that his music conveyed a sense of disappointment. Chen Yuan finished playing and stood up, saying that when you love people, you let them do what they want, even if it means getting hurt yourself. He walked away, saying that Ruoyu was now free. She started crying, saying she was wrong, and begged him not to leave her. She tried to run after him desperately, but Hoshin told her to wait. He asked if she was Ruoyu, and she confirmed. With that, he handed her a document saying that she had received a Lamborghini Enconium from Chen Yuan. She stood there trembling, not understanding what was happening. Hoshin explained that Chen Yuan had bought the car for her without much thought. Apparently, he had deep feelings and was very generous. Now she was all distraught, crying, wondering what she had done. She had destroyed all his trust out of selfishness. Left abandoned at the event, the other two girls approached her, telling her not to cry. Then Hoshin arrived and also informed them that they both received multi-million-dollar cars. They stared at each other, thinking about our boy. Bingshi said it seemed Chen Yuan knew everything. Kiki confirmed, saying that even though he knew, he never questioned what they would do. In the end, he just tried to maintain the balance of their relationships, and despite being a jerk, he was still a jerk who cared about them. Emotionally, Kiki said he gave everything without expecting anything in return. Bingshi added that in the end, they could always rely on him. Ruoyu said she felt horrible for trying to deceive him just for money. With that, he gained another point of favorability with a 3, reaching 99. In a taxi on the way home, he was excited. That 1 billion had brought him to the brink of reaching 100 with all three, and he was curious to know what would happen at the maximum score. At the university, Ruoyu apologized, but he said he wanted to be alone for a while. The boy wasn't stupid and knew that if he spoiled her too much, she would always cause trouble. While walking around, someone asked if it was really him. It was Shul, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. She looked very casual. Our boy thought she seemed a bit different today. She grabbed his arm and started pulling him, saying she wanted to show him something. He asked what it was, and she said it was a secret. He already suspected she probably wanted some branded bag. In the end, they're all the same, but he was curious to see what it was this time. In front of the apartment, he asked what she was planning, and she told him not to be impatient. She opened the place, revealing a bunch of portraits of Chen Yuan hanging on the walls. He felt a bit embarrassed and asked if she had done all that. She said yes, the place was too empty, so she made some portraits. He asked if that was the surprise, and she said no, it was just part of it. She told him that the house was the gift she would give him. He felt awkward. asking if she was really going to give him the entire house. She said yes after the donation he made. Her father stopped getting involved in gambling and managed to rebuild the family. Because of that, his business kept improving. With her father's change, she realized she also had to reflect on her actions. She said she used to be very materialistic and understood why our boy didn't like her. She announced that she would become a woman deserving of him and win him over again. Man, what a plot twist. Our boy was confused. What was this? As far as he knew, this girl was only interested in material things. He said the house was too extravagant, but she replied that he had already given her $5 million, and this house only cost $3.5 million. If he thought about it, she was still taking $15 million from him. The crafty girl had even done the math, and I believe she is the least in debt. She handed over the key, saying she knew it might not mean much to him, but it was the best way for her to repay him. Our boy became thoughtful, understanding why she hadn't been in contact recently. Of all the girls he has been helping, she is the one with the poorest family. Yet, until now, she has taken the least amount of money from him. Our boy smiled, saying that this kind of woman aligns with his intentions. With that, he accepted the gift and immediately received a call from his friend inviting him to dinner. Upon arriving, the boys were impressed that he brought the legendary Shul. He apologized for being late and introduced her to everyone. The guys introduced themselves. The one with glasses was Lao Keo, the one in the white shirt was Lao Xiang, and the chubby one was Lao Hao. Chen Yuan also introduced Shul, but the guy said everyone already knew her, so there was no need. However, the one with glasses had a serious question and wanted to know the nature of their relationship. Both of them felt a bit awkward, and everyone stared at the guy, surprised by his boldness. Shul said she wasn't quite sure about their relationship. She was chasing after Chen Yuan, but he hadn't agreed yet. She was willing to give him a warm place to stay inside every night, known as a house, but she hadn't been very lucky. The friend said that even in the most fantastical story, they wouldn't have dared to think of such a plot. At that moment, a cup fell nearby. Bingshu was there, disguised, not wanting to be seen. She thought it was crazy that the woman had given Chen Yuan a house while she had never done anything. At this rate, his impression of her would only worsen, while this new girl would surpass everyone. She quickly went to the group chat to inform the others, telling them about a girl named Shul who gave Chen Yuan a house. She also mentioned the restaurant and Ruoyu said she was heading there now. They finished eating and the group asked for the bill. However, Shul said she would pay for everything since it was the first time they were eating together. Chen Yuan thanked her for the kindness but informed her that he had already paid. She thanked him and said she had to return to work at the internet cafe and would see him later. Chen Yuan started to like her, saying that she was surprising but not annoying. Meanwhile, Bingshui thought this girl was a master of several tactics. Clearly, she was at least an S-rank opponent. The friends approached Chen Yuan and asked when he developed this legendary charm. Our boy explained that he could teach, but the person had to want to learn. The friend said he was joking but warned that he thought Shul was a different kind of woman. However, after meeting her, he just hoped his friend wouldn't hurt her. Chen Yuan said not to worry because he was the type to always give his all in love. As they were leaving, they saw a guy named Liang. He passed by Chen Yuan getting excited. It was him who had been passing information about our boy to the girls, and it seemed he still didn't know. At that moment, a Rolls Royce stopped in front of the restaurant and he wondered if it was real. The car's window rolled down and out stepped a furious Ruoyu, but the idiot Liang was smitten. She walked towards Chen Yuan, and he was sure she was going to scold him. However, she hugged him, crying and apologizing, saying she had been doing everything wrong. She informed him that she had deleted that person's number and never wanted to see him again. She just wanted forgiveness. Seeing her using heavy spherical tactics against our boy, the guys were astonished by her skills. Liang was seething with anger as he had been bad-mouthing Chen Yuan to her behind his back, but in the end, she was there licking his boots. Our boy told her not to worry because she had never been wrong. They really had no relationship and he shouldn't get involved with whomever she befriends. She said she didn't want him to think things were like that and that she had chosen this gift for him. Besides the cars he bought, this Rolls Royce was the most expensive at the event, and she hoped he would accept it. Man, it's daytime, but this girl was shooting high beams on our boy. Liang was fuming, while Chen Yuan realized that she had been learning. But he turned to her and said it was a shame he no longer believed in love. He would accept the car just so she wouldn't be embarrassed and invited Bingsu for a ride. Bingshi said it wasn't right to invite her to ride in a car that was Ruoyu's gift. Chen Yuan replied that a gift, once received, was now his and told her to get in. She agreed, saying it was fine, but that he didn't mean to be so insistent. With that, our boy sped off, leaving Ruoyu in the dust. Liang told her to wake up to reality because Chen Yuan was just playing with her. However, she responded that Chen Yuan had already sacrificed a lot for her. The guy kept insisting, saying it was all for her father's sake, but she told him to stop talking to her as if she wanted Chen Yuan to play with her. She would let him. She was sure Chen Yuan was deliberately trying to irritate her, but this only proved that in the end he still hadn't forgotten their relationship. In the car, Bingshui asked why he was treating Ruoyu that way. He replied that she hadn't become what he expected, and in the end, he was disappointed. Apparently, it was his mistake, not hers. Bingshi said he seemed to care and questioned if she was his first love. Chen Yuan laughed, saying that for an ugly guy like him, there was no such thing as a first love, She laughed and he felt a bit embarrassed. With that, she said she got a question and wanted a sincere answer. He said he was all ears, and she asked why he handed over 1 billion in koi fish shares. Chen Yuan asked if she wanted the truth or lies. She told him to be sincere, and he said he had no feelings for her and only did it as a favor. She said that didn't make sense and asked what he gained from it. He said there was something he wanted her to do. She seemed confused and he sped up the car. He then said he received a system with 90 trillion but could only use to impress girls. She told him to stop reading manhwa and tell the truth. He then said he spent money because she was beautiful and he wanted to take her to bed. She felt a bit embarrassed but thought that if it was Chen Yuan, she wouldn't mind. Our boy was confused. This woman had changed a lot. Apparently, she had some sort of personality issue. Chen Yuan dropped her off at home and left. She stood there thinking that she had never had any physical action, but it was strange. If he really wanted to throw some punches on the lawn, she was sure he would have done so already. If that was the case, she knew his intentions were not that simple. Then she received a call from Royo and asked what it was about. Royo asked what Chen Yuan had said about her and if he had revealed anything. Bingshi said she asked about it, but he seemed reluctant, so she didn't insist. However, the strange thing was that when she asked why she received 1 billion in shares, he said it was to take her to bed, but she didn't believe it. After all, it wasn't worth that much. The girl put herself on discount. Royo said he had said something similar to her too, but clearly his gains weren't proportional to his efforts. She started imagining that he had some sort of mega plan. The first thing he did was become famous on the streaming platform as Mr. Yuan. Then he started investing in the Xiao family and later in the Koi company. Both her father's company and Shul's father's company and even her own company were doing well. Bingshu agreed, saying that with the money he gave, they developed AI applications and were making a lot more profit. Royo said he had this playboy image, but it was to disguise his business intentions. In the end, he was an extremely strategic and mysterious man, difficult to understand. Maybe Chen Yuan's plan was to rule the world. At that moment, she received a message from Kiki asking if she could rent one of the floors to set up the streaming platform there. With that, Royo became thoughtful. Was Chen Yuan once again creating a big company? When she arrived at Kiki's mansion, Meng Meng was all excited, saying they just needed to start recruiting people. Kiki agreed and said Meng Meng would be the first to be recruited as an executive planner. The only problem was they needed some girls to do the lives. Meng Meng told Kiki to look at the people she knew since she also streamed for a while. Kiki said she knew someone who was the head of a company but was dismissed for offending someone. In a cafe in another part of the city, someone threw a glass of water at a guy. He said she wasn't the same as before and he was tired of her attitude. Of course, it was Shen Shui, the girl from Shark Live. She screamed at the guy, saying he had been living off her money and now wanted to leave. He said he wanted to break up because he was still very young and what she could offer he could find in any other girl. And then he left saying goodbye to the lady and mentioning that he had already paid the bill. The people in the restaurant started gossiping, saying she was an old cow wanting to eat fresh grass. Shen Shui was fuming with anger, saying that all men were the same, but even if it took 60 years, she would make that guy pay the price. At that moment, she received a call from Kiki and wondered why this girl was calling. She was invited to partner in a new business. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was sleeping in his room. He heard someone at the door and wondered if a thief was entering. He grabbed a vase and got ready to strike. Someone entered carrying a jug, and as he went to hit them, he saw it was Shul and stopped. He asked what she was doing there, saying she didn't even say hi. She apologized, saying she didn't expect him to move in so quickly. But outside, she was crying thick tears, saying his body was incredible and even had defined abs. Boldly, he said that she saw him shirtless, but he hadn't seen anything yet. She opened the door and said if he really wanted, he just had to ask. Our boy said she was stalling too much, thinking she wouldn't have the courage. But she moved her hand to her shirt, telling him to get ready. Our boy told her to hold on, joking that it wasn't that serious. She stuck out her tongue, saying you never know what the fire they were playing with. She mentioned bringing breakfast and placed the items on the table. Our boy hugged her, saying if she didn't know he was living there, why did she bring breakfast? Close to her neck, he said she wasn't being honest. She told him to stop focusing on the details, thinking that she had prepared everything perfectly. He saw she had prepared some buns and said they looked delicious. She explained that she not only knew how to make dumplings, but could make them for him every day. He got excited, saying having a good breakfast every day would be perfect. He sat down, asking if she wanted to become his personal assistant and even get a salary. She told him to stop being so formal, as she would do it for free every day. Our boy was starting to get moved. Not even all of his training with the system was helping. Not to mention that the food she made was very tasty. Now he understood why she used to be called Heartbreaker. Suddenly, he received a call from Gao Xuanian. She asked for help once again, and he told her to stop stalling and say what she wanted. She explained that the company wanted to start filming the new movie, but the city studio wasn't cooperating. Chen Yuan told her to explain quickly, and she began talking about a bunch of things about the director and the TV. He said he would help immediately. He informed her that he would transfer some billions for her to start her own TV company. In a few days, he would visit and just wanted to be kept updated. Gao Xuanian was confused about how he spent so much money like that. However, he didn't care about that and was more interested in thanking Shul for breakfast. Chen Yuan said that maybe it would be better if he moved out of that place. She was startled and asked why, wanting to know if she had done something wrong. He explained that if she kept entering without knocking, things could get strange. He asked if he could have a spare key. She agreed and handed it to him. But the crafty girl had more than one spare key. However, Chen Yuan turned and said he knew she had more than one key, and if she didn't respect his privacy, he would leave. He said goodbye, saying he knew she understood people's feelings. He left thinking that this time he would keep things more controlled. Outside, the friend from before said that he finally arrived. However, Du Xiaoyu came up beside him, looking angry because she wanted to discuss personal matters with Wen Ji. The girl was all excited, sure that it was worth putting on good makeup today. They should go eat at an incredible place. But when they arrived, it was just a corner shop. Wenzi thanked him, saying he preferred such places, and Chen Yuan agreed, saying it was more comfortable. He said the same to Xiaoyu, who said she was very grateful for that. She began to wonder if this Chen Yuan was a poor guy pretending to be rich. When they were sitting in the restaurant, a TV company was about to make an announcement. It was Gao Guanyin on TV, saying she had something to share with the public. He thought she couldn't resist the chance to be on TV for an announcement. However, she revealed that a guy named Chen Yuan had invested in the TV company they were going to create. Wenzi asked if by any chance she was talking about him, while Xiao Wei now was sure this guy was much richer than she had expected. Chen Yuan was fuming with anger because he didn't want anyone to know what he had been doing. Wenzi asked for Gao Guanyin's autograph, and Chen Yuan said he would get it for him one day. When his friend started to talk about money, he shoved food into his mouth, telling him to be quiet. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei thought that Wenji was her ticket to wealth. She needed to stick to the guy because if one day he gave something to Wenji, she would also benefit. She leaned on the guy, saying he was all grown up and needed to learn to take care of himself. At the company the girls were setting up, they saw Gao Guanyin's announcement, and Kiki mentioned that this seemed like a normal amount for him. The girls discussed how he seemed involved in more industries than they had imagined. Ruoya remarked that even for Chen Yuan, this must have been a decision years in the making. Bing Shui agreed, saying his actions might seem random but always had a deeper meaning. Ruoya began to remember everything he had done, wondering what his plan was. In the end, she had no idea. Meng Meng suggested that Kiki tell everyone that he was also an investor in their company, which would attract more people. She knew that having a billionaire investor would completely change public opinion about the company and attract many sponsors. Ruoya thought this must be part of his plan too. They began to think that our boy was very intimidating. Just then, Shen Shui approached and asked what they were discussing. Kiki said they were talking about Gao Guanyin and the investor Mr. Yuan. Embarrassed, Shui asked who this Mr. Yuan was. Meng Meng explained that it was Chen Yuan, known by everyone there, and he was also an investor in their company. Now, poor Shui was trembling, asking if she could resign from her position. Kiki told her to think carefully because they needed her help in the company. However, Shui explained it was because of Mr. Yuan, revealing that her company had gone bankrupt because she once offended Mr. Yuan, and if he found out she was here, it could disrupt their plans. Kiki was thoughtful, recalling how friendly Chen Yuan seemed, thinking it was unlikely. She said she would talk to him and that Shui didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Wenji and the girl were leaving. He received a call from the president and asked what she wanted. He assumed she would ask about the billions he invested in the actress. However, the president inquired about Shui and whether he had a part in her company's downfall. Playing dumb, he was reminded that she was the woman who had a streaming company that he helped to bankrupt. He said he remembered and explained that the lady was very arrogant, and he had to teach her a lesson. She was using his name to deceive others. Kiki said the woman had learned her lesson and asked if he would accept her apology. The boy said it was fine, thinking if she genuinely wanted to apologize, he wouldn't be cruel to her. On the phone, Shui apologized, saying she would work hard and hope to be a good employee for him. Chen Yuan simply said it was fine and that the matter was settled. With that, Shui felt relieved, and Kiki commented that Chen Yuan was always a good person. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan thought that having someone as experienced as her in the company would help Kiki. However, some people lacked emotional intelligence, so he needed to provide some guidance. Later, the press asked Gao Xuanian where the studio would be. She explained they needed to ask a certain person and called Chen Yuan. He answered angrily, saying he wanted to keep a low profile, but now everyone knew about him. Gao Xuanian thought it didn't make sense since he spent millions on that damn piano. He said if that was the case, there was no point in arguing anymore, but she would have to help with one thing. She became curious about this one thing while already imagining what it might be. Turning to the reporters, she said she had to take the investor's call. Everyone was eager to know what they discussed. She announced that Chen Yuan would relaunch the Big Cat streaming platform, and their newly opened TV station would be strategic partners directly linked with it. In other companies' offices, streamers who knew how generous Mr. Yuan usually was were already thinking that moving to his company wouldn't be a bad idea. The owner of the Shark platform was already getting worried. At that moment, an employee opened the door, saying a bunch of streamers were leaving the company. The guy was shocked, saying this was happening faster than he expected. At Ruoyu's building, Kiki remarked that she was right and this was all part of his plan. Ruoyu said she had only guessed and didn't expect to be right, but they all concluded that Chen Yuan was the city's monster who understood all business. Meng suggested that his flirting was all a part of his investment strategy. Ruyo said if that was the case, then they were just business partners. The girls seemed to reach the same conclusion, saying that in the end, they were just Chen Yuan's employees. Now they were all sad, wondering if Chen Yuan loved to leave a like in the video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out. And you remember how the last chapter ended with the three girls wondering if Chen Yuan loves them or not. Ruyo, looking sideways, knew that they all must be thinking the same thing. She didn't want to hesitate, so she told everyone that she didn't know who Chen Yuan really liked. He could like all of them or none of them. However, with that sleepy face, she was going to stay by his side, no matter what he chose. The other three looked at each other in silence, until someone clapped and told them to forget about this matter. It was Liang who said that women like them needed to value their careers, and in this way, others would value them too. The four of them believed that if they really became more capable, Chen Yuan would want to stay closer to them. Shutong was working when someone arrived introducing himself as Lin and asked for a package. She politely handed over what the guy asked for. Then her friend beside her shouted that Guoxuanian had received investments of over 100 billion. Shutong said that it must be a lie because that woman had recently been involved in scandals. However, her friend said that she was being supported by a mysterious and wealthy man. When she heard that it was someone named Chen Yuan, she got a small cut on her finger. And her friend was swimming, saying that this guy had invested in television and bought an entire streaming platform. The guy next to them said he had heard about this famous entrepreneur in the city, while Shutong once again felt devastated, thinking that the damn guy had spent a lot of money on another woman. She fell to the ground, saying she really messed up. The scene shifts to the financial center of Shanghai. Someone throws something at Gao Xuanian's photo, saying it's that damn Yuan again. The guy with glasses asks if this damn guy is trying to go against him. It seems he was the one messing with Gao Xuanian's business, but now the plan isn't going to work anymore. The secretary tells him not to worry as they have already sent people to investigate this guy. While staring at a giant portrait of Gao Xuanian, he says that she will learn a lesson. He opens his arms to the city, proclaiming that eventually he will get everything he wants. Sometime later, the secretary reports that she spoke with everyone, and nobody knows anything about the boy's family. Confused, Jaimu says it's strange that no one knows where the boy's money comes from. She approaches, saying he doesn't need to worry because the guy is nothing special. However, he replies that if that's her conclusion, she's very naive. On the other hand, his family is the most influential in the audiovisual industry, so there's nothing to worry about. To him, this means that Chen Yuan is directly challenging him. Therefore, their main concern should be the places they own in the city. She tells her boss that she will look deeper into his background to find out what kind of person he is. The scene shifts to someone bringing soup to our boy. It's Gakstu Leal pampering him while he plays. When he sees this, she tells him that he is amazing. He turns to her and asks if she isn't bored taking care of him while he's just been playing for the past 3 days. She's been cooking, cleaning the house, and washing clothes. He thinks not even his mother took care of him this much. She says he can do whatever he wants, and she has no objection. However, he asks if she doesn't think he's lacking ambition. She says that he's been climbing the game rankings a lot, and that's incredible. Our boy feels a bit embarrassed, thinking it's shameful to be pampered because of game rankings. When he gets up, she asks where he's going and if she can come along. But Chen Yuan just says it's not convenient because it's some business. Xu Liu says it's okay and tells him to be careful, thinking that the most important thing for a man is have space. Her plan is to gradually make Chen Yuan accustomed to her presence until he starts to miss her. In this way, she will defeat all her rivals. At an event, the women comment that today the CEO will visit everyone. Gao Xuanian is all dressed up to receive our boy. Suddenly, she makes a face that looks like Sid from Ice Age, but it's because she's excited that our boy has arrived at the event. As she approaches, he says she's too famous to come down just to talk to him. However, she replies that he is the main investor, so it's just a courtesy. She thinks to herself that recently, Chen Yuan is becoming more and more attractive, as she feels very secure around him. Suddenly, all the men bow to him, saying they hope to learn a lot from him. Chen Yuan says that all this isn't necessary, but with a mischievous smile. Gao Xuanian says that next time she'll keep it more reserved while thinking that this damn Chen Yuan says that, but his face shows he loves it. The scene shifts to a meeting where they are discussing the plans for the broadcaster. The guy in front says the priority is to find a good location for the headquarters, and that the city center would be perfect. Gao Xuanian says that a large place in the middle of the city would be too expensive, so maybe a distant city would be better. When it's Yang Saijin's turn, he says he would prefer a place with lots of greenery nearby, as it would be good for filming. However, the three look back and ask what our boy thinks. He makes a strange face, asking if his opinion matters. Gao Xuanian says yes, since basically everyone there works for him. He says he'll take a look, but these options don't seem good. He walks up to the map, draws a giant circle, saying that the best choice is there. The guy explains that this place is too remote and doesn't even have an airport, making it difficult to develop the area. However, Chen Yuan says he has a perfect plan to create a grand vision. The people discuss that they don't understand his plan, but a smart investor like him must have a good idea of what he's doing. However, our boy doesn't seem to want to succeed, as he thinks he's only investing there because it's his hometown and he knows it's impossible for the place to grow. Besides, he wants to spend more money, and if he keeps making too much, how will he do that? With that, he sits in the chair and the decision to invest billions is made. As people leave, they start commenting that they thought they were discussing 100 Rias, not 100 billion. That CDO was either a genius or an incomprehensible demon. Meanwhile, he thinks they will need a lot more money to develop that area, and then he'll have to invest even more. Suddenly, he receives a video call from Zhao Yuki. I thought she was going to do something bold, but she only talks about a meeting to recruit some people for the company. She sees that he's outside and looks confused, asking if by any chance he hasn't forgotten his obligations. He says he would never forget something like that and is just outside because he needed his signal. The poor guy is now in need of a place to hold this meeting. She starts explaining that after the conference they received attention from several investors, but it's not been easy. They needed to conclude how the money would be divided with the streamers. The usual split is 50-50, but other platforms use 30-70 to exploit the guys, while she was aiming for 60-40. The problem is that the administrators said that 60-40 would make it hard for them to profit. Liang said they would lose a lot of money with the 60-40 split. Our boy, with a horrible expression, asks what kind of business is this that loses money. Liang explains that the cat's company is already facing many difficulties, and this would make things even harder. Staring at the phone, he says that it's really difficult to deal with these problems, but obviously he loves losing money in this situation. He says they have to aim for the platform's integrity and cannot exploit women like that. Everyone is confused by what he's saying. Our radiant boy says that his dream is to create a platform that empowers girl streamers. They would use this strategy of paying more to quickly capture the market. This would set a new standard in the industry. He declares that this is his opinion, and he doesn't care who opposes it. Everyone in the meeting falls silent. Zhao Yuki receives a message on her phone. Once again, our boy has sent a check, this time for 5 billion. She, in a very businesslike manner, says that the money came too quickly. Meanwhile, our boy is celebrating as the worse the business goes, the more they will need his money. A guy in the meeting asks why she seems so surprised. She says it's nothing major and that she received 5 billion from Mr. Yuan. Everyone is stunned by how casually she says this. The mustachioed man thinks that with such an intelligent girl, the company will grow very easily. Lai Yang starts thinking it's a pity she didn't know he was so important. Her luck is that the boy doesn't seem to be monogamous. Meanwhile, Kiki thinks he is indeed making a super plan and is the visionary of the city. The only strange thing is that the money was transferred to her personal account and not the company's account. She concludes that he did this to give her the maximum control in the company. She feels emotional thinking about how careful and caring he is with her. It's at this moment that he remembers he should have transferred the money to the company's account. However, she sends a message calling him husband and thanking him. He feels motivated, thinking that it was a mistake that was worth it. Now that he's building an empire of companies, it will become easier and easier to burn money. And as they start failing in all their investments, they will need him even more, and he will gain even more in return. The much-desired achievement of 100 points of favorability is now within sight. She then announces to everyone that she received another 5 billion. This money would be used to implement the strategies Mr. Yuan mentioned. She also informed everyone that their salaries would increase, and they would receive bonuses. She asked if they were motivated to make this the greatest company. Everyone shouted enthusiastically, saying they would definitely do it. Zhao Yuki was confident in doing her best to bring maximum profit to Chen Yuan. At night, our boy returned home and didn't find Lil. He sees a note on the table and picks it up to read. She informs him that she had to take care of some business at home, and unfortunately, he will have to make his own dinner tonight. Our boy thinks that she is playing cat and mouse to make him miss her. He realized very well that it was a pretext for her to show that she was taking care of him, and now she is withdrawn, making him miss her and feel uncomfortable. However, our boy was defeated, as he thinks that even knowing all this, he still feels bad without her now. He already misses how peaceful life is when she's around, but suddenly he stands up and wonders how his parents are doing. With that, he takes a train back to the city and then catches a bus. Man, his parents live far away, and I thought this boy was an orphan. He arrives tired, thinking he didn't imagine it was that far, or maybe he has gotten used to living a very comfortable life. Obviously, he can't arrive there flaunting money, or his parents will think he's stealing from someone. Just then, someone in a car calls out to Chen Yuan. He recognizes him as a school friend named Zheng Biao. The eternally youthful guy approaches and asks what he's been up to these days. Our boy responds that it's nothing much, just studying. The guy tells him to get in the car so he can broaden his horizons. Our boy remarks how amazing his Mercedes is. The guy smiles, saying he can call him brother, and mentions that he's making a fortune selling things on streaming platforms. Our boy says that his success is incredible, and the guy says he always told his father that he was the best in this city. On the way, they saw a girl standing who caught both of their attention. Our boy was just observing. He quickly remembered that her name was Wang Mengmeng. Wasn't there another Mengmeng in this series, or am I going crazy? Zheng Biao comments that Wang's daughter is becoming so beautiful that she's surpassing the girls from the big city. With that, he stops the car in front of her. She immediately says that brother Chen Yuan looks more handsome and taller than before. Observing her, our boy thinks this girl has evolved a lot. He calls it genetic mutation. Unlike the women from the big city, she is much more innocent. He gently pats her head, saying she's grown a lot. She tells him that she's not a child anymore and has finished school, asking him to stop patting her head. With that, Jing Bio gets out of the cars, saying she's indeed becoming more charming and they should enjoy life. However, she simply says that he's too chubby for her taste. The guy, drooling, says he just needs to lose some weight. She responds that he's too old at 22. Thus, the bootlicking operation begins. She has a 9.5 in appearance, which our boy didn't expect. Unfortunately, she already has a favorability score of 30. The system notifies that it's impossible to counterattack someone who already likes him so much. Our boy is shocked that she has a 9.5. He imagines it's because she's never had any surgery and all her beauty is natural. However, her favorability is too high, so he has to deal with it. He clings to his friend and says she must respect the chubby guy or she'll spend her whole life as a village girl, suggesting she should give up studying and just take advantage of the opportunity with this guy. She immediately loses 10 favorability points. The chubby guy smiles, saying that Chen Yuan is a pro at voicing his thoughts, while thinking that this idiot Chen Yuan studied for many years in the big city, but is still humiliated by him here. Suddenly, she starts crying, saying that he wasn't like this before. Her favorability keeps dropping. Thus, the relationship with the bootlicker is formed. She runs away, saying she didn't expect him to change so much. Our boy apologizes, saying that 9.5 is very attractive. Back at his place, he calls for his parents. He knocks on the door for a while, but no one answers, leaving him confused. Then someone from across the street calls out, saying they need to tell him something. He gets confused and asks Uncle Lou what the problem is. The man explains that he has been away for a long time, but some things have happened in that house. Our boy questions if they want to tear down his village. The man says he's been reading too many stories to get those ideas in his head and explains that actually his father ran away with Meng Meng's mother, while his mother returned to her relative's home. He explains that his father's first love was always Meng Meng's mother. At that time, everyone thought they were young and the perfect couple. However, her family didn't accept Chen Yuan's father because he was poor and in the end he was abandoned. When Meng Meng was born, everyone said she didn't resemble her father at all, so some DNA tests had to be done. The aunt informs him that his father was about to be discovered as Meng Meng's real father, so the two fled. Shocked, Chen Yuan asks if Meng Meng is his sister. The aunt says it's probably a very high chance. Frightened, Chen Yuan wonders if the system really linked him to his sister. He slaps his own face, saying this is sick. The woman tells him to calm down, that it's not his fault. However, our boy, feeling desolate, walks away saying he has to solve something. The aunt thinks that the boy has a very strong sense of morality and will encounter problems in life because of it. Now our boy is motivated to make that damn Zheng Bio stay away from his sister. At her house, Meng Meng is wondering why he has changed so much. She is afraid of going to the big city and meeting the same fate. Someone nearby is kicking everything and asking where they went. It's Meng Meng's father, saying today is a lousy day. She asks why he's drinking so much so early. However, he just says nothing while holding the bottle. He slaps her face, saying he's not her father. When he goes to throw a Mike Tyson punch, someone tells him to stop. When Chen Yuan enters, the guy thinks it's actually his father. The boy, realizing the man is this confused, knows he's very drunk. The man then bends down to grab a scythe and jumps at him, saying he's going to kill him. From the ground, Meng Meng shouts for him to be careful. However, the father goes full force, saying he's going to send him back to hell. Chen Yuan remains calm because he's prepared. He grabs the guy's wrist and crushes it. In a second, the father is immobilized on the ground. However, he continues to scream, saying he better let go or he will kill him. Chen Yuan approached and told the man that he was getting too old to be confusing him with his father. The man shouted that if he was Chen Yuan, he was just as much of a disgrace as that damned father of his. Chen Yuan felt a bit insecure about what to do with this guy since he wouldn't calm down. He then told Meng Meng to go inside and look for a rope. He also told everyone to stop recording and posting this on social media. People commented that he moved so calmly, it was like watching a movie actor. Chen Yuan then spoke to Meng Meng's father, saying he wanted to apologize on behalf of his father. However, the man said he was damned for coming into his house, tying him up, and then talking about apologies. Chen Yuan told the man to give up on revenge and asked if there was anything that could compensate for his loss. The man smiled and said that if he wanted that, he would have to castrate himself to end his father's lineage. But Chen Yuan reminded him that doing that wouldn't end the lineage. The man looked to the side, realizing that his daughter's lineage would continue the father's line. Chen Yuan asked what he thought about financial compensation. The man said money wouldn't bring back his 10-year-old daughter, and doubted that Chen Yuan could ever have $1 billion. Chen Yuan said he would pay $1 billion if he could forget all the hatred. The man told him to stop lying because it was obvious someone like him didn't have $1 billion. But when he saw the phone and started counting the digits, he realized Chen Yuan did have $1 billion. That made the man thoughtful. He knew that with this money, he could start a new family and begin again. With such an opportunity, there was no reason to hold on to past hatred. It was an auction with infinite possibilities. So he asked Shen Yuan if he was really going to give $1 billion. Shen Yuan said that to ensure trust, he would transfer the money to Meng Meng, and she would pass it to him over the next 10 years. The man didn't seem to like it, but Chen Yuan said that was the only way he could trust this option. While Chen Yuan felt shaken having to resolve things this way, Meng Meng was devastated by all the information. She had just found out that her father wasn't her real father, and that she was actually Chen Yuan's sister. What kind of mess was this? Where was this story going? Her favorability increased upon seeing him help her with the money, and it wasn't a small increase. It kept rising. Chen Yuan noticed that the system with her was different and wondered if it was because she was family. The father keeps an eye on his daughter. Suddenly, she receives all the money. With that, our boy calls the father, saying that the transfer is done and there's no reason to fight anymore. The girl, who wants to take our boy to court, says she's scared and wants to stay at his place tonight. The scene shifts to someone saying they found information about Mr. Yuan. It's the secretary from before who has all his information but explains that something strange is involved, apparently related to his mother from 20 years ago. The man tells her to continue. She says that a record from 20 years ago stated that his mother was unable to have children, meaning our boy won't go to jail because he's not her brother. The man finds it interesting to know that he's not the biological son of the woman who claims to be his mother, according to the files. The woman agrees, saying that's what she found out. Out of nowhere, the man slaps her, calling it a waste of effort. He wants to know where the money comes from, not a bunch of family drama. Startled, she says she'll try to get in touch with him. He grabs her and says she better solve this because if not for the Lin family, she has no value to anyone. He sends her away and tells her to maintain contact. The scene shifts to the boy's house. Obviously, someone is taking a shower. Our boy mentions that he found some of his mother's clothes and tells her to wear them after she gets out. She thanks him, calling him Big Brother. She thinks to herself that the whole situation is very confusing. At least she gained an older brother, but she wonders where he gets all that money from. She recalls that his family sold fruits, so maybe he's involved in something illegal. Motivated, she says that even if he's involved in crime, she'll help him overcome it. Meanwhile, our boy on the couch is angry at his parents for making him clean up this mess. Meng Meng, who isn't his sister, comes out of the shower, saying she's finished. As she dries her hair, he tells her to stay in that room. He'll sleep alone in his room so she can call him if there's any problem. Out of nowhere, she clutches her shirt, explaining that she's very scared and asking him not to stay too far away. He sighs and says it's okay. He thinks that since they're close, there's no problem with them sharing a room. Thank God he lies down in bed, thinking peacefully about the news he always reads. It had always been a dream of his to have a younger sister he could take care of. The next day, a train seems to arrive in the city. Gao Shuang and the entire company team have come to visit the location. As soon as she observes the place, she thinks it's abandoned and very old. However, a man welcomes her to the city of Xiamen and says he will take her on a tour. She thanks him and agrees to follow his instructions. She begins to get to know the people of the place and some machines start working to build the structure. The man informs her that the entire area has already been analyzed by the team. Meanwhile, a seemingly innocent guy in the corner is just taking photos. Someone receives a message saying that the region has been chosen, so they can initiate the plan. It appears to be the father of the pineapple head from the beginning of the story. He thanks for the hard work and says he will send the money. The man instructs to start buying everything for sale in that city to later profit by selling it to Chen Yuan. The assistant adjusts his glasses and says it's an incredible plan. The pineapple head's father says he won't mess with Chen Yuan but will profit significantly from him. With that, the guy with the glasses passes the information to another person to start buying the land there. Many people involved in these dealings also receive the same information. Meanwhile, someone picks up a pineapple from the ground. It's our protagonist, thinking it's strange that his parents fled and left everything behind. Suddenly, he receives a call. It's Gao Shuang, who tells him that strangely, the prices in that area are all increasing. However, our boy smiles, saying that if prices are rising, they'll have to spend more money. Confused, she asks why he's happy about spending more money. He coughs and says he just means that this is easier to resolve than she thinks. The system asks if he wants to make another transfer, and he says yes. However, he is informed that he is directly involved in this project, so he can no longer transfer money like this. He realizes he's in trouble because she exposed him to everyone, and now he is benefiting. He decides to transfer money to Gao Shuang. However, the system says that since the money will be used to benefit him, it would be considered money laundering. Our boy feels desolate, realizing he can't help her. He then imagines that maybe the solution is to transfer it to Meng Meng and have her handle these purchases. Just then, she comes over and asks our boy if he was talking to his girlfriend. The honest boy says he was talking to Gao Shuang, who wants to be his girlfriend, but he's not sure about it. His sister tells him to stop lying because Gao Shuang is an extremely famous star who is launching her own company. Our boy says he has an amazing idea and wants to discuss a plan with his sister. He explains that Gao Shuang is considering buying land in Taimen, and that she could take advantage of this with the money she received. She looks confused and asks how she would do something like that. He explains that if she bought all the houses in the area, she could make a lot of money selling them to everyone. Moreover, the filming base she plans to set up there will attract many people. She thinks that the money she received is all from Chen Yuan, so maybe following his advice is the best thing to do. With a strange look, she says she'll consider his plan. Our boy imagines that if she could make a lot of money in that place, she could live a prosperous and peaceful life. Suddenly, a bunch of cars approach and stop right in front of the boy's house. A girl steps out of one of the cars, asking what kind of place this is and why there are no decent roads. She approaches the protagonist and asks if he is Chen Yuan. He says yes, and she introduces herself as Lin Zhilu, saying they've met again. Our boy is confused because he doesn't remember meeting this girl. With a strange look, he asks when they met the first time. Shocked, she asks how he doesn't remember. She was at the car exhibition and was the sister of Lin Chao. Then he remembers this girl who was against the guy he competed with. She gets angry because she thought he was famous for being with many girls, but he doesn't even remember her. He says he remembers and asks what she's doing in that place. She asks if he always makes deals outside and requests to be invited inside. Our boy sees that many people are watching the situation. He turns and tells her to come in, but to be careful with all the plants. The security stays outside, blocking everyone. Inside, he tells her to explain why she came there. She wants to know if he's planning to exploit the investors. He is startled and confused, but she warns him that pretending to be clueless won't work on her. She knows very well about the announcement he made about investing 100 billion in a company initially, but this was passed on to Gao Xuanian, who has no idea how to manage something like that. And now that the information about this town has leaked, everyone is coming to buy land in this place. She says she understands that he's planning to sell the land he bought there to make a lot of money. Our boy is impressed with the plan that he didn't even have but masks it by asking what that has to do with her. She's impressed that he admitted to this cruel plan without changing his expression and begins to think it would be risky to be his enemy. She then says she came there to create a cooperative relationship with the Lin family. Suddenly, they hear someone outside saying that it's her house. It's the security guards blocking Meng from entering. She insists, but the guard says she won't enter until the meeting is over. Suddenly, Chen Yuan angrily tells them to let his sister go. The guard looks at his boss to see if he can release her. She is reluctant because Chen Yuan, who was calm, is now angry over this girl. But our boy starts to transform. He jumps towards the guard, grabbing him by the face and throws him away, telling him to let go. The poor guard crashes to the ground. Everyone is left speechless because no one knew he could fight. The girl is shocked as she heard he was just a spoiled boy with a lot of money. She remembers that the richer someone is, the weaker they usually are. Meanwhile, our boy tells Meng that everything is okay. However, now it's complicated because the crazy girl says she has found the type of man she's always been looking for. Immediately, the operation begins and she has a 9.0 appearance. Our boy notices right away that this woman doesn't have pure thoughts. He asks how she dares to come to his house and harm his family and tells his sister that this woman has a very low level of professionalism. But his sister is impressed that a girl who seems so young already has her own business. Embarrassed, Lin Zhilu says the bodyguards were hired by her brother and apologizes. However, Chen Yuan cruelly says there's no need to apologize because they will never negotiate together again. But Meng tells him to stop being cruel and introduces herself to Lin Zhilu, who awkwardly says her name back. They start talking about various interests and our boy just observes, wondering why his sister is being so friendly with the stranger. A long time later, the two are still chatting while our boy goes to peel some beans. It seems that Lin Zhilu has told everything about Chen Yuan. With that, his sister approaches, saying she now understands why he is so incredible. Her favorability is at 35. While his sister is doting on him, Lin Zhilu is observing in the background. She seems to be getting jealous of their relationship. Seeing him peel beans makes her conclude that his ambitions have already transcended those of normal people. To her, such a perfect man shouldn't even exist. As her favorability clearly increases, it's obvious she's planning something. That night, someone mentions that they don't know each other well enough for her to stay there. Of course, it's Chen Yuan telling Lin Zhilu to leave. However, she insists on staying, saying she wants to experience rural life and that there aren't many people in the house anyway. Our boy doesn't want to accept, but his sister keeps insisting, saying she must stay. Suddenly, she pulls him by the shirt and gives him radiant eyes, asking him to let her friend stay. Our boy, feeling better, says there's no way to resolve it otherwise. However, his plan is to show her how cruel rural life is since she wants to experience it. Meanwhile, she clearly has a plan to uncover all his secrets. Our boy tries to sleep while the girls keep talking. He thinks that maybe it's not bad to get closer to the Lin family, since they can handle various things. The only strange thing is that they send only the youngest girl. However, he decides he doesn't care since he will make money either way. In the morning, there's a commotion in the house. He wakes up angrily, asking what time it is. He goes to the door and asks what's going on. Lin Zhilu greets him with a good morning. He is startled. In the middle of the night, she hired a bunch of people to come and rebuild everything. She says that since she will be staying for a few days, she needs to make it as comfortable as possible. In one night, she renovated the entire bathroom and added a lot of imported things. She even bought a bathtub for each of the pigs they raise in the back. Our boy is confused and asks what the logic behind all this is. She says the most important thing is behind that door. She made an amazing room for herself and his sister, who is very happy, saying that the chair is extremely comfortable. Our boy, feeling desolate, says the important thing is that she likes it, while Lin Jilu starts bragging about the materials used and the quality of everything. Now, our boy wonders if his parents will recognize their own house when they return. His plan was to come home to relax, not to go through all this. Outside, one of the security guards is listening to everything. He passes the information to Lin Chao, saying that his sister has managed to infiltrate very well. Lin Chao instructs to keep watching and ensure his sister's safety. Then he receives another call asking how things are going. Lin Chao responds that his sister is extremely talented and easily won over Chen Yuan. The secretary from before says that the Lin family always manages to get what they want. When the right time comes, they will abandon Chen Yuan and keep all the profits. Now that this part of the plan has succeeded, they just need to move on to the next. However, Lin Chao questions why she is thinking of leaving, saying she needs to stay there. She informs him that he will only receive the reward when she completes all the work. She leaves thinking that both men will be defeated because of the women. Outside, a crowd of curious onlookers is gathered and everyone already knows what's happening. They see Chen Yuan stepping out and recall that the girl beside him had arrived in the neighborhood recently. They start wondering if Chen Yuan is the type of guy who sells his body. However, his old friend is furious, wanting to know what makes Chen Yuan so special. He calls out to Chen Yuan and says they can have some fun in the city today. Our boy asks where the fun would be. The trippy guy says their school group is having a reunion, and it might be fun if he shows up. Our boy agrees since he will be free that evening. However, he is so tired of flaunting his wealth that he hopes it will be a normal reunion. Walking with Lin Jilu, he thinks he has a bigger problem to solve. Sometime later, they arrive at the cornfield, and she asks why he brought her there, imagining it must be some special desire of his. Our boy immediately questions if she doesn't know what he wants. She starts screaming in desperation. He puts a bucket on her head and tells her to pick at least 20 ears of corn. She feels desolate, asking what this business of picking corn is about. However, she picks one and gets all excited, saying it's easier than she thought. But our boy already has a malicious plan to make her suffer. She picks corn and sweet potatoes, and they head to the lake, apparently to catch some fish. Sometime later, they sit on a rock, with her saying that rural life is better than she expected. Our boy is now angry that this damn girl enjoyed everything they did. Suddenly, they hear someone calling for help. Nearby, a girl is fleeing from a guy. Unfortunately, she trips on a rock and falls to the ground, getting covered in mud. The men ask why she's running so much, pulling her by the hair and saying she's faster than they expected. They warn her to return now or face the consequences. Then someone shouts, telling them to let her go. It's Lin Jiluo, boldly telling them to release the girl. Our boy thinks she is brave to say that without any bodyguards. However, Chen Yuan starts to realize that this is too much of a coincidence. Chen Yuan calmly asks the guys to let go of the girl and disappear from there. However, one of them turns around seething with rage and asks who he thinks he is. In the next scene, the guys are lying defeated on the ground. The girl didn't even react and everyone was beaten. Now Lin Jilu is even more infatuated, gaining 10 favorability points per person defeated. Our boy approaches the girl and asks if she's okay. She says she's fine and introduces herself as Ling Shuang, adding that she will repay this favor 100 times over. Chen Yuan is startled, asking why she seems to want to seduce him. At that moment, the system activates, revealing another girl with an appearance above 9. However, she strangely has a favorability of -80. In addition, he receives a long list of skills, ranging from disguise and infiltration to proficiency in various instruments and fluency in other languages. Chen Yuan wonders why this girl has so many skills. Moreover, the most peculiar thing is the -80 favorability, especially considering how she tried to seduce him. He knows something is wrong. The girl continues her act. Lin Jilu asks if she's okay and who those guys following her were. She explains that she's fine but owes a lot of money to those people. She starts telling a sad story, saying her parents were always separated and her mother has a terminal illness, making things very difficult. Because of this, she had to borrow a lot of money from loan sharks. They wanted her to sell her body to pay off the debt, which is why she ran away. Lin Jilu gets emotional, saying it's a very sad story and asks how she plans to resolve it. Ling Shuang replies that she doesn't know exactly, but little by little she will manage. Lin Jilu says the girl's perseverance is inspiring. However, Chen Yuan wonders how she believes such a cliché story but decides to keep her around since life is monotonous and it would be nice to have something different. Plus, he needs to find out who is behind this plan. He then asks Lin Jilu to take the girl home to help her take a bath and clean up. He turns to Ling Shuang and says if she wants, he can employ her in his company. She makes a seductive face, asking if he really thinks it's a good idea, while thinking that seducing a man who can't control himself around women is extremely easy. However, since she doesn't give an answer, he says that if she doesn't want it, she doesn't need to worry. With that, she hesitates for a second and starts questioning why he seems to be changing his plan all the time. Lin Jilu says that since she's so beautiful, she doesn't need to worry because she could get a job very easily. However, she turns to the girl and says that she can't compare to her beauty. Lin Jilu says she has a keen eye for someone who called her a mud girl. Ling Shuang smiles, saying that beauty comes from the heart. However, she starts theorizing that Chen Yuan is interested but is just hesitating because the other girl is there. With that, Lin Jiluo also offers her a job, saying that way she wouldn't have to worry about Chen Yuan. This makes Ling Shuang angry because now it will be awkward if she accepts the boy's offer. Sometime later, they return home and it looks like he threw the two into the mud, which seems impossible. The guards, all smitten, approach Ling Shuang asking what happened. Obviously, Lin Jiluo gets angry, saying she hired them. Meanwhile, Meng Meng thinks that even dirty, that girl is still beautiful. Seeing the way she looks at Chen Yuan, Meng Meng is sure that she's another one who has fallen for him. However, Lin Jiluo also likes him, so it's starting to look like a soap opera. Meng Meng approaches and asks if she is doing her homework. She ignores her and hugs him, saying it's incredible that he got two potential daughters-in-law so quickly. The two girls, embarrassed, start making excuses, saying it doesn't make sense. But Meng Meng is more interested in making the house fun. Lin Jiluo brings a medical kit to help Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang says it's not necessary, but Lin Jiluo insists, saying she's a professional. Ling Shuang accepts, asking her to be careful. However, Lin Jiluo applies the antiseptic without mercy, using a lot of stinging medicine. Ling Shuang says it's okay, and that it didn't hurt that much. Then someone holds her hand. It's Chen Yuan, saying she's too clumsy, so he'll take care of it. He starts cleaning the wounds, apologizing for what Lin Jiluo did. Blushing, Ling Shuang thanks him, saying he's very kind. However, he loses 5 favorability points, bringing it down to -85. He looks up, wondering what this girl wants. The timid girl asks if he has a problem. Our boy thinks she's a very good actress and says it's nothing. If it weren't for the favorability, he would really believe she liked it. Compared to the other girls, only Xu Lil has such good acting skills. She's a very skilled opponent, so he will have to be cautious. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang imagines that our boy pretends to be innocent, but she knows he is a beast. Moreover, she has information that his mother isn't his real mother. This means that those two have no blood relation. She believes that Chen Yuan knows this information and is planning something malicious. However, she's there to expose all of his deceptions. Half an hour later, she's all radiant, saying they've been very friendly. Even our boy is impressed with her beauty. Seeing the two girls in front of him, he can't tell who is more powerful. Chen Yuan approaches and says she would be perfect as his personal secretary. Immediately, she imagines the plan is progressing perfectly. She says she's not sure if she's capable, but Chen Yuan assures her she has everything necessary for the position. However, before starting, she would have to pass a special test. Nervously, she asks what this test would be. Our boy just turns and tells her to come along and she'll find out. She doesn't know what awaits her but decides to see it through. She grew up with the other girls, always practicing to serve the Li family, all to eventually serve Master Li Jiamu. So even if it means sacrificing her integrity, she will go through with the plan. For that, she has to pass this so-called test from this trashy Chen Yuan. Sometime later in the room, she says she's at his command. Our boy then asks her to pass all the details of her bank account. She starts pulling out her card and says it's okay, thinking it's foolish of him since she has hidden all the information. Her bank account receives 100 million. She becomes shocked, never having seen so much money in her account before. She starts sweating, saying it happened very suddenly. Chen Yuan turns into Mr. Beast and tells her the challenge is to spend those 100 million by tomorrow, and if she manages, she will become his secretary. She's confused, wondering what kind of joke this is. However, she remembers he's a cruel person and must have something wrong with his plan. Chen Yuan leaves, saying he's looking forward to the results tomorrow. However, he warns that if anyone finds out about the test, it will be considered a failure. But our boy has already noticed that those 100 million have greatly affected her, so it will be easier than he thought. With that, he returns to the room. His sister asks how the test went and if he liked it. He just playfully taps her head, telling her to stop being so curious. He asks if she will buy the residences, and she says she will talk to some gentlemen. He informs her that he's heading to the city while the other girl just observes in the background. He hears the conversation about buying some land and imagines it has something to do with the television project. She knows that everyone is buying land in the northern part, but he seems to be focusing on the southern region. She begins to realize that all of this is part of his plan. While people fight over the houses in the area where he pretended to be interested, he will grab everything in the south and profit. However, she's excited because, unfortunately, he won't do as well as he thinks. Meanwhile, his sister asks if she can go to the city with him. Our boy questions what she wants to do there. Embarrassed, she says she wants to buy a few things. He already knows this is influenced by Lin Jiluo, who keeps buying a lot. He says she doesn't need to worry, they can go shopping together. Suddenly, someone catches them off guard. It's Lin Jiluo announcing that if they're going out to have fun, she has to come along and could even bring the other girl to keep an eye on her. With that, everyone heads to the city mall. Our boy approaches Ling Shuang and tells her to join everyone and get out of the car. She's confused, but he says it's obvious the secretary will have to help carry the bags. While walking around, he tells his sister to buy whatever she wants. She goes to a store and starts looking at dresses. He sees her from the corner and says that one is very pretty. When she picks up a handbag, he says it's beautiful and immediately buys one in every color. He keeps spending until she grabs his hand and says it's enough, mentioning that she now has an outfit for every day of the year. Our boy says it's strange because his hands are empty. She points to Ling Shuang, saying the poor girl is suffering. He asks Ling Shuang if she's tired, and she says she's actually fine. He then walks away, saying she should know she's easily replaceable, so she better work hard. He mentions it will be hard to take all these things home and tells her to buy an apartment in Meng Meng's name. Excitedly, she agrees to do it only because he's asking, thinking that this jerk is treating her like a toy. The scene shifts to a random bar. A car pulls up in front, and the guys recognize it as a new Bentley. The girls went shopping, but apparently dressed up for a cosplay event. The guys remark that the person with the two girls looks familiar. Our boy calls out to his friends, saying they haven't changed at all. The guys are shocked, asking if it's really the Chen Yuan they knew. Someone nearby comments that it's impossible he bought that car. Chen Biao tells Chen Yuan to stop acting high and mighty because everyone knows he has no money. Our boy is exhausted, thinking that every reunion is always the same. He wouldn't be surprised if others showed up to show off. Then a guy in a suit enters, saying no one there has seen each other in a long time. Chen Yuan remembers a shy kid from class and wonders if he underwent a genetic mutation. The girls are all complimenting him, saying he's changed a lot. The chubby guy is sucking up to him, saying they were wrong to judge him when he was younger. The guy is startled. He sees the two girls next to Chen Yuan and asks him to introduce them. Chen Yuan introduces his sister and then introduces Lin Zhilu. He says he brought them and hopes no one minds. The guys, of course, say that it's actually amazing of him to be so considerate. With that, Chen Yuan leads the group. Meanwhile, the guy in the background is wondering which of the two girls he will choose. But Chen Yuan already noticed this and tells him to keep dreaming. The group gathers around the table. The guy with white hair asks Chen Yuan about his plans after graduation. Eating a lot, he says he has no idea. He thinks life is stagnant with lots of beautiful women and endless money to spend. For him, life has been a bit boring lately. He says he doesn't see himself doing a regular job and will probably travel the world. The guy chuckles, saying Chen Yuan is very young and offers him a position in his company with an incredible salary of 5,000 a month. Lin Zhilu immediately spits out her drink. She apologizes, saying she heard something funny, while thinking she admires the courage of that idiot for offering such a job. Chen Yuan smiles and thanks him for the offer, but says he's not interested. The guy says that's fine and he won't force him. However, in reality, even that job offer was a lie, and he is only interested in Chen Yuan's sister. The group asks about his work, and he starts talking about studying architecture and working with his father. Meanwhile, the chubby guy keeps sucking up, saying he's been innovating a lot in the city. While he's trying to show off, the protagonist is there, relaxed. The guy thinks that this bunch of country bumpkins is impressed just because he put on a suit. At that moment, he sees Lin Zhilu laughing and thinks she is interested in him. Boldly, he asks if that smile was directed at him. She says no and just remembered something extremely funny. She gives a peculiar smile, and it's obvious she already has a plan. Chen Yuan watches the scene unfold, thinking about how predictable these situations have become. Our boy is wondering what she is planning to do. The guy approaches and asks for her number, saying he finds her adorable and that they could get to know each other better. However, she just asks if he really believes he deserves something like that. The people think she's arrogant for implying the guy doesn't even deserve to be her friend. The guy loses his temper and says she's very audacious, but she says she doesn't care about him. Her indifference only makes him angrier. Suddenly, the manager of the place starts passing by and everyone greets him. The guy with white hair wonders who is so important that the manager would show up. The manager approaches Lin Zhilu and apologizes for not treating her with the utmost cordiality. She says she doesn't mind and tells him to continue with his work. The guy is confused, wanting to know who this girl is. At first, the friends start commenting that the manager called her by the name Lin. They become frightened, realizing she might really be the second daughter of the Lin family. The protagonist's sister asks her to tell the truth, and she reveals that she is the daughter of the richest man in the area. Our boy thinks that it's usually him who goes through this situation. Meanwhile, the guy with white hair is devastated, wondering if he really said that to the daughter of the richest man. Lin Zhilu then hugs the protagonist, saying it's time to go home. The guy is left on the floor, wondering how it's possible that Chen Yuan attracted someone like her. They ignore him completely and leave without saying anything. Outside, our boy comments that they seem to have enjoyed ignoring that guy. They receive a call from Ling Shuang asking where they are. Lin Zhilu responds that they were at a dinner but are coming back soon. Poor Ling Shuang has been waiting for them with the clothes this whole time. She starts suspecting that maybe Chen Yuan knows something, but her primary mission is to complete the task he gave her. The scene shifts to a giant mansion. A guy is enjoying a luxurious bath when he receives a call. He is informed about Chen Yuan giving Ling Shuang the task of spending all that money. He tells her to take it seriously because it must be a strategy to test her skills. He says not to worry as he will send some people to help with the spending. He tells her she's doing a good job and she blushes, thanking him and saying she's giving it her best. Meanwhile, our boy receives a call from Gao Shuang. He asks what's going on. Gao Shuang complains that, as always, she's overwhelmed with problems, only slept 4 hours, and can't even rest. She tries to explain that the prices of things in that area tripled in a few days and now the money isn't enough. Our boy says that tripling is indeed an exaggeration. However, they can simply move the whole plan to another place. Hesitantly, she asks if that's really the right thing to do. He replies that it's business, not philanthropy, so they'll do whatever is most profitable. The next morning, the entire internet is abuzz. Everyone was talking about Gao Shuang changing the location where she said things would be done. Naturally, a lot of people who invested in the city are furious. People have even parked their cars and are protesting. The prices fell so much that some people couldn't handle the pressure. One man even jumps, saying that Gao Shuang will have a miserable end. Our boy, seeing this, says the bubble burst harder than he imagined. Suddenly, his sister opens the door, saying he has to see something. Startled, he tells her not to barge into a boy's room like that. She says they share the same blood, so it's no problem. But she saw something incredible. He asks what it is, and she says it's an amazing wedding in the village. Curious, Chen Yuan asks who is getting married. She points to a bunch of cars outside and says it must be a fancy wedding. In front of the luxury cars, there are lots of flowers with a message. The only strange thing she finds is that everyone seems to be coming to their house. A crowd is gathered outside, and he is confused. Then, Ling Shuang returns, saying she completed the mission he gave her. With the money, she bought 10 Mercedes-Benz, hired over 30 professionals to serve him all day, and bought the titles to more than 100 houses in that region. Our boy is shocked that she managed to buy 100 houses. He asks from whom she got so many houses. She says she found 100 through the Fei Tian real estate agency, and once he signs the documents, everything will be his. He is impressed. Despite being a spy, she is extremely efficient. He says they will look at the papers later and asks her to come upstairs to discuss something. Ling Shuang starts thinking that she's been exposed, but unfortunately, she hired a lot of efficient people. Upstairs, he asks if she knows why she was called there, and she says she doesn't. He hands her the papers, saying he doesn't want to sign since it will all be in her name. She says it doesn't make sense since all the money was his and she can't accept something like that. However, our boy steps closer and says she deserves it because he likes her. Blushing, she asks if it's true. He moves even closer and says that even if it were a trillion, he would still give it to her, all because he likes her. She asks if he's joking as it's not appropriate since they've only known each other for a day. He questions if she really thinks he would give away so much money if it weren't true. Embarrassed, she doesn't know what to say. However, he pounds the wall, saying that some people stay close their whole lives but never get intimate. But from now on, she is personally his secretary and he congratulates her on passing the test. She is completely confused, not understanding what he wants from her. Then she receives another billion. Totally bewildered, she asks what that is for. Our boy says her mission as a secretary will be to spend all of it in 1 week. Confused, she wants to know what he's planning. However, she starts to wonder why he trusts her so much. Maybe he really likes her? Our boy laughs, thinking it's foolish for her to believe he could actually like someone like her. However, he's extremely interested to see what she will do. She tells herself she can't be influenced by this since she was raised by the Lin family. No matter how much a billion is and how charming Chen Yuan is, she will never give up. She doesn't care about money because she has integrity. She tells Chen Yuan that she is so kind that she would give her life for him. Our boy just turns to look at her. However, the favorability hasn't changed at all. He says she doesn't need to worry about how to repay it and can choose how to spend it. She then asks why he is leaving without asking for anything more. At that moment, the favorability finally changes to like this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out. To more than 100 houses in that region. Our boy is shocked that she managed to buy 100 houses. He asks from whom she got so many houses. She says she found 100 through the Fei Tian real estate agency, and once he signs the documents, everything will be his. He is impressed. Despite being a spy, she is extremely efficient. He says they will look at the papers later and asks her to come upstairs to discuss something. Ling Shuang starts thinking that she's been exposed, but unfortunately, she hired a lot of efficient people. Upstairs, he asks if she knows why she was called there, and she says she doesn't. He hands her the papers, saying he doesn't want to sign since it will all be in her name. She says it doesn't make sense since all the money was his and she can't accept something like that. However, our boy steps closer and says she deserves it because he likes her. Blushing, she asks if it's true. He moves even closer and says that even if it were a trillion, he would still give it to her, all because he likes her. She asks if he's joking as it's not appropriate since they've only known each other for a day. He questions if she really thinks he would give away so much money if it weren't true. Embarrassed, she doesn't know what to say. However, he pounds the wall, saying that some people stay close their whole lives but never get intimate. But from now on, she is personally his secretary and he congratulates her on passing the test. She is completely confused, not understanding what he wants from her. Then she receives another billion. Totally bewildered, she asks what that is for. Our boy says her mission as a secretary will be to spend all of it in 1 week. Confused, she wants to know what he's planning. However, she starts to wonder why he trusts her so much. Maybe he really likes her? Our boy laughs, thinking it's foolish for her to believe he could actually like someone like her. However, he's extremely interested to see what she will do. She tells herself she can't be influenced by this since she was raised by the Lin family. No matter how much a billion is and how charming Chen Yuan is, she will never give up. She doesn't care about money because she has integrity. She tells Chen Yuan that she is so kind that she would give her life for him. Our boy just turns to look at her. However, the favorability hasn't changed at all. He says she doesn't need to worry about how to repay it and can choose how to spend it. She then asks why he is leaving without asking for anything more. At that moment, the favorability finally changes to like this video that helps. And do you remember that the last chapter ended when Ling Shuang's favorability was rising? Our boy was laughing so hard that she was actually starting to believe in him. However, she's no fool and promised herself that she wouldn't be bought by him. When he looked back, her favorability was still at -85. He told her that she didn't owe him anything and could spend that money however she wanted. That's when the favorability made a slight move. However, at that exact moment, our boy's phone rang. It was Roya calling. The guy had really been MIA for a while. She asked where he was and if they could meet. And strangely, in the next scene, she was asking Bingshi if she was free this weekend, saying she was bored and wanted to go shopping. However, Bingshi said that ever since she took up that position at the company, she's been working so much that she can't even take weekends off. The whole company was busy and gearing up for the launch of a new algorithm. Ruyu said that's okay then, they planned something for another weekend. With that, Bingshi said goodbye to her. Right away, Ruyu called Yuki and asked if she was free. Yuki said that unfortunately, she didn't have any time lately either because the platform was being rebuilt, so there was a lot to do. Ruyu said that's okay too, she understood and they planned for another day. She realized that all her friends had been busy these past few days, and she started to notice that maybe it was really better to have something to do than stay at home. Poor girl was just bored out of her mind, while wondering if Chen Yuan was really so heartless that if she didn't call, he would never speak to her. That's when she called, asked where he was, and said she wanted to see him. The scene shifts back to our quiet little town. Our boy noticed something behind him. A Lamborghini was pulling up. Folks from the small town had never even seen a car like that in person. To be honest, I've never seen one either. And obviously who got out of it, right? It was the most dangerous girl. She walked awkwardly over to Chen Yuan, who was holding a watermelon. This here is a watermelon. For some reason, last time I said it was a pineapple. I think I got confused, went crazy. Our boy didn't say anything. He just told her to get in quickly. The chubby friend was once again fuming that the jerk had another hottie with him. He asked the guys if he wasn't better looking and more prepared than Chen Yuan, and they said that at least he was a funny guy. Ruyu went in, but she was all downcast. Man, the girl was already crying. Out of nowhere, she hugged him from behind and told him to stop being so cold and indifferent. She asked him to forgive her, to stop being mad because she missed him. Man, I think he's so indifferent that he even forgotten to be mad at her. With that, he took her little hand and called for Ruyo. But just then, someone was bringing the grapes and dropped them on the floor. It was Jilu trembling, wanting to know who that girl was. Ruyo, on the other hand, knew her and asked what the girl from the Lin family was doing there. Man, our boy's sister, showed up, and Ling Shuang too. She turned to Chen Yuan, called him brother, and asked who that other one was. Ruyo thought Chen Yuan was suffering with tears every day, just like she was. But in fact, he was living in this secluded place enjoying the company of 3 other girls. A little embarrassed, he called Ruyo and said he would introduce the girls. He said that one is Lin Jilu from the Lin family, who she should already know. The other was Meng Meng, his half-sister. And the other was Ling Shuang, who currently works as his secretary. The atmosphere wasn't pleasant, and our boy was sweating bullets. So he introduced Ruyu to the others as a school friend and an amazing university student. Jilu was seething with anger. She knew Ruyu had given her brother her number. And Ruyu, on the other hand, was mad that this wretched sister of the guy who caused her trouble was still involved in this. Her plan was just to come see Chen Yuan and then leave, but with so many people there, she's going to have to keep a close watch. Out of nowhere, she then says that lately she's been feeling extremely stressed and with a headache and wishes she could relax a bit. Our boy imagines that he already has to deal with so many that one more wouldn't make any difference. Besides, Jilu had been pestering him lately and Ruyu would put her back on track. He then hugged her and said she didn't need to be so polite and could feel at home there. All glowing, she went inside the house while Jilu was radiating darkness. Ruyu was determined not to share our boy with anyone else. The group over there in the city was already too big. And with that, the competition between the groups apparently was about to begin. And Jilu already knew that if she wanted to win over our boy, she'd have to beat that Ruyu. Sometime later, our boy was picking the round green pineapples. But man, those clothes are way too clean for someone working in the field. After another day of collecting, he was heading back home, when someone called him and said they had great news. He told the 2 of them to go inside because he was going to talk to his aunt. Then, all excited, he asked what was going on. She wanted to know why he was living this good life when so much was happening, and she warned him that the demolition he was talking about had started to happen. She said she knew how he could get more pieces of land and was going to explain some things. She said he could acquire various businesses and lands in the city, and if he were the first, he would still get an extremely advantageous offer. Shin Yuan found this very strange and asked if by any chance she wasn't getting involved with some kind of organization. She said yes, she had joined a company that told her to persuade people to accept the demolitions, and she would get a commission. It had only been 3 days since this started, and she had already become a Sapphire member. Our boy realized she had entered a pyramid scheme. He told her to get out of it because there's no commission for securing a demolition. She was going to get scammed. She said there was nothing to worry about because she was working for Fish and Real Estate, which was huge in this country. Our boy remembered that's the fake name Ling Xuan gave to his company, so what is she doing? His sister and the same were arriving in front of the house, saying it was the last one. His sister said that once they bought that one, they would have acquired all in the area and thanked Ling Xuan, who replied that in the end, it was the sister who was profiting from everything, and she was just helping out. However, the sister thanked her again, saying that without the strategic and financial support, things wouldn't have been so easy. She thought she was starting to understand what Chen Yuan was doing in that town, and it was great to help him. However, Ling Xuan thought this girl was being deceived and was too naive to see that Chen Yuan was taking advantage of her. She asked if she had never thought that maybe Chen Yuan wasn't her real brother. She wasn't going to let this innocent girl fall into that guy's trap. Embarrassed, she said it was impossible that they weren't siblings. Ling Xuan said she didn't want to get involved in the relationship but brought some files to take a look at. Confused, Mei Ming asked what that was, and Ling Xuan said it was a record showing that Chen Yuan's mother couldn't have children. This proves that he definitely wasn't her biological brother. She asked how this was possible and if maybe he had been adopted. Ling Xuan said she didn't know how, but there was no record of his adoption. Mei Ming said that then by these records, it was impossible for her and Chen Yuan to have any blood relation. However, that left her downcast. The moment she found out, she thought it was impossible not to believe. Chen Yuan was always caring and was there to help her. Sometimes he took such good care that she even thought it was a dream. And obviously, she was worried about liking her brother. But now this is no longer a problem since she could admit it. She then told Ling Xuan that it seems like she won't have to hold back anymore. Ling Xuan said she has to remember that maybe from the beginning he knew about this. Maybe everything he's been doing wasn't a plan and he had some hidden interest. Mei Ming said she was tired of talking about this and wanted to go back home because she was starting to get a headache. With that, the two returned to the mansion. Mei Ming, who now discovered she's no longer a sister, thinks that Chen Yuan always liked her. However, strangely, he's surrounded by a bunch of other girls. The problem is that for her, the others are so incredible that she doesn't think he'll like a country girl like her. And Ling Xuan keeps thinking that that bastard doesn't even spare the poor country girl. He really plays with everyone's emotions. The favorability drops to -90. The boys wonder why this darn thing doesn't go up and is always falling. He sees the two walking and thinks to himself that he's sure he didn't do anything. Zhiliu asks what he's doing, and he says it's nothing much and tells her to light the fire. Man, they have a 78 million story house but still light a fire in the fireplace. And the professional at putting women to work already sent Rueo to wash some vegetables. He turned to Mei Ming and asked why she was looking like that. Today she seems sadder than usual. He said he was going to cook something to make her happy, and she was impressed. He said it was nothing much, just something he learned recently. Man, he says cooking is the only skill he's naturally good at and doesn't even have to try. Look at the dangerous boy with a knife going to town on the vegetables. The boy didn't even need to use the system for this one. The apple isn't part of country cuisine. The girls are all impressed and even the bodyguard is standing there like a fool in the background. He said that it was the secret recipe of sliced potatoes along with fried rice, and he called his sister to try it. While he was helping her eat, the two were just watching, and she said it was delicious. For her, it warmed the heart and was the feeling of happiness. She started eating like crazy so she wouldn't leave any for anyone else. Our boy told her to be careful. The others, also eager, went to try it, and I thought it was a miracle it made them so cute like this instead of a Shaka Jiki no Soma style. At the table, they were all talking about how amazing it was that they had no idea he had such good skills. For the first time, our guy was gaining favorability with everyone and even got +20 with Ling Xuan. And strangely, the system congratulated him for gaining so much favorability by cooking, and his skill even went up to level 60. Our boy was confused. All he wanted was to please his sister. At that moment, he went and touched the secretary's back. He told her to stop eating and go up to the other floor because they had something to discuss. Ling Xuan asked if it really had to be now, and he asked if by any chance he needed to schedule meetings with his secretary. She awkwardly apologized and said she was going, while saying that later she would get revenge on this capitalist boss. Already on the balcony of the upper floor, he said that lately she seemed to be working a lot, and asked how the money was being spent. She handed him a file showing that it contained the purchase of all the lands in the area and also how 1 billion had been spent. Fish and Real Estate, which was his, had already bought over 2,000 properties. Not to mention they had more than 500 employees and 700 outsourced people. She was excited to have spent 1 billion extremely fast, which would impress him. What she was most excited about was that everything was a mess. Handling all of this was going to be a lot of work for him, which meant he would lose money. Our boy took a look at the papers and couldn't make heads or tails of what was written there. However, for him, none of this mattered since he was doing it to lose money. She was fulfilling the only function that mattered, which was spending money fast enough. He then said she seemed to be trying really hard and did a great job. She was startled because she didn't understand why he wasn't mad since that would complicate his life. But suddenly, he started to reach out his hand and moved it toward her face. She thought he was going to try to forcibly kiss her and kept wondering what she was going to do. But it was the classic rice on the cheek move. The crazy guy didn't waste a calorie, ate the rice, and told her to be more professional. Apparently, she liked that because the poor thing almost exploded, saying she would be more careful, and she wondered why she got so scared like that. He then got closer and said her efficiency exceeded expectations, spending that billion faster than he could. With that, he sent another 5 billion to her account. She started wondering if he wasn't afraid she might get involved in some problem. He said that was what she would have to spend next week, and said that if she managed to spend all of it, she would get the chance to learn the secrets of Chen's company's financial success. Now she was motivated, saying this mission would be accomplished. While our boy thought he didn't care that she was a spy as long as she was spending as much money as possible for him. That night she sent a message to Mr. Lai saying she had infiltrated Chen Yuan's secret group and gained his trust. Soon she would be able to figure out everything they had been operating and how he made that money. He could look forward to the next news. The email had been sent, and her operation was going completely according to plan. She thought Chen Yuan gave her those 5 billion to fix the mess she had been making. However, she was going to take this chance to destroy him, who underestimated women. That way, she would finally end his riches. Our boy, however, had an itch in his ear. He was playing League of Legends on mobile without a care. The girls had gone out shopping and said they didn't want him to go with them because it was their day. And our boy couldn't understand why they didn't want to take him, but okay. Now he was alone in that whole house and missed the days when he was with his parents being a lazy student. He ate and drank without having to worry about anything. With that, he seemed to fall asleep. That night, someone arrived at the house and wondered why her house looked so different. There were a bunch of luxury cars, and she wondered if that damn ex-husband had sold everything. The woman walked in, asking if anyone was there and telling them to say something. Our boy seemed to hear the voice. That's when he recognized his mother. She said it was a relief to see he was home and asked what had happened in that place. Our boy suddenly hugged her and said he missed her. She was a little puzzled and said he was too old to be so clingy. She would make him a meal. While having dinner, he said he had heard everything that happened there. He was on her side. She said it was good for him to be like that and learn not to play with other people's feelings. Chen Yuan replied that he would never do something like that since he's been a good person since childhood. But just then they arrived, and everyone was staring at each other, wanting to know what was going on. The mother asked who those were while wondering why so many women came in. He then introduced Jilu to his mother and said she was a friend of his. The girls were all in shock that it was our boy's mom. They immediately rushed to introduce themselves, saying their names and expressing how nice it was to meet her. The mom awkwardly greeted them and wondered how her strange son managed to get so many beautiful women. She told all of them to sit down because she was going to prepare something for everyone to eat. However, they said it wasn't necessary and that they would cook instead. Our boy found it strange, especially since he had never seen Rueo cook anything. Then Jilu started cleaning the floor and the mom told her to stop doing that. But she said she'd been doing it for several days and she didn't need to worry, which of course made our boy angry since she's the laziest of them all and he's the one who does the chores. The mom said they were incredible girls, extremely beautiful and kind. The favorability was even going up. At least for that, the arrival of his mom had helped. However, he knew that his mom hated it when guys had a lot of girls around, so he was going to get in trouble. On the other hand, she was crying, saying she thought he would struggle to find a woman in life, but apparently that wasn't the case. However, he knew that was just hypocrisy. Then the neighbor from the pyramid scheme recognized her and called out. The mom asked why she was at the door and said she should come in so they could talk. But the neighbor said she had something important to say. The mom told her to go ahead, wanting to know why she was being so mysterious. The neighbor then asked if she had noticed the changes in the village. The mom said she heard that many changes were due to this fish and real estate. The neighbor said that this fishing group had been paying a lot for the lands there. The mom asked if the woman was there to try to make her sell a house, which she immediately said she wouldn't do. However, the neighbor said she should do it for her son, so she would have money to pay for his wedding. The mom was thoughtful and figured he really would need money, seeing as he had so many women around. And the pyramid queen said she managed to sell hers for 600,000 in cash. The mom then replied that it made sense, but she would have to think carefully about it. Inside, Jilu asked where his mom was, and our boy said she was strangely diligent. But he warned that she'd been around for a long time, and it was time for her to fulfill her part of the business as she was going to have a mission. She asked what mission he was talking about. He told her to follow him and he would explain. That's when she remembered she was there for business, and for a moment, she had forgotten about it and focused only on Chen Yuan. He then handed her the black system card. She knew that was the legendary one that few people had and asked how he managed to get one of that caliber. He informed her that the card had 50 billion on it and the password was her birthday. She wanted to know why he was giving her so much money and if he wasn't afraid she might do something wrong. However, our boy shouted that he trusted her. Now she was all flustered, convinced that our guy loved her. He said he would give her total control of the land acquisition project. That's because she is the only person he could trust. She asked about the sister and questioned if she wasn't trustworthy. He explained that every move he made was being watched because Ling Shuang was a spy. Poor Jiluo had no idea about this. She asked if that was really true. He explained that it was and that he became a target after the incident with the TV in the big city, and a lot of people were after him. And that's why she was the only person he could trust. She was shocked 50 billion, not even her family would trust her with that. Not to mention she was sure that this project was extremely important to him. Our boy knew she was already at 92 favorability and hoped that this last move would finally work. And for her, this unconditional trust was the true form of love. With that, 95 was reached, counterattack initiated. It was already number 10. Man, he had spent 50 billion on her. Besides gaining 30 points of strength, he learned to sing, draw, and play the Chinese chess Go. Our guy was happy that the plan worked perfectly. He then said they would have to keep today's events a little secret between the two of them. And she was all emotional that now they had something that was just between the two of them. She then said she would return to the big city tomorrow but wanted him to remember her. Our boy said he would miss her a lot. And with that, she left all happy, jumping. He liked her attitude and knew she was a good person. So if the Lin family was less oppressive towards him, maybe he would also be more patient with them. As soon as he went down the stairs, his mom called and said she had something to talk about. Already in the room, she said the neighbor mentioned she should sell the house and she was thinking about it. He said it wasn't something so trivial to discuss overnight and that they should plan for a longer time. And what he was wondering was if his mom needed money. However, she said he was no longer a child and it was time to start thinking about marriage. And that's why she would like to give him the money to buy a house and a car. She said the buyer would be Fishin. And our boy wondered why Ling Xuan wanted to buy his mom's house. The mom explained that the chapter between her and his father had ended, but now she wanted to help her son. Our boy was emotional, thinking how hard it is for other families. But she didn't know he was a millionaire. Maybe it was a good idea to let her sell, so he could buy her one in the city center. And that way, she would be closer. On another day, he was looking at financial information provided by Ling Xuan. She explained that they had acquired various lands around the region, but now the company was running out of funds. She apologized, saying that all of this was her fault. However, she got excited since if he wanted to break the contracts he made, he'd have to pay 10 times the value. He asked how much would be needed to continue the project, and she said at least 10 billion. Right then, the scoundrel's eyes sparkled, and she was confused by his excited reaction. He then said she was doing better than he thought. Not only did she spend the 5 billion he asked for, but she's also now 10 in debt. She was confused and asked if he was joking. He said no, in fact, he was impressed that she managed to spend 15 billion in 1 week. She was trying to understand what he meant by that. Our boy said that finding an employee who knows how to make money is easy. The hard part is finding someone who can spend so much like that. She was the hidden dragon he'd been looking for all along, while thinking about how naive she is, since the more she loses, the better it is for him. And she began to wonder if she really was some kind of prodigy in the business world. With that, she received a message on her phone that another 20 billion had been deposited. Now she was scared since not even the guy who ordered this mission would have such confidence. She asked if he wasn't afraid and trusted her so much, and he said he wasn't afraid. He was completely confident that he could trust her. Finally, he gained 20 favorability points by saying that. And boy, another 20, another 20. The favorability went to minus 10, right? I forgot how low yours was. Our boy saw that spending those 20 billion was worth it. He then told her to prepare a car because he would be returning to Seoul tomorrow. She had no idea why he wanted to go back to the city so suddenly. In a conversation with his mom, she asked why her son was going back so soon since he could still take more vacation. He explained that a friend's company was about to open and the guy asked for help. But obviously, it was Joy, Kage's streaming company. The mom thought he was doing a part-time job to pay for his studies. Since he was little, he always tried his best to ease the family's financial pressure. And even so, in recent years, she had been harsh with the boy. He asked why she was crying, saying it was nothing much and that he could go. She handed him a card saying it had 50,000 on it, and he didn't need to worry and could spend it. Our boy, surprised, questioned if she was really going to give that much money. She said he needed to spend a little. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend. At that moment, he said she didn't need to worry because he was a billionaire. She told him to stop lying because he looked more like a beggar. He seemed hesitant, but she said he didn't need to worry and that it was like his commission. He asked where this commission thing was coming from. She said she got involved with fish and real estate and had already managed to buy some land. Our boy was confused, thinking there was another one in the same pyramid scheme. And she said he didn't need to worry because she was going to convince a few more people in town to sell their houses. Knowing she would be shocked if she found out he was involved in it, he decided to keep it a secret. At that moment, someone called for her brother. Obviously, it was Mime asking if he was really going back to Seoul. Our boy said yes and asked what the problem was. Naturally, she asked if she could go back with him. That's when he remembered that Mengming had no relation to his mom, so things would get weird once he left. With that, they hit the road on Google Maps. Inside the BMW, our boy asked what was that. That car was too cheap, and he told Ling Xuan to pay more attention. She apologized, saying she would be more careful next time. The sister told him to stop giving Ling Xuan a hard time because that car was already good enough. Besides, he had announced the trip very suddenly, so it would be hard to find another. And strangely, she pampered our boy and he gained favorability, while Ling Shuang was fuming that he treated the girl like a maid. And with that, he lost favorability. He even spat the thing out to see if he could recover. He couldn't understand why Ling Shuang was angry that Meng Meng had given him an orange to eat. Suddenly, it started to rain, and our boy told Ling Shuang to be careful. But right then, a truck was sliding on the side and the car in front spun around. With that, man, I don't know what happened, but our boy's car got hit. The three were startled. Man, the accident was no joke. The poor guys were spinning on the street. I don't know which car he was in, but I think it's that upside-down black one, the BMW on the left. Yeah, that's the one, folks. The thing was destroyed. The series is over. Not really over, right? Because our boy is the protagonist and he's already kicking the door open. He managed to protect his sister's body thanks to the strengthening he got from the system. She asked if he was okay and said she was terrified. Our boy said that as long as he was by her side, nothing would hurt her. A bunch of cars started braking, but the rain was still heavy. He covered his sister and said he would help Ling Shuang. When he got there, man, I'm not sure if she's going to make it out alive. He asked if she could get out, and she replied that her legs were stuck. Oh boy, could there be a death in the series? Watching him disappear, she wondered if she was going to die in such a ridiculous way. But our boy grabbed the door, and with the system's strength, he pulled her out. He told her to hold on, he wasn't going to give up. And the poor thing was there, almost dead, already thinking that at least in the end, he never disappoints. The affection score went up to 5. Our boy was there saving her, thinking that finally the number was positive. Only in a story could you survive a head-on collision with 30 flips in the air. At that moment, his sister asked if Ling Shuang was okay and was startled, saying something happened to her face. Apparently, the poor girl had a cut across her whole eyebrow. The sister brought the rearview mirror for her to take a look. She immediately saw she had almost split her head open. Our boy said the important thing was that she was alive and medicine these days could heal any injury. She questioned if that could really be cured and if he wouldn't think of her as a monster. Our boy told her she didn't need to worry about that. And then she hugged our boy, all teary-eyed. A while later, the ambulance arrived, and they were taken to the hospital. Our boy realized it would be good to use the system to learn a bit of medicine. With that, the next day, Zhao Yuki asked if he had arrived and said there would be an event tonight. Our boy explained that he had been in a car accident. Right away, Zhao Yuki ordered a car and asked which hospital he was at. He said she didn't need to worry, that he would manage to attend the event tonight. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang was just watching our boy, thinking that maybe being disfigured wasn't so bad after all. Now, instead of relying on her looks, she would only be able to count on her intelligence and skills. However, she knew that in the end, people judge appearances, and you wouldn't want someone ugly around. Our boy then told her to check if there were any villas in the city of Seoul because he wanted to buy one. The sister scolded him, saying she had just been in an accident, and how could he have the nerve to ask her to work? But our boy said he could only count on her because she always got the tasks done. Still, the sister argued that he couldn't force people like that, and she turned to say something to Ling Shuang, but she was emotional, crying. The two, sibling or not, were actually confused by that, and she explained that she was emotional because he hadn't changed how he treated her, even with her being disfigured. To be honest, I haven't seen all this disfigurement on her face yet, but she said she would exceed his expectations. The scene then shifted to the event where the artist carefully sketched each of the participants. Upon arriving, the sister was impressed, saying the place was amazing. She can recognize some of the famous streamers there. Our boy explained that she would have to get used to this kind of event, but she said that the two of them were too casual since everyone was dressed in formal gowns. But he replied that even in flip-flops, no one there would dare humiliate him. However, he noticed some women on the side asking how some poor people had gotten in there, and his sister was crushed. Our boy obviously didn't like those wretched women having the nerve to make her feel that way. He approached to give them a lesson, and told them to be careful about what they said about that lady. The two asked who he was and said they didn't fit in with that event. Now our boy was losing his temper. However, Mei grabbed his shirt and said it was better to let it go. He ignored her and told the two others that he would give them one more chance to apologize. She came closer and asked if he didn't recognize her and knew how many fans she had. Man, what's this? Violence against women? He slapped her in the face. The girl turned angrily, asking how he dared to do that. Man, this boy should be arrested. He really slapped her again. When she fell to the ground, everyone was wondering how he had the nerve to do something like that. Our Chen Yuan is being overly aggressive. What's this, my warrior? That life on the farm drove him crazy, and those bar friends came over to see who was causing trouble there. Immediately, they saw it was our dear Chen Yuan and were already shaking. The guy knows that our boy is more famous than ever, and finding him, there was a stroke of luck. However, the girl who took the slaps immediately recognized the guy. She approached Mr. Bai and asked for help because she'd been beaten by a farm boy. Apparently, the writer recognized him but was trying to get revenge in the story. Wagging his tail, he clung to our boy and said he wanted to apologize on her behalf. And the rest of the event wondered who this guy was for Mr. Bai to act like that. Apparently, the sister liked that our boy hits women. There's something wrong with that. She really liked it and gained favorability, and she's super dangerous. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang is in the room. It was time for her to call her boss and report everything that happened this week. However, she was remembering our boy, everything he said and how he saved her. She couldn't understand why her mind was filled with these thoughts, but she decided that none of that mattered and called the young master. He answered and asked what it was. She said that the time to initiate the plan had come. She had acquired several scattered island pieces, and they could disrupt Chen Yuan's plans. The guy congratulated her and said that when she returned, she would be extremely well treated. She thanked him and said he didn't mean to say such things. After all, if it weren't for him and the Li family, she would have died on the streets. He replied that she was the person he trusted most, and as soon as she returned, he would send several doctors to take care of her. She thanked him and hung up the call. However, she wondered how he had found out about her accident. The only way would be if he had placed a spy to keep an eye on her because he didn't fully trust her. On stage, the guy told everyone to give a round of applause for the boy's performance, and the next person to appear was a special guest. The sister asked who this mysterious person was. Our boy had put on a mask, and she asked what was the meaning of that. He was wearing this ridiculous Batman thing, saying he was going to put on a performance for her. They recognized the famous crystal piano on stage, and there was Chen Yuan walking up to it. The sister was all smitten. Not sister. We have to remember that. And she was already at 90, just 5 more points to go. Everyone thought it was some guy named Lang Sheng, who seems to be famous on the piano. 5 minutes later, there was our boy up there. Everyone was wondering why the fool wasn't starting to play and wasn't even saying anything. And they told him to get off if he wasn't going to do anything. The people on the live stream were all cursing him out. And on Zhao Kiki's cameras, Mei was watching everything. Kai said they needed to think of something because the audience wasn't liking it. Zhao Kai said they always had to trust Chen Yuan. She was sure he had a plan. She knew he was a genius on the piano, so what was he doing? Suddenly, he finally played the first note, and the two got excited that at least he was going to do something. Our boy took advantage of the singing ability he acquired to let it all out. Now the people were getting emotional. The song our boy sang was about inexplicable emotions and said he still loved that person. And Meng couldn't believe it and wondered how many more secrets he had. Our boy sang that time was passing and they had to face their choices, and that he wasn't happy when he left for a moment. Meng was there saying he was hard to resist even being her friend's guy. From her house, even Go Zhuanyin was watching, and she thought that this kind of song could only be sung by those who truly loved. To her, he pretended to be cold, but he had a wounded heart, and favorability is at 93 too. I thought he had already achieved that. Everyone at the event was left speechless, and as soon as he finished, I saw the guy clapping, saying it was incredible. On the live stream, it was obviously all hearts now, and everyone was supportive, and Ruiyu couldn't believe he had yet another skill like that. She regretted not being there in person to see it. Her father told her to get off the phone while in the meeting, but the Li family guy said it was okay, and that he sometimes ended up doing the same. The father apologized, saying he should have raised her better. Once again, the Li family guy said it was okay and not to worry about these things, since they were about to form the contract. Meanwhile, Ruiyu wanted to know why the guy who caused problems with Chen Yuan was right in front of her. The fact that her father brought her there without her knowing left her angry. And that's when the guy stood up and said he had prepared a surprise for them. He said he'd been studying piano for a few years and wanted to show her a piece. So he started playing, certain that with this performance, there was no way he wouldn't win her over. However, for her, it was far inferior to Chen Yuan's. They didn't even compare, and someone was crying while watching our boy's performance. It was Ling Shuang, who couldn't understand how that song touched her heart. To her, our guy was like a bright moon in the sky. Meanwhile, in a limousine, someone was saying they had already bought good lands in the Tianmen area. However, they were starting to get apprehensive about the financial situation. It was Jilu who said not to worry about that and just keep buying for her. She knew Ling Shuang was buying other lands, so she was making a strategic move to counterattack the girl. The area for making movies and TV that he bought seemed to be in Tianmen, but it actually involved 2 other cities, and she had to do her best since she was the only person Chen Yuan counted on. Using all the knowledge she had, she was going to punish that damn spy Ling Shuang. Then she received a message from Meng, saying that Chen Yuan was performing and she had to take a look. She found it strange for someone as wealthy as him to be live streaming. That didn't make any sense at all. She opened it and saw that he was there playing with a mask on. However, our boy was in the colorful LGBT singing. She was impressed. She never imagined that's how our boy sang. To her, it seemed he wasn't successful in music only because he had dedicated himself to the business world. The whole country was crying over such talent, not being a star. Having reached 96, he gained 10 strength points. I'm eager for our boy to reach 100 to see what happens. Seeing the points he gained, he thought that this performance wasn't in vain, and the audience asked where he was going. Everyone wanted him to continue. A few days later, at a company, someone informed Ling Shuang that they were having problems. It seemed there was another person with a lot of money buying up the lands they were interested in. She knew that if her boss's plan succeeded, everyone working at Fission would lose their jobs. She told the guy she would talk to the boss and ask if he had any instructions. She decided to do what she could, and the rest would be up to fate. But unfortunately, Chen Yuan's phone was turned off. She wondered if he was somehow trying to avoid his responsibilities. Meanwhile, at the Black Cat Company, everyone there was talking about how the whole place was still bankrupt. The streamers thought it was weird since just a few days ago they had received a lot of money, and the rumor going around was that Mr. Yan, who funded the whole business, seemed to have disappeared. And she had information that apparently he vanished because he ran out of money. Shen Shui also heard this and was wondering if Mr. Yan had really gone bankrupt. In the meeting room, Zhao Yuki said it was impossible. Even if she did her best, she wouldn't be able to drain his money. But Shen Shui said the rumors seemed true and suggested calling him to confirm. And Zhao Yuki realized that it had indeed been a while since he last sent a message, and normally by now he would have sent some money. Maybe it was true that he was really having problems. In a whole city, everyone was talking to each other about this story that Mr. Yan was running out of money. The old folks who didn't like our boy were all saying he deserved it. However, in a gigantic mansion, someone was asking what's going on. It was our boy in the pool wanting to know where Ruyo heard that. She said that none of it mattered, and even if he needed it, she would sell everything she had to help him. Our boy said that didn't make any sense. His only problem was having too much money. And strangely, it seemed that the more he tried to spend, the more money he made. With that, he hung up the call, annoyed that he couldn't take a week off without everything turning into a mess. The mother asked Ruyo what he said. She said he wasn't admitting he was going bankrupt and said she was going to sell everything to help him. But the mom yelled, saying she wasn't going to do that at all. Not just because that was all they had, but also because Chen Yuan's bills wouldn't be covered by their business. Ruyo agreed that no matter what they tried, they would never be able to pay Chen Yuan's bills. And the mom said that maybe he was deliberately trying to show weakness to someone. Meanwhile, our boy was sunbathing, all relaxed. Zhao Yuki shouted, asking if he was having a problem and saying she was going to sell the whole company to help him. Even Gao Shuman called, saying she never cared about the money and would return everything he gave and some extra to help him. And Bingshi said he should have asked her for help and that she would never stop supporting our boy. Our boy always responded to everyone that he was fine and they didn't need to worry. He didn't know what else to do since it was impossible to have a day of peace. What he found strange was why everyone on the same day thought he was going bankrupt. Who was spreading the news that he was running out of money? However, it was interesting to see the tables had turned. Instead of pampering the girls, everyone was pampering him. Maybe his charm was really reaching indescribable heights. But once again, he received another call. He answered and asked who it was this time. It was Lin Zhiliu, who was annoyed that he answered like that but told him to give the address right away. Our boy asked why, and she just said to give it because she had a surprise for him. He knew that this surprise wasn't going to bring any joy. The scene shifts to one of the fanciest parts of the whole city. The guy from the Lin family told the staff they couldn't make any mistakes today. At the event that was going to take place, all the most important figures of that city would be there. With that, some cars approached, and the first person got out. The first to appear was a guy named Li Jiamu. The Lin family boy welcomed him and told him to come in. But Jiamu replied that he didn't mean to be polite because they had known each other for a long time. A taxi then stopped right in front. Ling Shuang had been instructed by the boss to attend this tonight, and I want to know when she's going to take that bandage off her forehead. At that moment, she told Mr. Lai to wait so they could go in together. But the security guard just pushed her aside and asked where the beggar came from. The security team alerted everyone to protect the master, saying there was someone suspicious there. All flustered, Ling Shuang called for the master, saying she arrived a little late. He then recognizes her. He approaches and asks what happened, telling her to get up. However, he strangely smells something. It seems the poor thing smelled bad. He covers his nose and says that if she enters the event like that, she'll ruin his reputation. But he tells the two security guards to help her get up because he couldn't dirty himself with that. Apparently, she can't take a bath to avoid infecting those wounds. I've never heard of that, but okay. However, she realized she would be discarded like a dog when no longer needed. A while later, everyone was at the table, and the guy with the little mustache asked if that Mr. Yan was already finished. Jiamu told Ling Shuang to explain everything that happened, and she explained that they acquired all the most important lands for the project he was trying to launch. The guy said he understood that it would be impossible for him to expand his project without buying some of the lands they owned, or else they wouldn't do it. And she said that was exactly the case. The Lin family guy said he was hearing rumors that he was already running out of money, so this time he was finished. And Jiamu agreed, saying they would finally be able to finish him off. Everyone at the table was laughing. They were even toasting our boy's bankruptcy. Ling Shuang said she would reveal that his sister was also by Chen Yuan's side. With just one signal, she would start collaborating with them again, and then he would be done for good. But at that moment, she's kicking the door, calling for our boy, saying she's starving and he better make that same rice from last time. The one who greets her is our boy's sister, who says she thought she'd never see her friend again. On the couch, she asks if Shilu really likes her brother since she's always wanting to see him. But she replies that men all over the city want her. Of course, she wouldn't like someone like Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, our boy is in the kitchen listening to everything, wondering how the Lin family is so prestigious yet has a crazy one like this. But it's okay since his sister was getting bored and now she has some company. At that moment, someone knocks on the door saying they know he's home. The two are confused and know it's a woman's voice. Zhilu says it must be another love debt that Chen Yuan left behind. With that, they go to open the door, and who's there but Gao Zhuanian, all tired, wanting to know if Chen Yuan is home. The two recognize her as a super famous star. With that, the three are already at the table chatting, and Jilu is all curious about what that star is doing there. Our boy's sister even asks for an autograph, and the poor thing says that if she has to compete against her, it's going to be really hard too. She would be a very formidable opponent. Our guy then appears saying that dinner is ready. The three praise him, and Gao Xuan says she never imagined he had these skills. He wants to know though why she's there. She says she was worried about the way he talked on the phone and asked if he was having any financial problems. A while later, the three were full. Once again, he gains favorability, and the sister and Gao Zhuanian are almost at 95. Our boy realizes that cooking is always effective. It's not just a notebook that falls on the table. It's a financial record that leaves our boy confused. Zulu tells him to take a look. This is the surprise she had prepared. The company she's managing is The Secret Real Estate, and our boy wonders why it seems like she's picking a fight with Ling Shuang. Jilu says it doesn't stop there because that's just part of what she did. Additionally, for his convenience, she even brought a map to help him understand. Looking at the map, she says the purple region is the one she bought and already has the support of the neighboring cities. And she managed to buy all this without even spending all the money he gave her. She thinks she bought all of this, but his expression doesn't even change. It's really hard to impress our boy. Ken Yuan is dying of sleepiness. For him, what matters is that the money is spent. However, Gao Xuan recognizes it and asks if he's behind all this. With a region as huge as that for production, the sky was the limit. Moreover, his structure is divided among 3 cities, which makes it so that none of them can have control over him. It really seems he had thought of all of this from the beginning. He was like a master strategist who didn't let any move pass by, and she was lucky to be right there beside him. Guys, we reached 95 favorability again. The brown-noser relationship had been completed, and he received 283 million back, plus 30 strength points. And now he was also a master of acting. Our boy wondered if he looked better when looking at this financial paper. Meanwhile, at the Black Cat Company, someone asks Mengming for a favor. It was Zhao Yuki who said it seemed like Chen Yuan had a real estate company and wanted the girl to take a look at it. Mengming said the name of the company was Fishin, and the new secretary named Ling Shuang was managing it. Hickey said it was dangerous to leave him alone in this, and they would need to investigate to find out how to help him. The friend then said she would investigate all of Fishin and especially Ling Shuan. With that, she was giving her cheek kisses, saying she could always rely on her best friend. Meanwhile, our boy was curious because he became a master of acting. Could it be possible to use this skill in flirting? He then turns to Gao Zhuanian and asks why she was looking so intently when he was looking at those files. She seemed a bit confused, having no idea how he noticed she was so focused on him while looking at those files. And strangely, he seemed more charming than before. Our boy thought that now flirting was finally getting easy. While looking at the map, he realized that everything he wanted to do kind of worked out. The problem was the other people who tried to go against him. Maybe he was really destined for something extraordinary. Perhaps that's why Gao Zhuanian thought he planned it all. But if they wanted to let their imagination run wild like that, he wouldn't stop them. He would continue playing his game regardless of each one's reaction. Zilu then asked what he thought about having someone as competent as her. However, for now, we're back at that banquet of the rich. Explaining the situation, she said it was impossible for Mr. Yan to turn things around unless. The guys wanted to know unless what? She said unless he put in billions and billions more, but she doubted he had that kind of capital. Lin said he was startled for a second, but she's quite funny. Then Diamond wanted to know if anyone had any questions. And strangely, the jawline guy said he was smelling something weird and mentioned hearing that all of Diamu's secretaries were wonderful. So he wanted the girl to take off the bandage on her head and reveal her true face. The artist could have hidden that face better to create this drama. But alright, she's crying to Mr. Lai, and he knows that this guy is being extremely rude, but he can't lose this cooperation. He then told Ling Shuang to take off the veil and let the guy have a look. She asked if she really needed to do that, and the guy told her to obey right away. Funny thing is, this veil they keep talking about is a 2-centimeter bandage. But for dramatic effect, here she goes, crying. The veil is then removed. And man, this scar is really huge. I didn't know it was that big. The doctor who stitched that up should be sued because her wound is still open. And the table falls silent. Jawline guy said he didn't imagine there was such monstrosity underneath and told her to cover it right away. She said if it's bothering the environment, she would leave. And with that, she left while Jiamu just watched. He thought that her face couldn't be recovered, but now that the mission was complete, she was of no use anymore. The guys from afar were laughing, saying she really was horribly ugly. And another agreed, saying he had seen prettier beggars. Meanwhile, at our boy's house, Shilu was inviting his sister to go to a bar. But she says she won't do that because Chen Yuan said he doesn't like that kind of thing. She's just going to take a bath and go to bed. Jilu says she should have more fun, but she says she loves staying there at home with her brother. Then someone rings the doorbell. The two turn to see who it is. It's Ling Shuang looking completely worn out. Mengming immediately asks what happened because she doesn't look well. She says nothing happened with a face that looks like she took a beating. Mengming helps her and says she can tell her anything. While Jilu is angry because to her, Ling Shuang is the biggest traitor of all. To be honest, she's right. She really is the biggest traitor. Ming says that Chen Yuan told her to wait a bit for Ling Shuang because he thought she would show up. Shocked, she asks if he really mentioned her, and Ming says yes. With that, she goes to eat our boy's rice, realizing that from the beginning, Chen Yuan treated her like a person and not as a tool. In the end, he really was the kindest. Ming asked why she was crying and told her to say what happened, but she replies that it's nothing much, she just remembered some things. Favorability rises by 10, and Ling Shuang asks where Chen Yuan is because she wanted to talk to him, and then it rises by 10 more. The sister explains that Chen Yuan had already gone to bed. She questioned why he went so early. The sister explained that it seems he's having to deal with a lot of problems and wants some time alone. Actually, time alone means sipping soda and playing League of Legends. And Ling Shuang says she understands that he must be suffering a lot because of all these people turning against him, plus Lin's planning. Even with all this happening, he still remembered to leave food for her. She really doesn't deserve him. Another 10 points are gained. The next day, Meng tells Yuki that she found information about Ling Shuang. After staying up all night, she discovered some very suspicious things. And strangely, she suddenly got into one of the top universities without attending any school. At 17, she went to study in the United States and came back with 2 degrees. At 22, she was already the executive secretary of the Giant Star Group. Kizhao Yuki says she's heard of this group before and it's not an unfamiliar name. And Meng reports that this group is responsible for the wealth of the Li family, the same family that owns a giant television company. Chen Yuan was planning to open something that would be a direct competitor to them, and Ling Shuang appeared as a secretary. At that moment, the two concluded that she could only be a spy, and Meng says it's no wonder the boy is encountering so many problems to the point of almost going bankrupt. Desperate, Jia Yuki said she was going to call now to help him. However, as always, our boy's number was turned off. She called Bingsu and asked for the new address, who replied that she had no idea. But she got angry when she found out there was a spy next to the boy. Wu said she would help find this new house and together they would take down this spy. The operation to save our boy had begun, back at the boy's house. He was waking up after a tiring day. However, he smelled something strange. He saw that it was Ling Shuang making breakfast and wondered if she had taken the wrong medication. At that moment, he approached and greeted the secretary. She said she had cooked something for him and asked him to taste it. Our boy was all glowing, watching him eat. She thought that until now he didn't seem to care about her wound. And the most curious thing of all was how different he was compared to her previous boss. Our boy knew that as a woman, that wound on her face must be destroying her. However, he was evolving his medical skills to the max to see if he could help her recover. He was sure that when he did, he would finally win her over. She then asked what she should do if one day she made him angry. He said that if the problem was losing money, he didn't care because honestly, he didn't even like it anymore. She wondered if he would really forgive her if he found out she was plotting with several other companies. And the strangest thing was that everything she had planned was about to succeed, but she wasn't happy. Just then, Meng and the other girls showed up, saying they wanted breakfast too. Excited, Ling Shuang got up and said she had prepared for everyone. Meng said for her to sit down because she would serve herself and there was no need for that. Lazy Yahello said to bring some for her. With that, they all sat down to have some coffee, when suddenly the doorbell was ringing desperately. Everyone turned, confused, wanting to know who it was. Yahello said she would go complain and see who was making so much noise so early. Meng said she thought it was Rui's friends who were asking for our boy's address this morning. Ling Shuang seemed confused by that, and Meng said that she and some friends seemed to be coming to see our boy because they were worried. They mentioned finding out there was a spy in his company. She wiped her mouth and went to open the door to let them in. And man, it was really all of them. The sister was impressed that there were so many beautiful women in front of her. Before she could say anything, all 4 had already entered the house. Meng asked if those really were Chen Yuan's friends. They looked quite angry. Rui just replied that the situation was urgent and wanted to know where Ling Shuang was. Meng said everyone was having breakfast together. With that, they all approached and surrounded Ling Shuang. The poor thing had nowhere to run, and Qi and Meng, tired of no one saying anything, slammed some papers on the table. She told Chen Yuan to take a look as she had made a dossier on a spy in his company. Our boy, reading it, was impressed, saying that the girl had studied a lot. It really was no wonder she had all that talent. It was amazing that he had such a well-prepared secretary as this one. But Meng told him to realize that he had fallen into a trap set by the other groups. Now that there are 2 Meng in the same scene, it's getting tricky. However, the sister asked Ling Shuang if it was true, and Yahello thought the poor things had no idea that the boy had known for a long time. And what's even better is that if she's the only one who knows this, she's the one he trusts the most. And Gao Xuanyan, with an IQ of 200, had already realized that our boy used Yahello to ruin Ling Shuang's plans. She revealed that it was all true and that she approached him with the intention of working as a spy. Suddenly, our boy stood up. He told Ling Shuang to come with him to the garden because he wanted to talk alone. With that, the 2 left with all the curious ones watching. Meng was already crying, saying she never imagined she was a spy, and if she had known, she wouldn't have let her get close to our boy. However, Yahello said not to worry because he had known this for a long time. Everyone was shocked. wanting to know what business was this about him already knowing. Ruoyu asked why he gave such an important project if he knew she was a spy, and Jilu said she would never tell. She had already realized that all these girls seemed to be interested in our boy, already fuming, wanting to know if there wasn't another man in this country for them to all be after him. They started shoving each other, demanding proper explanations. But suddenly, Gao Xuanian cleared her throat beside the painting and said that coincidentally the wrong areas Ling Shuang made him buy and the ones Jilu bought for him formed a continuous area. Right then, Ruoyu realized our strategist was years ahead of everyone. He was like a planner who saw the battlefield miles away. The way he used his troops and resources was on another level. He was too complex for anyone to understand. The poor thing was even trembling there. Now everyone was impressed, saying the boy was like a supercomputer. Mengming asked if she did something wrong by revealing the spy since this now ruined Tanwan's plans. She said she didn't need to worry. If he went to talk to the girl, he probably had another plan in mind, while thinking that the more she got to know him, the more mysteries she discovered. Even though he always took too many risks, he always came out victorious. Maybe she was just another piece on his board too. Outside, Ling Shuang apologized for getting close just to gather information. She said she had no choice because she didn't know him, and that was the task she answered. Our boy said he always knew all of that, and she asked how it was possible. He said that on the first day, he had already discovered why she was approaching him and who was behind it. However, none of those things mattered to him, and he asked if she remembered what he had said. Man, he grabbed her face and said that if it was because of money and business, he would always forgive her. And as a knight, he had to keep his word. Oh, of course, with that, the boy's favorability went up. She blushed, unable to say anything, and now was already at 85. She looked to the side and was about to say something, but he interrupted and said there was no need to worry about anything because from now on, she was part of his team. Once again, she wanted to apologize and such. However, he said he had already told her that she was his hidden dragon. He was sure that with her by his side, the whole world was within reach, and he left, telling her to keep working hard. She stood there, wondering if she really wouldn't suffer any consequences. Our boy said her punishment was this mission for next week, and with that, she received 30 billion to spend. Her nose even ran with so much money, and she fell to the ground saying she didn't deserve this. Another 10 favorability points, and our boy was almost there. But he was angry. He had already spent 50 billion on this woman, did everything possible, and was still at 93. But whatever, since he's been evolving his medical skills, soon she would be within reach. And as soon as that happened, the game would finally turn around. She sent a message apologizing for everything that happened and said she just couldn't betray the Lee family. Our boy knew she was almost switching sides, and now it was just a matter of details. He told her to stop making excuses and just complete that weekly mission already, and said the only mission she had was to spend money, even if it was to support the Lee family. She thought maybe this was his way of asking her to spy now while on the Lee family. But with so much against them, she couldn't see Chen Yuan getting out of all this. That's when our boy opened the door, and inside, they were all smitten. Our boy wondered why it felt like he had entered the wolf's den. He couldn't understand why even Mengming was like that, considering he didn't even know her. And strangely, out of nowhere, he completed the counterattack against her. He was surprised he didn't even remember when he started the mission with her. With that, he received a bunch of 3 money and 25 strength points. What's this? Did our boy end up in the Matrix? Oh, that's explained. What he gained was proficiency in being a hacker. What he didn't understand was why every time he was gaining a skill now, his head was hurting even more. And the system told him to increase his mental power because this overload of information was wearing him out. The poor guy was suffering because he had too many skills. But it made sense since the skills he gained were like years and years of someone studying. This was one of his biggest profits, and he didn't even have to make an effort to gain an incredible skill. And with that, he told the system to spend 50 points on mental power. Immediately, our boy went through a transformation. Now we have Chen Yuan 2.0. With one look, he could tell the perfume, the shoe, the weight, the brand of the clothes, and the height. And he wondered if he had become some kind of super genius. Mengming apologized, asking if she did something wrong by revealing Ling Shuang. He said that was irrelevant since the truth would come out sooner or later. The only thing he hoped was that no one would treat her badly and pretend it never happened. They were confused as to why they would do that. The others were obviously fuming, wanting to know the same thing. And Mengming concluded that he must have already convinced Ling Shuang to change the plan. Maybe he was trying to turn her into a double agent. He was indeed planning far ahead. He was using a light strategy to counter the dark conspiracies. Ling Shuang was about to enter the house and overheard part of this conversation. Our boy was telling everyone not to treat her badly because she was still an important part of the team. She saw this and wondered if that was really something sincere. He truly was the kind of person worth following for the rest of her life. A while later, she was leaving the house. She said he didn't need to worry and that she would call a taxi. He said it really wasn't a problem if she wanted to keep living there. However, she said the crack had already been created and she would always be seen as a spy. From upstairs, his sister wondered if Chen Yuan had really convinced the girl and if she would return to the Li family. Even more so, if her plan failed against Chen Yuan, she would be punished if she went back. Jilu said that those words made her realize something. Ling Shuang herself might not know that Chen Yuan had set it all up. and it was inevitable that when the Lee family found out, she would be punished. At that moment, Jilu received a call from her brother. He asked where she was and what she was doing. She said she was at Chen Yuan's house and witnessed a scene he would never believe. The poor guy wondered since when did his sister call this guy brother. The worst part was that his sister didn't know the plans the Ling family had with the Lee family. And he started yelling, telling her to stop hanging out with this guy because he wasn't good for her. He warned her that in half a month, she would be back at university and told her to come home. Angry, she thought that as soon as he found out about the things she was achieving, he would be surprised. Soon they would find out that Lin Jilu was the greatest entrepreneur of her entire generation. In the background, Zhao Yuki asked Ruyo if she knew those two girls. She said the one on the left was her sister named Wang Mingming, and the one on the right was extremely dangerous, as it was Jilu from the Lin family. Jilu asked if that wasn't one of the richest families in all the cities, and she was already saying the damn guy never rests. Every time, he just shows up with another one. She then called the two over, introduced herself and said she was the CEO of the big black cat company. And she advised that since they were all friends of Chen Yuan, they should have each other's contacts. Our boy looked and wondered what was going on there. The girls were all exchanging numbers with each other, and Yuki had added Jilu to their group, saying that from now on, they were all friends. Our boy was already wondering how many people were in that group. Meanwhile, at a hotel, someone welcomed Ling Shuang back. It was Mr. Lai at the table, saying that yesterday's action was because he couldn't lose that guy's investment. He said he had contacted the best plastic surgeon in all of Korea, and soon she would be as beautiful as before. She said she understood and thanked him. He then asked what brought her there. She revealed that her identity had been exposed. Shocked, he asked what happened and if it was hard to escape. She said that actually he forgave her and even invited her to keep working. However, she refused. But of course, she decided to hide the 30 billion. Otherwise, the boss might think she was betraying him. The guy then asked how he reacted when she left. She said that strangely he showed no reaction and was very calm. He questioned whether there was really no emotional change like anger. She said no, maybe his emotional control was extremely high. However, it seems there was something she didn't notice. He had known she was a spy from the very beginning. He asked how he knew and whose name the shares of Fission Company were. She said all the shares were in the name of his sister Mengming because he didn't want to raise suspicion under his name. Knowing that Chen Yuan was extremely calm, he was already questioning whether he had fallen into a trap. He said to bring the maps of Hubei province and call Mr. Lin. He asked the secretary if anyone from the Lin family was buying land in that region. The secretary said the Lin family seemed to be acquiring some properties under the name of another company, and Lin's cell phone started ringing. He wondered why Mr. Lai was calling him so early. He asked if the guy had so much free time and said he was going to invite him to eat some delicacies. However, the guy cursed him, saying it seemed he had teamed up with Chen Yuan and had been planning all of this from the beginning. Confused, Lin asked what he was talking about. The guy told him to stop playing dumb because he knew about the places he was buying in the family's name. Coincidentally, all the land purchased by his company fit perfectly with Chen Yuan's strategies. Lin, confused, had no idea where those purchases came from for his family. He said he would investigate this because he was absolutely certain it was not related to his family. The guy said he had half a day to give a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, he would have to face the consequences. The guy threw the phone on the floor, wanting to know who Jia Mufati was. The two had a negotiation of equals, but he thought he could treat him like he was his father. The problem was that he had to spend 10 million to plan all of this. If he lost, there would be no way to explain it to his family. He then told the employee to take a look at some secret real estate in the family's name. The guy said he would handle it now, and 2 hours later he returned. The poor guy had already received all the papers. He wanted to know why everything was in his sister's name, who was 20 years old and wasn't supposed to have any money. Worst of all, it was confirmed that the company's capital exceeded 50 billion. And the guy showed that with the purchases made by this company, Chen Yuan's plan would work 100%. With these purchases, the entire television structure he was trying to set up would work perfectly. They thought they had caught him in a trap, but in the end, they were the ones who were defeated. He realized that from the beginning, he had fallen into a giant pit, and the worst part was that his sister had been brainwashed. He angrily grabbed his phone, saying he was going to call her, wanting to know how that damn girl was trying to do something that would ruin the whole family. Getting out of the pool, she answered the call and asked why he wanted to talk again. He then said he found out about the secret real estate company she was running. She replied that he took quite a while to find out and that from now on, he would have to call her boss. He started yelling, asking who gave her permission to exploit the family's connections like that. But she just hung up, said she preferred to be on Chen Yuan's side, who was far more capable than her brother. He was furious that she had hung up on him. He threw the phone on the floor, wanting to know since when that damn girl got so brave. He told the butler to bring another phone because he couldn't believe he couldn't beat this girl. The servant said the situation was already out of control and the focus now should be on minimizing the damage. He questioned how that would be possible and what they could do. The servant said that considering all of Chen Yuan's planning, he seemed far more promising than the guy from the Li family. Considering that his sister already had connections, maybe they should just ally with him for good. All he would have to do is give up on Ruoyo, because it seemed she had some kind of relationship with Chen Yuan. However, he said he would not give up on Ruoyo, and if he did, he would also have to hear his sister talking about it for the rest of his life. The butler questioned if it was really worth going through all this trouble just because of her. He told Mr. Fu to stop getting involved because he had full control of the company and would take responsibility. The guy said that was fine, then he would step back, while thinking that this young master was too inexperienced since this was not just about financial losses. Even if he managed to make his sister switch sides, everyone would see her as a traitor. Either the Lin family joins Chen Yuan or they accept that they will be destroyed by all the others. Meanwhile, papers were delivered about all of Zhilu's plans and what she had been doing recently. Mr. Lai realized that from the beginning, he was falling into the trap and ordered everyone in that meeting to stay silent. Ling Shuang realized that part of the blame was hers for being the secretary and not discovering anything. She then apologized and said she really could notice. However, the guy asked if she really thought it was just a mistake. A mistake, yes, is something you apologize for, but losing 10 billion is far beyond that. He threw an ashtray at her face and questioned if she knew the magnitude of the money that was lost. Apparently, it was the trust he had in her that led to this arrogance, and now she thought she was worth all that money. She should remember that everything she has in life is thanks to the Li family, and she doesn't deserve any of it. He ordered the security guards to detain her and warned that from now on, she was completely suspect of any activity in this group. She would undergo an investigation to make sure she wasn't behind all of this. One of the girls said she was sure Ling Shuang hadn't betrayed them since she had told them everything and besides had been with them from the beginning. And he said that betrayal was irrelevant now since he would have to give an explanation to the group. That's when she realized she was just being used as a scapegoat. Meanwhile, at our boy's house, someone asked if Mei Ming was there. It was Ruoyo who said that her brother was irresponsible for leaving the girl alone. She replied that actually Chen Yuan was down in the basement. She asked how long he had been hiding there since she hadn't seen him in a few days. The sister said it seemed like he was doing some tests and experiments and asked that no one disturb him. Our boy made a purple goo and said it was finally ready. Spending all those points to evolve medical skills up to 60 was worth it. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Ruoyo asking if she could come in. Our boy thought she arrived at the perfect time. He told her to come in and asked if she had any scars on her body. She was obviously all confused by him saying that. She said she had a little mark under her hair from a fight with her brother when she was younger, but she always hid it with makeup. Our boy grabbed her chin, saying he wanted to take a closer look. She even dropped her bag, while thinking that if Mei Ming saw this situation, she would think the wrong thing about her brother. But that's okay since he wanted so much, she accepted the kiss. However, she smelled something strange and wondered what he was thinking. Our boy told her not to worry because he had an impressive cream. He put it on her forehead and she asked if he had government authorization to do that, saying it was very stinky. Our boy said it was like those foods that stink but taste good. He told her not to remove it from her forehead for the next 3 hours because there wouldn't be any more. With a somewhat unconvinced look, she said thanks. But she said there was a price. When our boy turned around, she kissed him. What was that? Our boy was all embarrassed, wondering if he had been taken advantage of. On the other side of the door, she couldn't believe she had the courage, but the feeling wasn't bad. Our boy turned all red and was drooling. Suddenly, his sister appeared, asking why Ruoyu left covering her face. It seemed like she was crying. Our boy said she went back home to take a bath, but Mei Ming said she wasn't an idiot. Since Ruoyu was covering her face and was all red, what had he done wrong to the poor girl? Our boy said he wouldn't accept false accusations since he was a gentleman. However, his sister said she didn't believe him. She thought the only problem with her brother was that he was always surrounded by women, but no matter what, he would always be her only brother. He then asked if she had any scars that needed omnipotent treatment. She ran off saying that the stuff was too stinky. He thought she was silly for not taking advantage of something only he could produce. Suddenly, a message arrived on his phone. He remembered that chat from the beginning and decided to take a look. Hoshin, the guy from the dealership, was asking if Mr. Yan was really going through difficulties. Another guy, Wang Ren, said that even his company, which was buying land, had stopped doing so. It looked like Mr. Yan was planning to flee the country. Wang Ren continued saying the analysis was correct since even his black cat platform wasn't doing so well. However, Hoshin preferred not to speak ill of Mr. Yan. He believed that even if he was facing difficulties, he would overcome them. But obviously, he didn't like this other wealthy guy badmouthing him the moment he disappeared for a few days. Others in the chat commented that it seemed he had gotten into some problems with the Lin family and began saying it was his fault for getting involved with such big shots. Everyone agreed it might be better to distance themselves from Mr. Yan. Our boy was angry because just a few days ago, everyone was sending him friend requests and wanting to be his friend. He then sent a message saying enough was enough and told whoever wanted to leave the group to just disappear. The guys were shocked but asked why he was trying to act tough at a time like this. Our boy said that anyone who went against him or cooperated with Tang's family would now be against him. The The guy from the club earlier said to take a look at the group because Mr. Yan was going against everyone. Hoshin, the car guy, said he knew Mr. Yan was no ordinary person. Based on his analysis, even if it were the entire Lin family, no one would stand a chance against him. However, others replied that they didn't care about that and were leaving the group. At that moment, some people started leaving the conversation and others followed the herd. Our boy saw that more than 300 people decided to leave. However, now he knew exactly who he didn't care about if they tried to suck up to him. Since they were thinking he was broke, he decided to slap everyone in the face. Naturally, he started browsing live streams. He went to his platform to recharge some credits. Seeing auctions of 10 million and 500 million, he realized that President Zhou understood him. It was time to recharge a few billion to spice things up. Meanwhile, on the Black Cat platform, one of the employees called Shen Shui to take a look. She came in worried, asking what was happening. The guy said that on the shopping channel, someone had just purchased a few billion. Shen Shui immediately wondered if it was him. There was a blonde girl doing a live stream dancing for everyone and another with pink hair messing around. However, our boy found all that quite dull until something caught his attention. What seemed to be his sister had started live streaming under the name Dreamy Little Monster. How this clueless guy didn't recognize her immediately is beyond me. Since she dresses up like a little cat, you can even buy her a litter box. What a disaster, for crying out loud. She thanked her viewers, saying she hoped they'd have prosperous lives. Now our boy recognized his sister and understood why she hadn't been bugging him so much today. However, as always, he wouldn't let this slide and immediately sent a rocket. A guy named Happy Wind, who made the donation, asked to add her as a friend. However, she responds that it won't be possible because her brother doesn't allow that sort of thing. But then 10 more rockets arrive. The guy once again asks if now she can add him. Our boy starts getting angry, seeing this guy hitting on his sister like that. And his sister isn't happy either, asking why this guy keeps insisting if she already said she's not going to add him. She repeats that if he's sending gifts just to be added, he better stop because it's a waste of money. But the guy sends 100 more rockets. He goes into the chat again and asks if now it's enough. She sees that not only is this guy annoying, but everyone else in the live is starting to join him. However, something catches everyone's attention. The entire planet is destroyed. It looks like our boy bought a stellar explosion. At the Black Cat operations base, everyone comments that the most expensive item in the store had been purchased. Shenshri is already wondering if the legend had returned. A shocked Mei asks if they really received the item that costs over 1 million. Meanwhile, our boy says he's going to humiliate anyone trying to impress his sister with rockets. He'll have to shatter this guy's dreams until he realizes any attempt is futile. He then sends 2 more stellar collisions, followed by 3 more stellar explosions. When he does that, it even appears on other people's live streams. Everyone finds out that the dreamy little monster has already received more than 4 galaxies. Our boy keeps clicking until the guy learns his lesson. Meanwhile, those watching can't believe he's already sent about 3,000 of those. There are so many donations that you can't even see the chat properly anymore. Having received so much, her popularity score hits 100 million. At the platform's base, people can't believe it. Our boy had spent 300 million. Apparently, that 3,000 was mistranslated. Our boy smiles, saying it might be enough to cause a financial shock. Just then, he receives a message from his sister asking if it was him who did that. Our boy admits it was, but she says it's a waste of money. However, she quickly realizes that since the platform belongs to him, he's not really losing much. Still, she asks him to stop because she can't continue her live stream. Our boy wanted to spend about 10 billion, but it looks like he won't be able to interfere any longer. On the platform, everyone wants to know if it was really Chen Yuan who spent the 300 million. Shen Shui confirms it, but she's unsure how to deal with it. Zhao Yuki tells her to explain what's so difficult about it, and Shen Shui says that all the money he donated went to his sister Mengming. She admits it's strange because, in a way, the money isn't actually leaving him. At this point, Shen Shui seems to understand Chen Yuan's plan and tells Zhao Yuki that she now knows why he did it. She explains that it was a way to show the other families that he had recovered from the attack he had suffered. With this move, any rumors about him going broke were now dispelled. Zhao Yuki agrees, saying it's the perfect way for him to spend money to silence everyone without losing anything. Meanwhile, Shen Shui says it's been a while since she's seen our boy. All she ever wanted was to be chosen by a man like that, who would be incredible. The next day, of course, this became news everywhere. The bowling guy tells Hoshin that he was right after all, and Hoshin says he must learn that Mr. Yuan wasn't going to let himself fall like that. In the end, it was all just a joke, but in reality, he was terrified of betting on the wrong person. Luckily, Mr. Yuan hadn't gone bankrupt. Then a bunch of notifications start flooding the group chat. Everyone who stayed was relieved they trusted Mr. Yuan and remained. Someone mentions how his plan worked, taking down both the Li and Lin families. The guy is impressed, saying it's amazing how he went against so many people and still came out victorious. The guys even comment that a move like the one he made will impact the next decade. Our boy concludes that those who decided to trust him are now on his side. Since he's not keen on constantly being attacked by everyone, he decides to reward those who deserve it. He announces that anyone from the group can join the Television City he's building. One guy says his family owns several malls and that it would be great to be a part of it. Another says his family runs various restaurants and definitely wants to be involved. Obviously, someone from the hotel business jumps in, and a few construction guys say if he needs more materials, he should just let them know. Our boy is taken aback as notifications keep pouring in from people wanting to participate. His sister is impressed that everyone is talking about her. Both her live stream and her name are trending in the top searches. He tells her it looks like she's become an internet celebrity. She responds that she's only famous because she received money, which isn't a big deal since most comments are about him. Everyone says he's a selfish person who only knows how to spend money on women to show off, while other wealthy people finance the nation and talent development. He's just spending money on streamers. Our boy tries to defend himself, but his sister says Ruryu already explained that he pretends to only know how to give money, while behind the scenes, he's a business genius. He tries to counter, saying it's not a big deal. When his sister says there's no point in hiding, she already knows all about the plan he orchestrated. The poor guy doesn't understand how this kind of nonsense is spreading so much, and what he doesn't want is to change the relationship he currently has with her. So he decides to change the subject and asks what's this about some guys investing money to promote the nation's talents. His sister says that in the board game called Go, their country is being dominated by some foreigners. One guy even said that everyone in their country was an amateur. Our boy asked who was bold enough to say that. She said the genius was under 20 years old and was named Kimura. It seems he learned from an old master, and when he arrived in their country, he defeated everyone there. Even the seniors who had been training for years didn't stand a chance against him. He even made a daring announcement that no one in their country could beat him. Our boy asked what that had to do with all the spending, and she said that everyone in their country was already offering over 200 million to anyone who could beat this kid. But our boy wasn't interested in winning the money, he just wanted to play against the guy. His sister asked if he was serious since the kid was a genius. He said of course it would be much more fun to compete. Besides, if things got tough, he'd just level up his skills a bit. His sister wondered when he learned to play that, especially since he's so busy managing multiple companies. Our boy asked when he ever seems so busy. She then recalled that every day he's lying in front of the pool, sunbathing comfortably. At night he's drinking Coke and playing video games. She has no idea how he manages his time so well, and our boy wonders why she seems so shaken. Right then she opens a live stream saying that today they'd focus on studies. But of course the chat wasn't interested in watching someone write on paper. However, for our boy, this was perfect. He then entered the biggest online platform to play Go and as always decided to use a different name to avoid drawing attention. So he chose Sunset Master. It was 10 in the morning when he started training, eager to test his system's abilities. The first round began and our boy was just clicking away with his Logitech mouse. By 10:33, he had already finished off the first opponent, but it was so quick it wasn't even fun. So he decided he would win 10 in a row to see if he could find tougher opponents, and with that, he began crushing everyone. It was 6:30 in the evening and he was still playing. He had won 30 consecutive matches and was still at the easy level. It seemed like he was going to have to spend more time there than he had imagined. One of the problems was that the higher he climbed, the longer the matches became since the players weren't making as many mistakes. All he wanted was a chance to face this prodigy. Kimura also played on this platform under the name Devil's Hand. One day he had won 20 consecutive matches and thought no one could beat him there. However, he decided to go for one more match. He looked through the rankings to see if he could find someone who had been doing well lately. Naturally, he spotted our boy in the Sunset Master. Our boy received a notification. Someone had challenged him to a duel. He immediately saw it was Devil's Hand and wondered why it sounded like the nickname of someone still in high school. He was impressed to see that the guy had 20 wins in a row that day. The duel was on. Devil's Hand made the first move and the match began to unfold. Our boy was amazed. Unlike other players, it was hard to understand this guy's moves. He remembered someone called the Demon of Transformation, whose every move had multiple variations. 30 moves in, and our boy wasn't in a great position. He realized that at the pace things were going, he was going to lose this match, and losing his streak would make it harder to climb the rankings. Kimura was impressed. It had taken 30 moves for the guy to fall into his first trap. But even so, it was irrelevant since in the end he was going to win again. Our boy then asked the system for 50 years of experience, which drained a lot of strengthening points, leaving him with only 25. Decades of techniques and strategies began flashing through his mind. After analyzing the options multiple times, he finally found the solution for the game. It was time to go on the offensive. Now, even he would transform into the so-called Demon of the Heavens. Kimura wondered why the guy wasn't making any moves. To him, in this vast world, he was still a solitary master. Then a notification caught his attention and he was startled by the move. It looked like the guy had made a bunch of nonsensical plays and apparently given up on the game. But our boy knew he would interpret it that way, and it was all just a distraction. He had the perfect piece. It looked like something familiar to the kid. He knew that demon transformation technique from the games. To him, it was impossible. There was no way an amateur could know a move like that. For the first time, someone had fallen into a trap and actually turned the game around in the end. With that, our boy defeated Devil's Hand, who fell back in his chair wondering if he had really been beaten. How could he, the best player in all of Asia, have lost to some guy online in the 5th rank, especially considering that the guy used the same moves he does? He wasn't going to accept this result. Our boy was exhausted from playing all day. It was already 10 at night and he hadn't left his chair. However, he was excited by the last match and thought one more wouldn't hurt. He then received a private message. Since this guy was from another country, the message he sent was all messed up, asking for another match and to be taught. Our boy thought that with such a bad writing style and a childish name, it was really a primary school kid. However, he wasn't humble and said the guy had no chance against him, so it was best not to humiliate himself and go back to doing his homework. Kimura was furious, wanting to know who this damn person was. He sat down again, saying that in the last challenge he was just playing around, but now he would get serious. Our boy replied that since he wasn't convinced, he'd help him understand how things work. And with that, another match began. 10 minutes later, the fool had been defeated once again. For him, it was impossible. It didn't make sense that the guy who was bad just 10 minutes ago had suddenly become so good. He decided to challenge him again. Of course, he lost again, but this time, instead of 30 moves, it was 20. It made no sense to him. Ever since his first professional appearance, he'd been destroying all his opponents. How was he now being beaten by this strange player? Our boy didn't want to accept any more challenges since this guy was acting like a persistent child. However, Kimura kept insisting, saying they had to play one more match. Not knowing who he was really up against, our boy said he wasn't interested in beating an amateur. Of course, poor Kimura took a painful hit, wondering if he had really been called an amateur. Someone stepped in and asked Kimura what was going on. His younger sister, Mei Sato, wanted to know why he was so angry. He explained that he lost to a guy named Sunset and couldn't control his rage. She told him that losing could sometimes happen in online games because his opponent might have been cheating. He asked how that could be possible. She explained about something called AlphaGo, which apparently is a kind of bot that makes the best moves, allowing anyone to win. Kimura concluded this was why the guy seemed a bit bad at first and then suddenly got better. His sister said that for someone like him, who's been defeating the world's best, it didn't make sense to lose to someone like that. He agreed, saying that must be the case and that he would return to analyze the matches even further, accepting only one challenge a day. He was sure that by absorbing the knowledge from this supposed artificial intelligence, he would reach the next level. Meanwhile, Mei thought to herself that it was good he was young and innocent. That way, it was easy to boost his confidence again. Even though their father had been generous in teaching him everything, his maturity hadn't yet reached the same level. Besides, it was impossible for him to be defeated in 30 or 40 moves, as it was something not even her father could achieve. Meanwhile, at our boy's house, he was still stuck at the 7th level, saying it was impossible to get out of these ranks. To face that damn Kimura, he'd have to reach the professional rank. Otherwise, they wouldn't even let him participate. The problem was that at the current pace, it would take about 3 or 4 days. What he really wanted to know was how good or bad he was, since so far he'd only beaten amateurs, especially considering he almost lost to a student and was lucky enough to use the system to save himself. However, he was sure that if he kept pushing himself, the reward for defeating that guy would be his. The scene shifts to the Lee family's house, where poor Ling Shuang is being dragged and all battered because Jiamu wants to talk to her. Clearly, this girl isn't in great health. He asked another secretary if they discovered anything now that she's been held captive for 3 days. The secretary says they found some very interesting and suspicious things about the girl. One of them is that she has 30 billion in her bank account. Furious, Jiamu asks how it's possible for a secretary to have so much money. The other secretary says this is clearly a piece of evidence that makes them suspect her. Jiamu says it all makes sense now. If he were offered 30 billion to betray the family, maybe even he wouldn't be able to resist. He turns to her and says that now it's clear why she put on that little show pretending she wasn't guilty. Ling Shuang asks if he really thinks she would betray him for money. He throws a bunch of papers in the air and asks if that looks like a lie, and says that if she hadn't betrayed them, why didn't she ever mention the money she received? She's left speechless, and the man says that her inability to defend herself already proves everything. He turns away and warns her that she should know the consequences of betraying the Lee family. Everyone in the room falls silent. She says she knows the consequences and won't argue anymore, so they can get down to what's practical. She asks what he means by practical. She says she knows that failing in this plan will affect his succession in the family, but she's willing to use the 30 billion to help repair any damage she may have caused. The moment he accepts the money, she will sever all ties with them, as she thinks that this is the only way to break this relationship and finally join Chen Yuan. However, the man laughs and says that since she wants to sell herself for this money, he will accept and let her go. He promises that once the money is in his account, she will be free, as he, Master Jiamu, always keeps his word. But of course, he has other plans for when that happens. The transfer is made, and he says that now with so much money in his account, he doesn't even have to worry about the old folks' opinions anymore. Even if he is removed from the family, he can rebuild everything thanks to Secretary Yu. However, the other girl asks if he really plans to let her escape, considering all the secrets she knows. This is his new secretary, Qin Qian. Jiamu simply asks if she's trying to teach him something. She immediately bows and apologizes, saying she spoke too much. She's excited because she was previously suppressed by Ling Xuan, who is now abandoned like a stray dog. Worse still, the poor thing is naively thinking the young master will actually let her get away. The scene changes to the city, where Ling Xuan is wandering around, abandoned. She wonders if the young master will really let her go, considering she did everything for the family and knows many of their secrets. At that moment, something approaches. Someone has sent a truck to run her over. But she's not weak and she executes a b-boy move. She manages to roll under the truck, which ends up crashing into the mall on the other side. Knowing that this was probably meant for her, she immediately starts running away, desperate, already thinking that if he wants to play this game, then she will become a new enemy of the Lee family. One of the men nearby had just been observing and informs that the driver missed the target and they lost her. Jamu asks how that's possible but says it's fine. They can leave because she spent the 30 billion that Chen Yuan gave her. He's sure that once Chen Yuan finds out she wasted all the money he gave her like that, it will be the end of the girl. The scene shifts to our boy's house, with his sister saying it's time to eat. He was still playing on the computer, and she asked when he was going to get out of there. He says she doesn't understand the exhilarating feeling of continuously dominating his opponents. She doesn't believe he's that good and asks what rank he's at. Our boy is at the 8th dan and she says that's impressive, asking if he's really planning to challenge Kimura. He replies that you should never underestimate his talent and taking this reward will be like taking candy from a baby. Mangming thinks she's never seen him put so much effort into something. Instead of working hard in his career to make more money, he's determined to defeat this rival. To her, it's exactly how a stubborn man should be. She knows he doesn't care since he has so much more money, so it's all about their honor. His favorability is already at 93, and our boy is worried about what will happen if it continues to rise. He wonders why she's saying these things, considering he's doing this for the money anyway, especially since when he wins, the system money will finally be his. The most troubling thing would be going past 95, leading her to develop some kind of negative feelings. He needs to cut these points and end this mess quickly. He then calls for her, and she's all confused. He says there's something he's always wanted to tell her. She says there's no need to keep secrets and that he can say anything. However, at that moment, the doorbell rings. Mangbing rushes off before our boy can say anything. He knows she's been through many traumas, so it might not be easy to explain things to her. When Mangbing opens the door, it's Royo for the first time with her heavy equipment stored away. She says she brought a gift for her sister, who thanks her. Immediately, she wants to know where her brother is. Mangbing tells her he's in his room and asks why she changed her hairstyle. He explains that she used to have a scar on her forehead that she always hid, but after using the cream he made, it disappeared. She's impressed that the smelly stuff was actually so effective, remembering when our boy insisted on applying that nasty ointment. She then enters the room and our boy asks why she looks prettier than usual. He says there aren't many seats, so if she wants, she can sit on the bed. She blushed a little but went over and sat down. Stroking the sheets, she thought about how this was where our boy slept every day. Could she be the first woman to lie on that bed? She then comments on that cream he had and asks if he could give her some more. He says it's ironic she's asking for more when last time she refused to apply it. She admits she was wrong and says it's so amazing it would make a fortune if it could be mass-produced. However, our boy says that mass production would be a lot of work. He hands her the formula and says that if she's interested, she could launch the product and help him build the company. She hesitates when she sees the formula of a product that could shake up the entire market, but he's so honest with her that she doesn't even know how to refuse his kindness. Once the company is up and running, she plans to transfer all the profits to our boy, landing a sharp blow to him. But is it really suffering, or is he actually enjoying it? But then the doorbell rings again and Mengming goes to answer it. However, this time it's Ling Xuan, all disguised, obviously sad from being kicked out of the Li family. Mengming is startled and asks what she's doing there. Ling Xuan asks where Chen Yuan is, saying she wants to see him. But Mengming pushes her, saying she's not welcome there and to never come back. She says she trusted her like a sister only to find out that all she wanted was to harm her brother. From upstairs, the two hear the commotion and wonder what's happening. When our boy comes down and sees Ling Xuan, he gets excited that she's finally back. He had lots of contracts and money to spend, so her arrival was perfect. However, Mengming continues telling her to leave because her brother doesn't want to see her face anymore. The poor girl leaves, apologizing, heartbroken. She's devastated, now without a master, without a friend, without Chen Yuan, completely alone. And worst of all, she has nowhere to go. Just then, someone grabs her hand. It's our boy, telling her she doesn't have to leave like that. He pulls her back while his sister wants to know what he thinks he's doing. Our boy simply says to leave the past behind because she's still his secretary and asks her to go make some noodles. His sister is furious, but Roya pulls him and runs off. Our boy then tells Ling Xuan to come with him to the basement. As they go down the stairs, she says there's something she needs to confess. She lost the 30 billion he had given her. Our boy stands still for a moment without saying anything. She knows there's no one in the world who wouldn't be affected by hearing such news. Considering everything she's done and how she's been acting, she feels she should be punished. But our boy asks if she made all this drama to talk about such a small amount. She wants to know since when is 30 billion a small amount. Of course, he plays it up, getting closer, saying that from start to finish, she's never disappointed him. She's even more talented than he expected for the tasks he needs. While some of the people who work for him struggle all year to spend that money, she manages to make it disappear in just a week. He asks her once again to join his team and not to reject him again. She hesitates, almost crying, considering all she went through with Jiamu and how she was treated in the end. Our boy's kindness was far superior. She then cries, saying she spent her whole life lamenting and suffering, searching for a true master, and now she's willing to dedicate the rest of her life if he doesn't abandon her. Our boy tells her to get up, saying he's her friend and not her father, and warns her not to think things will be easy because tomorrow she's going to be back at work. She says he doesn't have to trust her so much and she's willing to take a more common position, but he insists that she must obey and take on a leadership role. She's the only person he trusts to handle those 50 billion wisely. She starts crying, wondering why he trusts her so much considering all the harm she caused him. Finally, her favorability reaches 95. Our boy is thrilled as the counterattack has finally arrived. He receives 10 billion since he had spent over 100 along with 50 strengthening points. Along with that, he gets an extensive list of all her skills. Our boy is excited, saying that out of everyone so far, she's been the most valuable. She swears to follow him for the rest of her life, even if 5 thunderbolts strike her. But he says that's not necessary since they're on the same side now. She asks him to call her Xiaoyu, which is her favorite nickname. Our boy agrees and calls her Xiaoyu because there's something he wants to discuss. He explains that he's been studying a specific formula for the wound on her face. He takes out a box and tells her that if she uses it 3 times a day, she'll see results in 2 weeks. She's touched to know that her billionaire boss spent time developing something just for her and hugs him, saying he's truly amazing. Upstairs, Mei wants to know why Ruyu stopped her. That damn woman shouldn't be there, and her brother shouldn't be giving her another chance. She was planning to load that ramen with pepper and make her burn to death. Ruyu tells her to calm down and understand that this must be part of Chen Yuan's plan. He probably already knew that because of the failure of her espionage mission, the Li family would kick her out, and her last option would be to return to Chen Yuan. That's when his plan would really start working. Meng asks why that would happen, and Ruyu explains that as the chief secretary, Ling Shuang must know many secrets. With her by Chen Yuan's side, taking down the Li family would be extremely easy. Meng is impressed, saying it's really hard to understand his planning. Ruyu continues, saying that she has to help her brother handle all of this. It can't be easy to create so many strategies. Meng agrees, saying she will be more obedient when her brother asks for something. If that's the whole plan her brother is working on, this ramen had better be delicious. She's ready to dedicate herself completely to Chen Yuan. A while later, they return, and she says the ramen is ready. Ling Shuang doesn't understand why the girl who seemed to hate her is now so cheerful. Not only did she prepare ramen, but she also made a mega banquet and even offers it to her sister Ling Shuang, saying she made it with great care. The two are shocked by the size of the meal. Our boy asks if Meng didn't put any poison in it. She says of course not, and she'll eat it to prove it. With that, she takes a bite, assuring them she would never poison their food. At that moment, Ruyu seems to notice something. She sees the medicine box and says she now understands why Chen Yuan prepared it. The effect of that stuff is amazing. She says she got a scar on her forehead for 10 years, but after using it, it really disappeared. Ling Shuang asks if it's really that effective, and Ruyu confirms it. She's moved, thinking that maybe there's a way to restore her face. Ruyu suggests creating a cosmetic line with this product would be perfect, since the quality is the best out there. Ling Shuang agrees, adding that they could use Gao Zuanian to promote the product or even utilize the Black Cat platform for promotions with streamers. She agrees and says she'll get in touch with Yuki right away. However, once again, Ruyu feels something strange. Could it be that Chen Yuan had thought of all this in advance and knew they would reach these conclusions? I don't know, but night falls. Our boy looks at Ruyu's forehead and says it's incredible how it's really gone. The effect of what he created was stronger than he thought. He pulls out a sheet and says he's going to jot down a new ingredient that will make it even more effective. But suddenly, Ruyu grabs him from behind and says she's been waiting a long time for them to be alone. The girl turned into some kind of ear specialist because she gave him a little lick. Our boy dropped the clipboard, turned around, and told her to wait, asking if she wasn't afraid of others seeing this. She asked who would see. She knows Meng went upstairs just now, and besides, Ling Shuan has a lot of work to do, so she won't show up anytime soon. She says she's sure no one will interrupt them. Our boy grabs her hand and wow, a kiss. Only took 200 chapters, but he finally made his move. Ruyu thinks she has to seize this chance to make him hers. She won't let any other woman take Chen Yuan. Then she delivers a perfect strike on our boy. The Muay Thai fighter immobilizes the Korean, but of course, someone knocks on the door. He wants to know who this damn person is interrupting his moment of fun. Outside, it's Meng asking if he can help her solve an issue. Our boy says that yes, she just woke him up when he was almost asleep. The next morning, our boy had just come out of the room, and Ruyu couldn't understand the sensation she felt when she saw him since yesterday. Our boy was blushing, not knowing what to say, but as always, his sister interrupted, saying it was time for breakfast and ordering them to come down. Our boy started to be sure she must have cameras to always interrupt him. The next morning, he told Ling Shuan to avoid using water and to apply it 3 times a day. If she managed to keep up the routine, the improvement would be very noticeable. She obviously thanked him graciously, but he told her there was no need to rush and she should wait first to see the results. Besides, she needed to get back to work soon because the whole company was in chaos. She simply replied that she understood and wouldn't disappoint him. She was motivated to dismantle all the Lin family's plans and show who the best boss is. With that, our boy was back in his room, eager to get back to practicing his Go. However, his sister appeared, asking if he could talk to her for a moment. Our boy turned and saw her all blushing, not really knowing what to say. He asked what the problem was and if something had happened. She should know that she could always count on him since he would support her. She said she needed help applying the cream. Thank God it's in a normal place. I was worried about where this was going. Strangely, Chen Yuan seemed extremely scared, as if it were the end of the world. Chen Yuan stopped and told her there are things the two of them can't do. She said he was acting weird since she was only asking him to put his hand on her shoulder. Besides, he was the one in the wrong as she wasn't embarrassed by it. However, he tries to give her a moral lesson, saying she should only do that with a future boyfriend who loves and respects her. Strangely, she gets closer and asks if she could ever find a guy like him out there. He said no, that's impossible. And besides, she shouldn't look for someone like him since he's a loser and not worth it. Our boy was trying to find a way to end these ideas of hers. However, she says she won't allow him to speak about himself like that, as he's the most incredible and devoted person she's ever known. Our boy was thinking about giving up on this as she didn't seem to accept it. He then says he'll apply the medicine just to end the argument. Obviously, she hadn't succeeded in her plan, right? I don't know why he was making such a fuss since it's just applying some cream. And the craziest one is the sister, who was all emotional, saying it was amazing. The two of them are a match in their madness. Sometime later, our boy says it's done, and she asks why it was so quick. He says it's because he's skilled. Now she wants to know why he spent so much time applying it with Ling Shuan while hers only lasted 10 seconds. He says he's just getting more skilled and that he has things to do. Our boy leaves thinking that sooner or later he'll have to properly explain things to her. But for now, it's time to get back and climb the ranks. When he reaches the computer, he sees something strange. A weird message that makes it look like the computer is being hacked. Somewhere else, a girl tells her brother that she's found the person. It's obviously Mai, Kimura's sister, who says she already has the correct address. He praises her skills while she says the strange thing is that he seems to be trying to rank up but didn't play a single game yesterday. Kimura is traumatized and needs to beat this guy to evolve even more. He says this guy has to be located so he can defeat his inner demon. However, at that moment, something goes wrong. Her computer has been hacked instead of hacking. It seems the person on the other side is very powerful. Suddenly, the computer starts downloading a bunch of weird videos. Let's just say memes start flooding her screen. Chen Yuan was flooding her screen with memes. Her brother even told her to close her eyes as it would pollute her mind. She couldn't believe she had been counterattacked like this. Our boy was there, feeling smug, saying they never expected him to have such skills. That's when he finds something, a photo of Mei. And the most interesting thing is that he discovers they are foreigners. He wonders when he provoked someone like that, but considering everything he's done, it's probably enough to keep her busy. The next morning, our boy sees some news on his phone. It seems the Lin family is being targeted by some criticisms. An employee tells him they have already lost over 10 billion. At this rate, they might not even survive. He says the best action for now is to sell some of the land they bought to the people who were interested. However, the employee tells him he's not aware that those people don't seem interested anymore. The two companies that were acquiring land have merged and won't buy anything else until the others lower their prices. He wonders why it seems like everyone is targeting him. Then he receives a call, and the employee informs him that many of their hotels are being criticized. It's probably the Li family's doing. He then receives a call from Yahello and asks what she wants, imagining she would help the family and had matured. However, she just informs him that Chen Yuan's two companies have merged and that she is now the CEO of both. Her brother scolds her, saying all she does is act superior and never helps the family. She's all confused, wanting to know why she's being criticized when all she's done is improve the family's name. He explains that the real plan was never to truly ally with Chen Yuan. It was just to cover and gather information. She questions why he never told her this before. Apparently, he didn't trust she could do it if she knew. In this case, she prefers Chen Yuan since he trusts her. Then she hangs up the call. Once again, he throws his phone to the ground, asking if she doesn't know who her real brother is. How can he, who has been pampering her for 10 years, not be better than this weirdo? The employee says once more that the only option now is to reconcile with Chen Yuan. However, he says he'll never do that and would rather first use the family's reserves. The employee reminds him that the president had made a rule that this money was only to be used as a last resort. He says then that this is the last resort they'll use and tells the guy to leave. The old man leaves, saying he understands, while Lin thinks he'd rather die than bow to Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, our boy receives news that the guy will be visiting his city and accepting challenges from anyone who wants to face him in the city arena. Our boy gets angry, thinking that if he had known the guy would accept anyone, he wouldn't have spent all that time training. However, it's good enough since at least he won't have to travel far. He's confident he'll win and claim the 200 million prize. He then receives a call from Yahello, who says she was humiliated by her brother again, who called her a traitor just because she's trying to build her own career. Our boy realizes that the girl is hated by her entire family because of him. He says he'll never let anyone bully Princess Yahello and that he'll buy the entire family and give it to her. She laughs, saying he's really funny when he wants to defend others, but she also tells him that he's truly the best person and the only one who deserves to marry her. She adds that she'll be visiting him tomorrow. Our boy thinks she has a good heart and has just lived in isolation for too long. Since she calls him brother, he's going to do something for her. With that, Ling Shuang picks up and asks what she can do for our boy. He says he's willing to pay any price to acquire the Lin group. She immediately wonders if this is the beginning of his real counterattack. She knows the Lin group has just fallen into several scandals and problems. It looks like he's trying to take advantage of the situation. He really looked like a true hero. A little time passed and Yahello had already arrived to visit our boy. She says it hasn't been long since she saw Meng, but now she's already a celebrity on Black Cat. Meng responds that it's no big deal and that she heard Yahello is actually the CEO of a big company. Yahello replies that she doesn't like being idolized but admits she is a legend. Our boy asks how long they're going to keep up this chit-chat. With that, they're heading to the car and Yahello explains they're going to the airport where a guy wants to play chess and even her cousin will be there. Our boy thinks it's a coincidence that someone from her family will be there too. Meng asks for the person's name and age. She says his name is Chu Yumo and that you should be a bit older than her. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Yumo is that girl our boy met at the beginning at the auction who was a police officer. He asks if she's really Yahello's cousin. She says yes and asks if he knows her too. Our boy says no, he's just seen her once or twice around. And with that, he rushes to the car. However, Yahello already noticed his reaction was very strange. The scene shifts to the sports arena. Our boy says the place is packed and Yahello says it's obvious since the guy is very famous and an international competitor. However, it seemed to cost 500 yuan just to enter. So they went to buy the tickets and the guys asked who this boy was arriving with two beauties. In the middle of the arena, some matches were ongoing and Yahello said she didn't see the foreign guy playing there either. One of them pointed to the center of the room and asked if that wasn't Kimura. On the other hand, this girl was also taking down one of the geniuses in that place. That's when he heard people next to him say that to challenge Kimura, you first have to beat this girl named May. Our boy looked thoughtful, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Meng explained what was happening. To challenge Kimura directly, you had to be a professional at the 9th level. However, another person had just been defeated. So far, no one who had participated in the event had even managed to beat the girl. Then Chu Yumo got involved. Someone called for her. It was Yahello cheering with our boy next to her. Chu Yumo saw her cousin and wanted to know why that weirdo was there too, but she couldn't lose focus since it was game time. To beat Kimura, she first had to take down this Mei. The moves started being made and the old men were all impressed. The competition was fierce, but one particular move shocked Yumo, and it seemed like the poor girl lost. The old men started wondering if no one in their country could even beat the little girl. Then someone placed a hand on Chu Yumo's shoulder, telling her that losing was part of the game and that he would defeat the girl. Everyone recognized him as Brother Xiao, and Chu Yumo seemed excited that he had arrived. He replied that there was nothing to worry about anymore because he would win everything back. Everyone seemed impressed with the arrival of this guy, and Meng even wanted to know who he was. He appeared to be the most promising player of the new generation, having won 3 championships. Mei Sato says she recognized him and hoped to have a good game. With that, the two sat down while Kimura watched everything from another room, wondering if this was the Sunset Master. Regardless of who that guy was, he wanted a chance to get his revenge. Meanwhile, Chu Yumo went to talk to the group and Yahello said she almost won. However, she was more curious to know what Chen Yuan was doing there with her. Yahello said they were like best friends, while Yumo found it strange since, in her opinion, Chen Yuan only liked older women. Another move happened on the board, and this time Mei Sato was indeed defeated. Everyone was impressed, saying they were finally starting to win something. The guy asked if he could challenge Kimura now. She said yes and wanted to notify him. But at that moment, Kimura appeared, saying he was waiting for a worthy competitor. If this was the guy who had beaten him online, now was the time to regain his honor. He said he had come from his city just to face him. He admitted that he accepted the losses he had suffered, but he would not tolerate any of those insults. Everyone wondered if the guy had really beaten Kimura before and even insulted him. The guy was all confused, trying to remember when this had happened. Without much room to explain, the two sat down to play and so another match began. Ken Yuan started to find Kimura's moves somewhat familiar, and then there was that Japanese girl. That's when he remembered the photo of the girl who had tried to hack his computer. He began to wonder why Kimura's assistant would try something like that. The only person he had humiliated with words while playing was that Devil World kid. Could it be that the schoolboy was actually Kimura? That would make sense, considering he had traveled to exactly the city where Chen Yuan lived. His sister asked who he thought would win the match. Our boy explained that the challenger from their country seemed smarter, but was using outdated strategies. Considering this, Kimura was much more up to date and would probably win. Everyone around questioned who he thought he was to be criticizing the best like that. Even Chuyumo thought he was going too far. What kind of qualification did he have to judge someone like that? And there it was, he lost 5 points, dropping to 65. He had completely forgotten that she had a little system already activated. He then told his sister to register his name because he was going to show them how it's done. Some time passed, and 20 minutes later, the final move was made. It was the last move that took down Xiao. He knew there were no more moves that could save him from that, and so he admitted defeat. The entire audience was devastated, their hopes shattered as Kimura was reveling in his victory, believing he had defeated the Sunset Master. He started laughing, saying it had been easier than he thought. Offline, this guy was nothing compared to him. This confrontation and his trip to this place had all been a waste. Mangming said he was right when he predicted the guy would lose. However, the people around were angry, as they had been rooting for the foreign guy. To them, she and her brother were traitors who didn't trust their country's talent. She started complaining, saying that just a moment ago, they were doubting what he said, and now that it was proven true, they were still making things hard for them. Meanwhile, Kimura was leaving, saying there was no player there worthy of him. Suddenly, someone asked where the kid thought he was going, and everyone turned to see who this crazy person was stepping onto the stage. Kimura remembered that the last person who called him a kid like that was the online guy and immediately asked who he was. Our boy said he was the Sunset Master. Disbelieving, Kimura asked if it was true, and our boy said he would prove he didn't use any cheats online, and now Kimura would have to admit defeat in front of everyone. Kimura started to feel the same trauma from before. The crowd noticed that the boy suddenly went pale and found it odd. Yumo just wanted to see what Chen Yuan was going to do this time. Our boy walked over, said his time was valuable, and told Kimura to sit down quickly. Of course, he was as drowsy as ever, and Kimura seemed convinced he would win since he was sure the guy had cheated. Mei said he should play against her because those were the rules. He said the rules were just made to ensure he didn't waste time with the weak, but this was personal, so she could step aside. He was going to show who the true master of this game was. Mangming kept saying they had no idea of her brother's strength, while Zhilu was confused, wanting to know when Chen Yuan learned to play Go. Mangming explained that apparently he's been good for a long time since he hasn't lost a single online match. Xiao was afraid of our boy winning, which would embarrass him since he had lost to Kimura. However, the duel was about to begin. Kimura made the first move and our boy calmly placed his piece, and so several moves unfolded. Kimura seemed more aggressive than before, but it was truly amazing that Chen Yuan was still holding on. Sometime later, he placed another piece, and she couldn't understand how his moves were faster than Kimura's, who couldn't comprehend how this guy never stopped for a second to think. Every time Kimura made a move, Chen Yuan responded immediately. This kind of pressure was something Kimura didn't know how to handle because it felt like he was facing the teachings of several masters. Our boy's moves continued, and with that, the dragon piece was placed. Kimura tried to think of a way out of that move, but our boy simply told him to give up because it was over. Kimura coughed up blood, saying it was impossible. However, everyone in the audience was already celebrating, saying their honor had been restored. Xiao still believed that our boy had won since he had left Kimura's mental state shaken. He remembered this Sunset Master known as Chen Yuan. Our boy returned to the audience and Zhilu hugged her cousin, saying she couldn't understand how incredible Chen Yuan was. Her favorability had already reached 97, and our boy gained 10 more strength points. His sister, all emotional, said she had seen him practicing hard and that he deserved such an honor, while noticing that everyone who was criticizing him was now silent. Truly, he was the most amazing. With this, she gained another favorability point, now at 94. Our boy was terrified, while Chuyumo was still trying to understand how this had happened. How could a player who had been dominating the whole country be defeated by Chen Yuan? Considering his background and wealth, how much effort had he put in to get this good? The favorability kept rising, minus 10 more points for our boy, then 5 more, and now at 80. Our boy realized that defeating this guy was more valuable than he had imagined. The only problem was this little thing on the side. Mangming was already at 94, and he was terrified of what would happen with another point from the counterattack. He needed a way to bring it down. Suddenly, something passed by him, and he noticed something in the system he never expected. A single favorability point with Lin Shutong, the first of all. He had no idea what was happening since he didn't see her anywhere. Somewhere in the city in a parked car, she was inside looking at her phone, unable to get Chen Yuan's name out of her mind, thinking that the distance between them kept growing. At this moment, they were people belonging to different worlds, and she had no idea where he was. The guy in the driver's seat asked what was going on because she seemed a bit distracted today. She said she was happy, she just didn't want him to have spent so much money. They sat there, awkward like two fools. But as she looked at the guy, she thought it was time to let go of this. She needed to forget Chen Yuan and move on to another relationship. Starting a new life and moving forward was the only way for her to be happy. However, in front of the building, the guy asked if she let go and said something amazing happened today. She said she didn't quite understand it, but he could tell her what happened. The guy said one of his friends brought glory to the country, and she needed to take a look. With that, he threw the phone to her. Of course, she was startled. It was our boy defeating Kimura and winning 200 million. The guy even said being like that guy was his dream. Shutong just started crying. She couldn't give up on him considering he had chased after her for 3 years and she's only been alone for 3 months. Truly, she felt like a terrible person. The guy even mentioned he never thought she'd be so moved by this kind of patriotism. But then she changed her expression and told him to get lost. The poor guy was shocked, asking what had happened. She said she liked someone else, so he better give up. She got out of the car, slammed the door, saying she was going to get her Chen Yuan back. Meanwhile, Meng was just congratulating our boy with hearts in her eyes, and Julio said that the match would be broadcast across the entire country and he'd be considered a hero. Strangely, our boy said this was bad and both girls were confused. He tried to explain that he had been trying to keep a low profile for a long time, but it seemed inevitable that this would happen sooner or later. The scene shifts to the northern part where someone tells Jiang that she needs to take advantage of the opportunity. It's that other girl from the beginning, and her friend says she didn't used to be like this and needs to know how to seize things. Now that she was single, she needed to take advantage of the guys around. Her old crush was playing, and she had to go and give him some water. She said she used to really like him, but watching him play now, she couldn't feel anything. Her friend said it was strange since he was performing so well, but in her mind, she had another performance in mind. Zui said that to her, this guy seemed like an old man playing, unlike other people she had seen. The friend asked who she had been watching to have such high standards. She grabbed her phone and said it was better to change the subject. However, she was startled. The news said our boy had won the match too. Meanwhile, the guy playing on the court asked who wanted to bring him some water. No one moved, leaving him confused. He asked where Jiang was, and her friend said she had something else to deal with. That's when our boy received a call from Xiaolil and asked what was going on. She asked if she couldn't just call for no reason. He said of course she could, considering their relationship. He explained that he saw the news about his match and wanted to congratulate him. He said it wasn't necessary, it was nothing special. However, she asked when he would return to their region since he's been away for a while. Our boy said he just took a summer break but would return when school started. She got all excited, saying that when that happened, she would cook for him every day. Our boy was touched by how much she had changed. She used to be so self-interested, but she had matured a lot and had been making many sacrifices to be kind to him. If he gave 10 billion to other women, he had to be kinder to her too. Suddenly, Meng appeared and said the suitcases were ready. Our boy asked where all the clothes he requested were. She couldn't just take this much. She said she had more suitcases, but it wasn't possible to carry all of them. He said she didn't need to worry. He'd have someone pick everything up, and she got all emotional. She ran over to hug him, saying he really was the person she liked most, and he said it was the same since she was his only sister. But Meng, still hugging him, thought he was the only person she hugged and felt safe with. That's why she didn't want to let him go. She was just afraid he would notice something strange, and maybe she should tell him that they weren't blood related. But if she did that, he might abandon her, and she couldn't live like this forever. She then said she wanted to talk about something, but he was terrified she would say something and her favorability would hit 95. So he covered her mouth and said he knew how she felt, but he didn't want anything that would affect their relationship as siblings. She wondered if he already knew she wasn't his blood sister and concluded that given how smart he was, he probably knew. But it seemed he wanted to keep her as his sister, which made her feel special too. With that, she gained another favorability point, reaching 95. As always, he gained some strengthening points and the money he had spent. Our boy couldn't understand what he had to do to prevent this from happening. He had just rejected her. So why did the favorability go up? The system said he was a fool who didn't understand there's no such thing as a sibling relationship. Suddenly, she gave him a little kiss on the cheek and left, all blushing, leaving our boy bewildered. He wondered if this was karma for playing with so many women's hearts. The scene shifts to a building in Shanghai. A folder falls to the floor and Jiamu shouts at Qian, saying this is impossible. Not only had Chen Yuan not punished Ling Shuang, but she had also been promoted to CEO of Fission. The maid said that strangely, Chen Yuan seemed to have unshakable confidence in her. He lit a cigarette, saying he had underestimated the boy. It seemed he had a very strategic way of acting. What he couldn't understand was why this guy lost 30 billion and continued to trust the woman. And worse still, why had he only found out about it now? Qian said it was because he was traveling to foreign countries just for fun. However, he scolded her, wanting to know since when he had authorized her to get involved in this kind of thing. He ordered her to get out of his sight because if things continued like this, they would lose everything they had invested. Qian began to think she understood why Ling Shuang wanted to escape from this guy. And now, was there yet another one for our boy? The scene changes to the massive Shanghai University. It seems our boy took his sister there to secure a spot for her. She asks him to calm down and stop looking at the women around. He says it's a natural action for a man to admire beautiful things. However, she asks why he's disguised himself so much to the point of looking like her father. He says he's been recognized in many places and prefers to keep a low profile. As always, she gets emotional seeing that he continues to take care of her. Our boy sees her sweating and says he'll buy some water. People watching the two say that a father's love is truly incredible. Suddenly, a helicopter flies over the field. People recognize it as belonging to one of the 4 young masters of the city. His name is Qin Wufeng, and all the girls are swooning, saying he's so stylish and handsome. Poor things, they even got pushed aside to not block the guy's entrance. Wufeng thought all of them were so ordinary and superficial until he noticed someone. You know who it is? Our boy's sister. standing there looking lost, wondering where her brother went. He then asked for permission and approached her, asking for her phone number. She simply said she wasn't interested. He told her that maybe she didn't know him, but he would introduce himself. However, she interrupted and told him she wasn't interested and that he should leave. The guy was so full of himself that he wondered if she was playing hard to get. To him, it was all an act because no woman could be that noble. In a city like Shanghai, where money is everything, he had enough to drive any woman crazy. He mentioned that he knew about a party happening tonight for newcomers, full of elite people, and she could enter high society. The other girls were all envious, wondering who this girl was that he was approaching. However, Mengming told him he should leave because if her brother saw him there, he'd end up causing trouble. Turning back, Wufing questioned if this guy was really that impressive. Compared to his bodyguards, Wufing was already imagining that our boy must be some muscular mutant. Mengming tells him to look because her brother is coming. Wufing turns around and wonders who this farmer-looking guy is. Our boy approaches and tells him to get lost. Wufing can't believe this guy said that, and people around are shocked, wondering if he really dared to act like this against one of the four masters. Wufing asks if he knows what happened to the last person who talked to him like that, but before he can finish, our boy slaps him in the face. Everyone around is stunned, asking if they really saw that. Wufing orders his guards to beat up the kid. The 3-meter-tall thugs approach, but our boy unleashes the JoJo sequence, easily sending the goons flying. Wufing questions how someone defeated an ex-boxing champion, a guy from the Special Forces. Chen Yuan warns him one last time that if he ever approaches his sister again, the consequences will be severe. He tosses the jerk to the ground, and at that moment, people around recognize Mengming as the little monster from the Black Cat live stream. Everyone knew she was the woman who received 300 million from Mr. Yan, and they assume this old guy was hired to protect her. Wufing says he'll make Mr. Yan pay for what he did, since daring to send someone like this into his territory would teach him a lesson. Just then, a pink-haired girl asks what he's doing, and here comes another one, right? Could it be? It's been a while since a new system activated. Obviously, she's the goddess of that university and the oldest daughter of the Qin family. She asks why he's ruining the Qin family's reputation like this on his first day. All disheveled, he asks when she arrived, but she ignores him and asks why he arrived by helicopter. Does he think no one knows about their family's wealth? He replies that he wasn't trying to cause trouble, he just ended up getting beaten. She asks who did it, and everyone points to our boy. She approaches and asks if he had the guts to hit her brother. Our boy simply says yes, it was him. And there it is, the system activates minus 23 years old, 1.70 meters tall, appearance rating of 9.6. We're almost hitting a 10. And oh boy, her favorability is minus 90, just like Ling Shuang's. And this is Wu Shuang. She says she'll give him a chance to repent for what he's done. Curious, he asks what chance that might be. She says that if he and the girl behind him kneel, she'll consider giving them a light punishment. However, our boy, who has no qualms about hitting women and probably needs a trip to jail, says he'll give her the chance to apologize. She comes in for a slap, calling him ignorant, but he catches her arm. Seeing this, she wonders how this bastard dares touch her with his filthy hand. She tries to knee him right between the legs, but our boy lets go of this crazy woman. He notices she tried to land a kick in a sensitive spot and says that it seems she deserves it. And oh man, there's another one. This guy really is the king of slaps. Even his sister is devastated that her brother hit such a delicate girl so hard. Wu Shuang, poor thing, never imagined it would end like this. The university guys say they can't let this happen, and everyone rushes in, saying he deserves a beating for this. From behind, Mengming says she's starting to get scared, but our boy tells her there's no need to worry because he's there. Everyone grabs some bricks, and our boy asks if they really want to die. The first one rushes in, saying he's arrogant and today he'll meet his end. But our boy, having mastered about 300 fighting techniques, hits the guy with one move, sending him flying. The others realize it won't be easy and start shouting to attack him together. Our boy seems to have a different system activated, apparently even using some shock abilities. The girls can't understand how he's fighting 30 people, but at that moment, a Baton swings past him. He narrowly dodges, and it even leaves a cut. These guys won't be as easy to handle. Wu Shuang declares that whoever kills him will get a 10-year bonus. The guys comment that the kid messed with the wrong person, and now he'll have to pay the price. Seeing the situation getting dangerous, our boy decides to make an investment. The system asks if he really wants to spend 81 points. The boy activates his Dragon Ball aura and starts shouting. His aura is literally coming out, and it looks like he's about to start a dungeon raid. His vision is so sharp that he wonders why everything seems to be in slow motion. With one step, he approaches the men. Before they can even think about defending, he lands a punch square in one of their faces and easily takes down everyone. Wu Shuang can't comprehend how one guy is beating all the mercenaries she hired. Our boy doesn't spare any gender, he heads straight for her again. She tells him to remember that they live in a law-governed society. He says he won't do anything if she apologizes and if her brother swears never to harm his sister again. Wu Shuang tells him to keep dreaming because as soon as the police arrive, he's going straight to jail. She says his sister will be expelled from this place and never admitted to any other university again because she owns this entire city. Our boy slaps her again, and strangely, he gains 20 favorability points. Of course, he's as confused as we are, starting to realize what's happening. He begins to wonder if it's what he's thinking. He attacks again and gains another 20 favorability points. Now he understands what she likes. He picks her up and she tells him to let her go, but our boy starts giving her a beating. The poor girl wonders how he has the courage to do this in public, and every slap is earning him a point. The people watching have no idea she's enjoying it, and her brother is devastated seeing all of this. She's screaming, telling him to stop because it hurts a lot, while thinking it's the first time she's met someone with the guts to humiliate her like this. As long as she can remember, she's always been desired by everyone. She lived above all others and was desired by all men. She knows that in each of their minds, she's like a goddess. But this guy was different from the rest, and strangely, she wanted him to use more force. It seems she had been broken. The guys around say they can't stop him, but he'll be punished by the law. Manga says her brother is going against the world for her, and it's more addictive than the stories she used to read. Our boy gains more favorability, and now he's hesitant to continue, wondering what kind of relationship this is. He turns, trying to understand why his sister is enjoying this, looking at him with such affection. Afraid that this would continue rising, he throws Wushuang to the ground. She wonders why he stopped so quickly, and sees him running away, questioning why he's fleeing. Wufing approaches and asks if she's okay. She says, obviously not, and asks for help getting up, then asks where he was while his sister was getting beaten, calling him useless. Fuming with anger, Wufing swears he will kill this guy and scatter his ashes across the entire country, while his sister wonders when she'll get to see a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.